Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Karting Live TV. We are back at Warden Law for our second day of running in the Kart Championship Winter Series, incorporating the Autumn Cup. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me all day is David Sullivan. David, it's a bright and chilly morning here, but it's finals day. This is what it's all about today, isn't it?
It is. We've got superheats this morning, the points of which will be added onto the heat points from yesterday to form up our grids for this afternoon's finals. The only caveat to that will be in junior Rotax, where the top 30 will progress straight through to the A final. The remaining runners will go into a B final, with the top 4 from that progressing into positions 31 to 34 in that junior Rotax A final.
You know what? I'm a bit of a fan of a B final. I don't like to be in B finals, but when we are covering B finals, it's really, really intense, that 4-place slots that are running at the front. So that 4th place vulnerability, if you want to get away from 4th place as quickly as possible, don't you?
It's like being in that drop zone in qualifying
in
F1,
zone,
isn't
absolutely,
it?
Yeah.
It often, and taking nothing away from the rest of the races, but it's often the most intense race of the day because of the sheer desperation of staying in that P4. You don't often see people defending P4 so venomously, but you do when it comes to B finals.
We've got quite a bit of racing to get through before we get to that exciting B final. I'm just looking at the timetable now. That's scheduled for about 20 to 2. For now, everybody, we've got our superheats, and we've got all of our classes to get through their superheats. And again, as David explained, an accumulation of points going forward to form the grid for what will be the final, and that's the important one. That's where the silverware is up for grabs. We have got our practice sessions just concluding now. Last of the karts coming off the track any moment, and then we have got a collecting area that are full of Bambinos, both C50 petrol engine Bambinos and, of course, the Mighty Bambinos, the electric-powered karts there. They're the C50s, though, David, that we can see on the screen. The karts towards the back of the collecting area, that's the Mighty Bambinos, the electric-powered karts. We've got 2 races in one, so we're going to try and be in 2 places at the same time here, aren't we?
We certainly are. It'll be the same format as yesterday with 2 separate starts. Coma will line up at the front. They'll get their start, and then around about 30 seconds later we'll let Mighty have their start as well. So this is going to be particularly tough, not only for us talking about both classes, but more so as well for Nick and the guys out on cameras, because they're going to have to try and track twice the amount of action in one race.
So 2 standing starts. We start the C50s, which is the petrol engine karts, and then quite a few seconds later, we start the Mighty. So we have actually got 2 races going on at the same time. So we'll try and cover that on the live stream as best as possible. Let's have a look at the grid, shall we? Firstly, the C50s that will lead the whole field away. Jensen O'Connor will start the superheat on pole position with Hendrix Fallat. Birthday boy Hendrix Fallat, 7 years old, and he's even brought us some of his birthday cake, which we'll be sharing with over a cup of coffee at lunchtime. So happy birthday to Hendrix Fallat. We'll probably mention that again, David. He's on the front row, so a good start to the birthday boy. That's the Nigel Mansell replica helmet as well, just there on the bottom of the screen. So, in fact, there's a few homage to Formula One history there, because behind him is a Senna replica.
They came together yesterday as well.
It was awesome, wasn't it? Wraith Owen and Calman Simon, they are on row 2, and then we've got our Warden Law Spring Series champion, Benjamin Shivar. That's the green helmet, the number 7 there on the screen. He starts 5th with Tommy Lovejoy alongside in 6th. Lani Eden and Isaac Young share row 4, and then rounding off the C50 grid is Oliver Bullock and Alfie Ward. The Mighties start back in 11th overall, but it's Arthur Bowers on the Mighty pole with Oliver Woodall alongside. Second row of the Mighty grid is Arthur Rhodes and Heath Smith, with JJ Williams and Junior Wright on the next row, Freddie Dye and Ethan Hume next up, Arthur Thompson, Noah Brad and Ava Garrett with that distinctive pink helmet at the back of the field. And I just noticed there, David, as we get the parents' race underway, slippery conditions. I hope they've got their trainers on. What is that lunatic doing in shorts? What is he doing? It's about 2 degrees out there.
Yes, certainly is. It's deceiving this morning. The sun's out, but it was deceivingly cold this morning. We've got a stationary cart at the dogleg that's been attended to by marshals. It's one of our Coma runners, and that just attests to how slippery this circuit is. as we've got a late challenge on the outside here as they run up towards the finish line, although he's out of breath too early.
Another bobblehead victory, I think.
I think that's Isaac Young's dad. He races the 84 in Coma Bambino. That's looks like that's a Grimsby Town.
Is it?
Woolly hats, GTFC.
Oh, bless him.
So yeah.
Bless him. I remember when Grimsby Town were quite a side. Sunderland used to have an off-season friendly down at Grimsby, and a mate of mine used to run the players' lounge.
Some sort of punishment for them, was it?
It was kind of, yeah. But we used to go and have drinks in the players' lounge, which, cleanse your mind of all things, Premiership Players' Lounge, by the way, at Grimsby Town. But a great little ground. Anyways, moving on to the karting. Just shows how slippery it is there. These Bambinos are on treaded tyres. They're on the LeConte all-weather tyre. And even they found it slippery out there. Yeah, they did. They certainly did on the way round. Now, Jenson O'Connor goes off pole position based off sheer consistency yesterday because Hendricks Fallat won the second heat. Kalman Simon won the first one, but then issues in the other races for the two of them mean that Jenson O'Connor will go off the pole position berth for Coma as the 31 of Raith Owen, who was the driver that was off at the dogleg. Interesting you mentioned consistency, because we're not just running for the Kart Championship Winter Series trophies here, we're also running for the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup, which will be awarded to the biggest points accumulation in each class. So that is all about consistency. You might win a heat, but you might come 10th in another one. You're not going to be in contention. But people like Jenson O'Connor, who's proved that consistency works. Here we go then. The lights have gone out for the first time today, David, and we're off the grid. It was a good start from Hendricks Fallat, potentially too good for Hendricks Fallat off the second place berth. He got away very, very quickly, and he goes round the outside of Jenson O'Connor as Kalman Simon slots into third place. The top three already with a huge gap from Benjamin Shivar in fourth place, and Kalman Simon is round at the dogleg. Yeah, that's just the rear end of the cart there, just giving up there. Or did he try and tuck it away? We've got a coming together with two carts coming out of the dogleg. So these tricky and slippery conditions here. Just look at Kalman Simon there in the yellow helmet. He just turns into the dog. It was a coming together with Jenson O'Connor, wasn't it? He just nudged the back end of O'Connor's cart, and that spun him round. That's allowed Fallat and off and away. Yeah, and there was a few others having issues further down the order as well. I think Raith Owen, who went off third place, got away slowly and came over the line in ninth. And there was a few others with issues as well at dogleg. We're away in Mighty. Can they all get round the... they've all done well, Mighty. They've all got round the first complex of corners that caught out a fair few in Coma Bambino. The Benjamin Shivar there on the number 7, challenging for second place as we head off and across the line there. One lap completed. It's Hendricks Fallat, Jenson O'Connor, Benjamin Shivar, Raith Owen, Lanai Eden, and then Kalman Simon recovering in 7th place. Hendricks Fallat then leads. He had a gap of 1 second to Jenson O'Connor when they came over the timing line. It looks to be a little bit closer than that this time, as O'Connor in second place is being pushed along by the 7 of Benjamin Shivar. The top 3 with a gap of almost 5 seconds back to Raith Owen, who's now up into third. Fourth as we cut to Mighty Bambino now in what is a train of everybody in the class. Yeah, that's everybody. That's being led by Oliver Woodall there, the number 5, Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Dye Jr., JJ Williams. In fact, it's everybody. Arthur Thompson, Ethan Hume, Ava Garrett's in there with a pink helmet just at the back of that train. But what a great race this is developing into. And remember, complete silence out there on track, no engine noise from these Mighties, but they race really, really well. And just a massive applause to Johnny and the team at Mighty, because the balance of performance on these karts are just phenomenal. Gives these youngsters a chance to race competitively with one another, and oh my, how they race. Yeah, the thing to note here in Mighty Bambino particularly is that Arthur Bowers, the poleman, is currently last. Problems on the opening lap for the 99 of Arthur Bowers. He's on the back of this train now. He's going with, and he's starting to make his way through. So the field make their way over the timing line, up round the first corner, and Arthur Bowers in the 99
is having to come back through this field. At the front, though, in this Mighty class, Oliver Woodall leads from the 17 now of Freddie Dye, who's up into second place, finds a way past Heath Smith in Sector 1. So they run up towards the first of the two switchbacks, the centre one left. Woodall sliding wide on this early morning greasy surface here at Warden Law in the northeast of England. The top 5 all within one camera shot. So the train comes through the back chicane. Arthur Rhodes in 4th place. Ethan Hume, who had a very, very difficult day yesterday in the 57, is looking to make amends and add some fairly decent superheat points to yesterday's accumulation to give himself half a chance in the final later on. But he had a very difficult day yesterday, did Ethan Hume. But here he is in the top 5, challenging at the front in Mighty Bambino.
Here they come then across the line. We'll get a check on just where they are. Oliver Woodall, Freddie Dye, Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Ethan Hume, JJ Williams, Eva Garrett down the inside for 3rd, and a challenge for 1st place as well, side by side through turn 1 and into Brian's Bend. They sort themselves out, and Oliver Woodall retains that lead. But if Oliver Woodall is not careful, he could indeed be swamped by about 4 or 5 carts, Dave.
He could. Arthur Rhodes and Ethan Hume there in the same sticker kit, pushing each other along, and they both found a way past the number 3 of Heath Smith. So great bit of teamwork there from Arthur Rhodes and Ethan Hume. Hume, who didn't get any TV time yesterday, is coming into it today. At the front yesterday, it was Woodall and Arthur Bowers. They just disappeared together, didn't they, yesterday? It's a different story this time out, though. Completely.
Arthur Bowers not in a position in this field where we used to see him.
No, he has come through now he is up into 6th place. He's got past Ava Garrett, and I think he's got past Jensen James Williams as well to run 6th in class. But he's got around about 2.5 seconds. You can just about see him there, I think, in the background, trying to close back up, as at the front we're still too wide between Arthur Rhodes and Ethan Hume. So very little change at the front, but keep an eye out for the 99 of Arthur Bowers. There he is in the background with some clear track in front of him. Still 3 minutes to go.
I tell you what, beginning to trip over one another there. Freddie Dye had a bit of momentum there, brought him right onto the rear bumper of the leader, Oliver Woodall, as they head into the first of the centres through the left-hander. Now the 17 drops back. That's Freddie Dye with the white helmet there, the orange and black nose of his cart, chasing down Oliver Woodall in the bright orange helmet. The black helmet there is Arthur Rhodes, and Arthur Rhodes just watching and coming into play as Ethan Hume as well. So the number 17, who was on the rear bumper of Oliver Woodall, now dropping back with a bit of a breather, and behind them they're beginning to queue up, and this is where they can trip over one another, can't they? And this is what we've seen. This is where they bunch up, Dave.
Certainly is, through this section where it is very much single file round the horseshoe and round Paddock Bend. Then they'll fan out a little bit as they try and get a run. Arthur Rhodes comes out of the slipstream very early, but coming out the slipstream at just the right time is Freddie Dye. He's down the inside of Oliver Woodall. Woodall turns in, finds the 17 where he wants to be, and Freddie Dye leads for what I feel is the first time in the Winter Series for Mighty Bambino from the number 5 of Oliver Woodall.
That was very tricky for Woodall, because to his right down the inside went Freddie Dye, to his left was Arthur Rhodes trying to come round the outside. He sorted themselves out, and the number 5 coming back at him down the inside of the second of the centres. Bit of a textbook move there, and this is allowing Arthur Rhodes involved as well, and Arthur Rhodes is up to second, or is he? The 17 of Freddie Dye banging wheels 3 wide for 3rd place behind as they head down. And who's that coming into play?
Arthur Bowers in the mix. He was half a second quicker on the previous lap, and then he takes Arthur Rhodes by surprise.
Brilliant drive there, and that just proved they were beginning to trip over one another. Arthur Bowers was able to just gain that ground while they slowed one another down, and now Bowers is right in the mix. Let's have a look at as they cross the line. Hendricks, Follett, Jensen O'Connor, Benjamin Shiver. They're your top 3 in C50s. This is the Might E battle that we're watching here. Oliver Woodall broken away from Freddie Dye there and Ethan Hume. Heath Smith, Arthur Bowers ahead of now Arthur Rhodes. Off they go through the dogleg.
Rhodes was last at the end of the first lap. He's come back into this, slowly chipped away, and then taken advantage of these Mighty runners. And in front of them, they've got some Coma lap traffic. Coma in their own race in front of Mighty. But now they're going to come through. They've got to navigate. Can Woodall find a way through? Woodall is through cleanly, as is the rest of the top three. And I think everybody else is going to find a way through. But look how close that top three are now, nose to tail as they go through the Dunlop chicane.
Just a bit of a report on the C50s. They've spread right out. Hendricks fell out with a huge gap to Jensen O'Connor, who likewise has got a huge gap to Benjamin Shivar. Meanwhile, the Mighty E's literally duke it out there, and there's a space that was lost there. Arthur Bowers trying down the inside of Heath Smith, and then running wide. Heath Smith back through. And are they catching Oliver Woodall? That is the question. The number 5 has been able to break away. He's got a gap of 7/10, well, I call that 8/10 actually. So the drivers behind him, those 4 carts there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, they are trying to catch him. And at the moment they are. And the reason they are is because they're working together. And as I say that, there's a change of spot for 4th place, I think.
Arthur Bowers up into 4th place now as he finds a way past Heath Smith in the number 3.
Look at that.
Freddie Dye is having half an attempt at Oliver Woodall. Woodall going slightly wide out of St John's, and now they're all back together. And we're on the last lap.
Wow, that snuck up on us, didn't they? No, we're not on the last lap, I'm being told. That's where are we? We're on lap 9.
Well, the timing says we're on the last lap.
We have got, the timing screen tells us we're on the last lap on the official timing. Last lap for the Comas. We're not quite on the last lap for the Mighties. I knew we would trip over that one, David. I knew we would trip over that one. So the Comas have gone through. They've taken their last lap board. These drivers here, the Mighties, they've yet to see that last lap board. Yeah. Here they come out of the final turn now. The number 5, Oliver Woodall, he had a very strong cushion there, but going into this last lap, that cushion is gone.
Yeah, and Arthur Bowers has found a way into the top 3. He got past to Ethan Hume, and that's dropped Hume down a place. Bowers is up to 2nd. Bowers, who was last at the end of the first lap, is onto the back of Oliver Woodall. What a drive this has been for Arthur Bowers, but can he make it an even better drive? As we cut back to Coma, because out of the final corner comes Hendricks Fallat.
Hendricks Fallat there with his Nigel Mansell birthday boy, takes the checkered flag back to Mighty East, because this is where the action is. Great drive from Hendricks Fallat to give him maximum points there in C50s. However, Arthur Bowers chops to the inside. They're side by side through the back chicane, and Bowers takes the lead. That's allowed the 17 through as well. Freddie Dye following him through. So Oliver Woodall from 1st to 3rd and now trailing. Are we going to get a challenge? What a drive from Bowers.
Oliver Woodall defending fresh air out of centre 2. That allowed Arthur Bowers to get the cutback. He's still under pressure from Freddie Dye. Round the horseshoe, Arthur Bowers from 1st to last and back to 1st in Mighty Bambino. Arthur Bowers, what a drive, take a bow. Superb victory in Mighty Bambino.
And he just clinched it there on the final lap of this race. So started from the pole, like you say, from 1st to last, back to 1st. What a drive. Drive of the day, that so far. It's going to be hard to beat that for a drive of the day, David.
Absolutely superb from Arthur Bowers.
Right, let's have a look at the rundown then. The C50s, Hendricks Fallat finished in the top spot. Jensen O'Connor was 2nd. Calman Simons 3rd. Just getting ahead of Benjamin Shivar there right at the very end. And Shivar finally coming through in 4th. Wraith Owen was 5th. Tommy Lovejoy 6th. Lani Eden was next, Oliver Bullock, Isaac Young, and then Alfie Ward. The Mighties went right down to the final lap. Arthur Bowers, Freddie Dye, Oliver Woodall, that's your top 3. Ethan Hume in 4th. Then we had Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Jensen James Williams, Arthur Thompson, Ava Garrett, Junior Wright, and Noah Brad, just finishing off the field of Mighties.
It's going to be tough, Joe, for anybody to beat the entertainment that's just gone on there in Mighty Bambino, but if one class can...
I was going to say, I'll tell you who's going to have a bash at it, Dave.
It will be Honda Cadets.
This lot here, the Honda Cadets, Honda-engined Cadets 200, Honda Cadet 200 to give it their full title. This is going to be another ding-dong. We're quite familiar, you more than anybody familiar, because Josh, your son, our spring Honda Cadet champion here at Warden Law, by the way, took his trophy last night, much to his chagrin of having to wait 6 months, but sorry about that, Josh. Archie Loveridge, Ronnie Smart, that's your front row. Jack White, Ricky Junior McIntosh on row 2. Archie Cannon, Noah Clare. Dexter Petty and Elliot Bolt are on row 4. Row 5 is Shailen Srikantan. Noah Clark's alongside. Ashton Horspool and Edward Rye are on row 6. Mason Becker, Jaden Patel, Scott are on row 7. Then we've got Riley Blakemore, Tom Nichols, Dana Rowlands, Ethan Pearson, Jane Prakash, Jerry Dufficy, and Reggie Dufficy rounding off a 21 kart field. There's something about Honda Cadets that I love. The racecraft that you see these youngsters, what a grounding they get moving forward into the faster Rotax classes or wherever you might go. But the racecraft is really born here. This is where your foundation is.
It certainly is in Honda. It's going to be a great day once again. Loveridge and Smart then off the front row. The ones to watch for me, though, were the drivers that went a little bit under the radar yesterday. The winner from Wilton Mill, Ricky Junior McIntosh, will start 4th. He was outside the top 6 for most of the day yesterday, but consistency puts him towards the front. Similar with Archie Cannon as well, the Scottish champion, going off P5. He's a driver that generally stays under the radar early on in race meetings, but is always there or thereabouts when it comes to handing out the silverware on a Sunday afternoon.
And remember that it's not about where you finish in this superheat. It's an accumulation of the points that you racked up yesterday in your 2 heats, the superheat in the amount of points that you gain by being further up the field. That together will give us our grid for our final.
Another one to watch for me as well was the 16 there of Dexter Petty. If he can repeat what he did in Heat 2 yesterday, where he charged through the field to finish in 4th place, he's going to be one to watch from P number 7. Further down the field, Ashton Horspool. It's his dad's birthday today. He's his mechanic. He goes off P11. Let's see whether Ashton can give him a birthday present to remember.
So another standing start coming up here. The Honda Cadet 200s. The clear grid board is showing, and then we will get the 5-second board. The lights will go on. The drivers, we have engine revs that will rise as the drivers ride the brake to keep the karts from moving away. Look at the angle of that number. Who is that? The number, he's angled the kart.
It's a 50 of Ronnie Smart.
Yeah, it's Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart angling the kart to his right side. He's got the jump, or has he? Because Ronnie Smart and Archie Loveridge will duke it out, and it's Loveridge with the black nose cone there and the blue helmet. That's Loveridge. And Smart's lost out. Who's that in the orange helmet?
Jack Wyke up into 2nd place. Ronnie Smart. Archie Cannon does well as gets off P5 on the inside up into 4th. Ricky McIntosh down to 5th. Good start from Dexter Petty as well, proving that the inside is the place to be. And the leader goes wide. Archie Loveridge takes to the rumble strip. 1st to 4th. In that error, it could be 5th. Briefly, it is. There's Ricky McIntosh, and then Ricky Mac's going to try the move back on the inside. The 44, the winner from Wilton Mill, up to 4th. The pole man down to 5th.
The S-plate holder, Archie Cannon, was the driver that snuck into 3rd place from literally nowhere there. Just proving again. Now, these karts are on a slick racing tyre. There are no tread on these tyres, so they really need to wait for the tyres to come up to pressure. That's why the karts are sliding around. It's a very, very cold day here. It might be bright and sunny, few wispy clouds, but it really is chilly. It's 5 degrees, I think.
To cross the line, it's Ronnie Smart from Jack Wyke. Then it's Dexter Petty, 7th to 3rd on the opening lap as he takes advantage of Ricky McIntosh and Archie Cannon squabbling round the horseshoe and through Paddock Bend. Loveridge, the pole man, down to 6th. Elliot Burke. Then it's Riley Blakemore, Noah Clark and Mason Becker rounding out your top 10.
Ricky Junior McIntosh is the driver there in all black there, the black helmet, the black overalls, the number 44, chasing down that Dexter Petty kart in front of him, the number 16 there with the blue helmet. And these drivers there, 3rd and 4th place there is what we are looking at now, because Jack Wyke and Ronnie Smart kind of spaced out at the front of this field, off towards the Gasworks hairpin. And it's that usual Honda Cadet waiting game, I think, that we are seeing from Ricky Junior McIntosh there. He's been in Honda Cadets now for, I think this has got to be, his 3rd season, maybe?
I first came aware of him around Christmas this year when he attended a club meeting way up north from where he is, and then he's raced then at a national level since then. He'd done club racing before that, and has really jumped onto the scene at national level and proved that he can compete at the front. These two, though, in 3rd and 4th, reeling Jack Wyke's in. Wyke's had a gap of half a second as they came over the timing line, but a good first sector for Petty and for Ricky McIntosh, drawing them onto the back of the 13, who gets some inside left rear wheel jack there around that corner.
And that's exactly what I meant by Ricky McIntosh. Just playing a waiting game and just sitting comfortably on the rear bumper of Dexter Petty, working together. Now they're on the rear bumper of that orange-helmeted Jack Wykes as they turn into the gasworks. If they're not careful, they're going to be joined by Archie Loveridge, who, remember, started on the pole position, joined the race in first place, and then quickly dropped down the order. Well, he's coming back to the fore, and he's going to catch these three very shortly, I think. He
found a way past Archie Cannon, and then there's a huge gap back actually now to Cannon, who's got the rest of the Honda field right behind him, although just in front of us, Riley Blakemore comes through to take that place. As wide goes Jack Wykes in the first corner of the dogleg, and that will allow Dexter Petty to potentially get a good run up towards centre one.
Here they go then. And it is definitely... now, the thing is, I pretty much can tell you that Dexter Petty, Ricky McIntosh, Archie Loveridge, the orange helmet, the blue helmet, the black helmet there, Jack Wykes, and those two behind him, they are not going to start squabbling here. Over 5 minutes. There was the gesticulation, the tapping of the helmet. Let's work together. Let's not let Ronnie Smart walk away with this. And as I say that, Ricky McIntosh couldn't help himself there. Momentum, had to pull himself alongside, slots back in. These three are catching the leader. Let's see what the gap is. It was 1.1 seconds, David. It is 8 tenths.
8 tenths.
It's coming down.
Close in. Jack Wykes, it was a bit of an error from Dexter Petty at Gasworks that sent him wide. That's the second time he's done that. But this sector one now, they are pushing away from Archie Loveridge in that fifth place, who's on his own as Petty once again slides wide. Round this time it's St John's, but at the front of the train in that orange helmet, Jack Wykes is closing up on Ronnie Smart.
Yeah, they're not, and it's clever, isn't it? Dexter Petty in the blue helmet there, just trailing in the wheel tracks of the orange helmet of Jack Wykes. And as I say that, here goes a challenge down the inside. He's took McIntosh with him, and within a blink of an eye, Jack Wykes, who just wasn't going quite as quick enough as perhaps Dexter Petty wanted to, and he thinks, right, let me take up the charge and narrow the gap to Ronnie Smart. Let's see where it is then. It was 8 tenths across the line last time. That's back up to 9 tenths, and that was purely down to that passing move.
It was, but it was a textbook move from Dexter Petty, and Ricky McIntosh. As wide goes Jack Wykes round turn one as he washes out understeers wide. Ricky McIntosh, throughout yesterday, we say didn't get a lot of TV time because he was just biding his time, and once again he's finding himself towards the front, and I get the feeling at the moment he's content. He feels that Dexter Petty's got enough pace at the moment for me. They're going to continue working together to try and push on to Ronnie Smart. We've still got 3.5 minutes, plenty of time for these two. Let's see whether McIntosh agrees with what I've said as they head up towards the gasworks hairpin, or whether he's going to overtake Dexter Petty. Petty leaves the door open. He's clearly content that McIntosh is working with him at the moment. Yeah, it's going to be the 2-minute bell warning, isn't it? The metaphorical bell that I hear in my head every time I see 2 minutes, because the body language of these drivers, doesn't matter what class they are, the body language changes, and then we go to work on gaining those positions to the flag. Nobody trying anything on yet, and the orange helmet of Jack Wykes, even though he was leading that train of three a moment ago, he hasn't dropped back at all. He's got the pace to stay with them, and he's going to stay there. And, you know, you can't factor out anybody there. I'm a little bit disappointed that Archie Loveridge hasn't been able to get on terms and bring himself through the order, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, particularly when they're willing to work together in front. We know that 3 karts will always go quicker than one, with only one hole being punched through the air. 2 tenths quicker on the previous lap was this train of 3, compared to Ronnie Smart, at the front of this race, who took the lead halfway round lap number 1 as Loveridge went wide at St John's. He was forced out at the start as he tried to get across in front of Loveridge, but no harm done in the long run for Ronnie Smart, unless Dexter Petty, Ricky McIntosh and Jack Wykes can close in. And the gap, Joe, half a second. That's the narrowest gap we've seen, David, since the leader Ronnie Smart broke away from these. That's the narrowest gap, and look at that, Dexter Petty beginning to break away from Ricky McIntosh and Jack Wykes, is he? He's about to get onto the tail end of that leader, and the slipstream does work. Even at these low speeds, the slipstream does work. 4 tenths normally you need to be, roughly, in Honda to be benefiting from slipstream, particularly down the start-finish straight here at Warden Law. The gap comes down again by 0.21. It was exactly the same differential that it came down on the previous lap as well. So Petty chipping away because Ronnie Smart got anything left in the locker.
Let's see if he has. We are getting towards the final minutes of this superheat. It's the Honda Cadet 200s, all part of the Kart Championship Winter Series here at Warden Law. They are running for the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup as well, and we have got very soon, David, with a minute to go, literally nothing in it there. 0.4 of a second, I'm going to say, call that as. So he's within that slipstream range now.
He is now, and he closes up massively through the dog leg. Dexter Petty now with the bit between his teeth. He's got a clear target in his sight. Ronnie Smart with a look over his shoulder. Big blue helmet in his vision behind him. For Dexter Petty in the 16. He's on a bit of a run at the moment. Won the championship at Woonwell, the club championship there a few weekends ago. And it's just been a driver that has grown in confidence. He's on a new chassis to him that he raced for the first time at Woonwell. Tested here once. This is only the second time, and in the dog leg.
Wow.
Sorry, in the horseshoe. Sorry, he's down the inside of Ronnie Smart.
It's very rare we see anybody make a move there, but that was all about momentum. He had the grip to go just hang round the inside of Ronnie Smart, and he will take the lead. They're not seeing the last lap board yet, though.
No.
2 more laps of racing. There was 6 seconds on the clock as they crossed the line. The gap is absolutely nothing now between the first 4. That's Dexter Petty, though. He's our new leader, the blue helmeted driver from the green helmeted Ronnie Smart. And there's a move from Smart down the inside. No, not quite enough momentum. And here comes Jack Wykes trying to get by Ricky McIntosh. And if these two are not careful, McIntosh in the black helmet, Jack Wykes in the orange helmet, if they squabble, they're going to drop off the tail of those two leaders.
Yeah, we're Noah's Ark now. It's 2 by 2 as the leading duo is now into defensive mode. Goes Dexter Petty. This was where he got through on the previous lap with what can only be described as a surprise attack on Ronnie Smart, who just didn't see it coming. Smart, though, with a little move down the inside into paddock. The final lap now in Honda Cadet 200 as they run up towards the first corner, and Dexter Petty is 100% engaged in defence mode.
Defensive driving now for the whole of this final lap for Dexter Petty. He's got the textbook out, defensive driving at Warden Law as the pages got open, and they're just leaving the door slightly ajar for Ronnie Smart. However, here comes McIntosh. Everybody seems to be in second place there as Wykes comes through on McIntosh and takes third place. But it's all about this lead battle towards the chicane, David.
Yeah, McIntosh wasn't happy with that, but I can't see why. It was a great move from Jack Wykes down the inside into centre one for me, up towards Gasworks, the heavy braking zone, the final heavy braking zone. And Petty's got a few kart lengths, has he, on Ronnie Smart? Yes, he has. Round the horseshoe for Dexter Petty for the final time. He's come from 7th to go round the final corner in the lead. Ronnie Smart's alongside. Smart down the inside. Petty's fuming. Smart takes the victory on track, at least, from Dexter Petty. That's going to be one that I think will be decided in about half an hour's time, Joe.
Yeah, let's see. Used a tin opener there, didn't he, to make that move. Ronnie Smart squeezing down the inside. Dexter Petty not happy with that at all. We leave the officials. Our race director, Dan Ashton, will have seen that as well. We'll let them decide on where that goes. Ronnie Smart takes the win. Dexter Petty second. Jack Wykes ended up ahead of Ricky Jr. McIntosh for third. McIntosh, therefore, in fourth. Behind these top 4, Riley Blakemore, Archie Loveridge, Archie Cannon, Elliot Burke, Edward Ryan, Noah Clark rounding off the top 10. Wow, catch our breath, shall we? Did we mention that the superheats are 9 minutes, Nick? And I'm talking to Nick, not you, David.
So, Joe,
No.
Joe, the superheats in 9 minutes, Joe.
Yeah, forgot to mention that, didn't we, mate? Yeah.
Plus 1 lap.
Plus 1 lap, of course. Right, we've got Micromax out next. I'm going to let you do the grid because I need to talk to Nick.
Lovely. So just having a quick look as well. Also, we are available. Get in touch with us in the live chat and let us know who you're watching, who you're supporting. Andrew Aylesbury's been on saying, My T Bambinos are great. Great coverage, excellent commentary. We do like it when you tell us how good we are in the commentary box. Do more of that, folks. Isaac Barker saying, good luck to Dan Minto and Jensen Chalkin Jr. Rotax. That's coming up soon. But coming up right now is our Micromax class. 12 on the grid. Alfie Garrett, with 2 race victories yesterday, goes off pole position. Lewis Kirkcaldy alongside him with Ethan Lloyd and Harris Barber on row number 2. Then it's Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Blackshaw in front of Hamish Gordon and Carter Jackson, with Noah Wicklow and Max Armitt on row number 5. Zach Andrew and Freddie Walker round out your 12-kart Micromax grid here for the Super Heat, and we've got a driver off at the dog leg. He's got out of his cart, he's lifted it back onto the track, and we are back to a full complement, which is great to see. It's a rolling start, so he's going to have to make his way around. It's a 75 of Hamish Gordon, who will be due to go off the inside of row number 4, but may have to go off the back of this grid, because by the time he gets round, he'll be past Marshall's post number 6 on the which you can see there with the waved yellow flag on the not straight back straight here at Warden Law. Yeah,
he'll be able to join on the back of the grid. He'll not be able to make his way up to his true position. Micromax, another cadet class, this time the Rotax engine, 125cc, water-cooled motors on these karts as they come out. And whether or not we let them go, I doubt very much whether we will let them go. It seems that we have. And into turn 1. The Tony Kart driver there down the inside, but it's the S-plate holder, Lewis Kirkcaldy, side by side as Alfie Garrett there. Or was that Harris Barber?
Harris Barber.
Harris Barber, where did he come from?
Oh, and Garrett is round. Contact between him and Ethan Lloyd into the dogleg. Sends them round. It balks Freddie Blackshaw, and we've got 3 and 4 off. That's no drivers off as they come round St John's. That's Noah Wicklow in the 53 as well.
That's a shame. And again, cold tyres. Crowded track, people making moves where, not settling in, waiting for those tyres to get up to temperature. But then I am criticising children, which I'll stop doing because, you know what, the red mist comes down, the flag goes green, and away we go. We are racing. But I tell you what this has given us, David. It's given us a spaced-out race for which to catch our breath with. The S-plate, the Scottish champion, Lewis Kirkcaldy, a fine Scottish name, Kirkcaldy, leads across the line from Harris Barber on the Tony Kart in second. Then we've got Carter Jackson. Then we've got Freddie Blackshaw. Then Freddie Walker, Max Armitt, Hamish Gordon, Alfie Garrett, Zach Andrew, Noah Wicklow, Ethan Lloyd. And at the back after that incident is Sebastian Crawford. He will be on a recovery drive now. Side-by-side action again.
Oh, as the 94 gets forced out wide. That's Max Armitt onto the rumble strip. Through comes the 42, Alfie Garrett, who was involved in that opening lap incident with Ethan Lloyd. The 2 RCE runners coming together round the dogleg, currently in 7th and 11th respectively, as expect to move down the inside as defending hard. Certainly in the early part of the run up there was the 75 of Hamish Gordon. Through goes Alfie Garrett with that familiar head roll off his shoulders technique that he uses to go around the hairpin. It almost looks like his head's off his shoulders, but the front, we've had a change for the lead.
Change of lead. I don't know whether that while we were figuring out what was happening in the midfield, a lead change there as Harris Barber on the Tony Kart there, the green helmet, green overalls, the Tony Kart overalls of Harris Barber has not just got into the lead, but he's pulled out about 2 or 3 karts lengths there. And Lewis Kirkcaldy, just concertinas up, under braking for the first of the centre hairpins, the second centre 2. And again, the driver's leaning out towards the outside of that car just to try and get that rear axle to lift the inside wheel, just to unwind it. Can Kirkcaldy come back at him, David?
Well, Harris Barber, who was 6/10 behind Lewis Kirkcaldy on the previous lap, has reeled that gap in, made the overtake, but now is under intense pressure from Lewis Kirkcaldy. I think it's all stemmed from clipping the curb on the entry into Senna 1 when he had 2 or 3 kart lengths, has allowed Kirkcaldy back at him, and here comes Kirkcaldy out of the slipstream early down the start-finish. Straight through he goes, a nice clean move into turn 1.
And he kind of gesticulates, didn't he, to Harris Barber? It's like they're having a conversation, flat out, maximum speed into turn 1 there. And Barber getting a little bit wide on the curb there, but I think what Kirkcaldy was saying to him here as he tries to get down the inside, that was momentum, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he kind of tripped over the S-plate kart there. But I think that Kirkcaldy was kind of saying, right, mate, I've now that I've got the lead from you, just follow me round and we'll work together. All right, yeah, fine when you've got the lead, but I'm pretty sure Harris Barber's wanting to come back at him. That little mistake, look how much it's cost him.
Yeah, it's around about half a second or so at the minute for Harris Barber, but You always generally tend to go quicker when you're in second place. Behind, though, there's a great battle going on here for third between Freddie Blackshaw and Carter Jackson. Jackson, who made up 5 places on the opening lap. As everybody tripped over each other, he threaded the needle and found a way through. And it looks like he is defending that third place with everything he's got. But here comes Blackshaw down the inside into turn 1. Yeah. And Blackshaw's just got a little bit too much at the end of the straight. Through goes the 28.
Blackshaw's HRS engine coming into play there at the end of the straight there. He's supported by ST Racing here this weekend, being run by his dad, Will. And, of course, Nigel Horner, big part of the history here at Warden Law with HRS engines. That's the configuration of what Freddie Blackshaw there is now broken free from Carter Jackson. Gotten ahead, and who's this coming into play? It's the recovery drive of Alfie Garrett, I think. After that little spin at St John's, Alfie Garrett was wanting to get back into play here, and down the inside of the 77, Carter Jackson, and he's made that stick, hasn't he?
Great move by Alfie Garrett, hard on the brakes into the Gasworks hairpin. Just puts the cart there. Carter Jackson sees him coming, slots back in. Neither of them loses any time really at all there. They just change positions, and now Carter Jackson can go with. He's got a good gap back now to Ethan Lloyd, who himself is on a recovery drive. He's got a gap of 3 seconds.
Carter Jackson, clever driving from him. He knows that he's got quicker drivers coming through from that incident in the early laps, and he was very clever in just compromising himself without losing time and disadvantaging himself by allowing him through.
Back to the 2 leaders, Lewis Kirkcaldy and Harris Barber, who need to charge now because they've both been given 5-second penalties for jump starts. They were on the outside train, were Harris Barber and Lewis Kirkcaldy. They were 2nd and 4th respectively, both penalised for jump starts.
However, at the moment, they are 5 seconds ahead. So that is still a battle for the lead.
Yes.
That is still a battle for the lead. If they can maintain that gap, and it was 5.1 seconds last time through, here they come again, it's 5.3. That gap is going up. So right now, even with those penalties, that's your leader. The S-plate of Lewis Kirkcaldy, and Harris Barber's coming.
Now, they wouldn't normally have a gap that's so big, but those drivers that were behind, Alfie Garrett, Ethan Lloyd, and 3 or 4 others, had spins on the opening lap. So it's not like they've jumped the start and gained 5 seconds out of it. So I want to caveat that. They haven't deliberately just gone half an hour early and then been penalised with 5 seconds. That gap is there because other drivers tripped over each other on the opening lap. Battle for the lead, though.
And if they hadn't tripped over each other and they were on the tail of these two, they'd be within that 5 seconds and would inherit the lead after that jump start penalty. 2 minutes remaining. It's about to sound that 2-minute warning bell. It's not a real bell, it's just in my head, because then the race really does begin to start getting a little bit intense. At the moment, though, Kirkcaldy commanding that position there in the front of this field. Harris Barber, whether or not he's playing a late in the race waiting game, he does concertina up on certain parts of this track, and I think the Scottish champion there, Kirkcaldy in the orange helmet, he seems to have good straight line speed here at Warden Law down that long straight.
Certainly does. We are on a fixed gearing now for Micromax. That's something that's been brought in fairly recently with this class, and something that I am a big advocate of, particularly in these cadet classes. I'd like to see it in Honda as well. Some tracks do it, some tracks don't, but I think it keeps everything really, really tight, makes it a lot easier as well for parents, mechanics, the driver as well, because it's one less thing to think about. These two at the front, though, with 1 minute and 15 to go, we've got plenty to think about as Lewis Kirkcaldy is being hounded by Harris Barber.
This is the race we've been looking for. It's come to play with just over 1 minute to go, so we are getting towards the final lap board, couple of laps, or maybe the next time by after this one, as Harris Barber beginning to look at Lewis Kirkcaldy's weak points somewhere on the track. Kirkcaldy just looking over his shoulder there. Yep, that green and white Tony Kart of Harris Barber is still there, and he's fully aware as he heads off towards the chicane, into the chicane. Harris Barber will be looking at the way that he can come out of the chicane, and he does come out very well. He'd be just eyeing this part of the track up here now. That's the braking area for the Gasworks hairpin. And, all right, he sat there behind him, but maybe that's where he's kind of weighing up and assessing whether that is an overtaking point.
Well, they'll cross the line with enough time to get 2 laps. So Harris Barber won't want to show his hand too early. If he goes for a move and it doesn't work out for him, Lewis Kirkcaldy will know what to expect next time round. 2 laps to go in Micromax in this superheat, the points of which will be added to the heat points from yesterday to form our grid for the final. This is your top 2. The gap now is 5.5 seconds. It's still a battle for the lead, as Alfie Garrett, though, now is up into 3rd place behind them. He's found the way back through on Freddie Blackshaw.
Time and opportunity beginning to run out for that green helmet at Harris Barber, though. They are on the penultimate lap. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Here's an opportunity. Should he go now? Sits in the wheel tracks of the leader, Kirkcaldy. The orange helmeted driver fully aware that Harris Barber is behind him. Does he wait until the next lap? That will be the last time they will go through the Gasworks hairpin. Or, if he can get out of this one, the paddock turn there, all important. Bit of a gap though, David, so I'm not sure he's going to have the momentum to try here.
I'd have gone there if I was Harris Barber. He was more than close enough, and Lewis Kirkcaldy didn't defend into Gasworks. Maybe, though, Harris Barber will be content with the points that he's going to accumulate from 2nd place. He started this one in 4th. He's up into 2nd now, but points from the superheat is more than what you get in the normal heat. So maybe he's happy, but now Kirkcaldy is defending. That's going to allow Barber to close up.
Yeah, Kirkcaldy, he just has to position his kart right. These narrower Micromax karts on the smaller 950 chassis with the narrower tyres as well. This is the moment here. It's perhaps the last real opportunity. Oh, he did have a sniff, didn't he? He maybe had a look there, but time's running out through the horseshoe. Is not really a passing spot here, as they are maximising their cornering speed here. And into the final turn, it will be the S-plater Kirkcaldy who will take the win, even with the 5-second penalty for a jump start. Harris Barber will finish 2nd, and then it's got to be over 5 seconds for Alfie Garrett to, and it is 5.4 seconds. Alfie Garrett comes through in 3rd place. Freddie Blackshaw stays ahead of Carter Jackson in 4th. Jackson, of course, 5th. Ethan Lloyd, 6th. Great drive, I've got to say, from Sebastian Crawford, who was at the very back of this field, and he's made his way through to 7th place from 12th. With Noah Wicklow coming through in 8th. 9th was Zach Andrew. Max Armott was 10th. 11th was Hamish Gordon, and then Freddie Walker rounds off the 12 kart field. We've got a lot of chat to go through, David.
We do, but a lot of that chat is between each other, which I'm a big fan of.
Because
people
absolutely.
Are asking questions and they're being answered by other people. The one I'm looking at here is that Tommy Duck says, if I weighed like 30 kilos less, I'd be reasonably quick around here. Wouldn't we all, Tommy?
Yeah, mate, I'm with you.
Wouldn't we all? And we're not being helped either by Hendrix Fallat's mum, who bought us a massive slab of cake.
That's right. Hello to Michael Burke. Evening all, 9 p.m. here in Bathurst, Australia. Yeah, try and stay with us. I can't see you being here at the end, Michael, but you can catch up tomorrow on the live stream on Karting Live TV. Isaac Barker, good luck to Daniel Minto and Jensen Chalk. They're both in Junior Rotax. Andrew Aylesbury, big fan of the Mighty Bambinos. What great racing. And thanks for your comments on the on our TV coverage and our commentary, you and I, David. Bunnyman, Michael Burke, 5:36 a.m. in America. Good morning to you, Bunnyman. Hope you've got the coffee and the bacon buns going. Why do they zigzag before the race? Now, that was answered by Sumner Speed, who told him to warm the tyres. It's very cold here. Even if it wasn't cold, they'd still be zigzagging on the warm-up lap. You see it in other forms of car racing, don't you? They're basically on treadless, slick racing rubber, and which is absolutely useless when it's cold. It's like driving on ice. So what you've got to do is you've got to get that temperature in the tyre, get the tyre pressure correct, and the tyre will grip like you have no idea. So that's what you see these drivers doing, trying to get some heat into the tyres on what is a very, very cold day.
If you watch them on the outlap here, you'll see they'll turn into St. John's, this left-hander coming up here, and they'll just understeer so wide because there's just absolutely no heat, and they're just working the wheels now to try and get all the temperature in. That's Oscar Roach in the pink helmet, who we're just going to follow around on this rolling up lap. And you can see him, he's going to work the wheel, and then when he goes into the corners, he just jacks the wheel to the right, blips the throttle, lets the kart push on. He's getting heat into the tyres. The problem we saw yesterday, Joe, is by the time they get to the first corner, it is so cold that they're not getting the heat, particularly those drivers on the outside that are offline. They're struggling with this first corner. and that's going to be difficult for those drivers in positions 2, 4, 6 respectively.
Let's have a look at the grid. Max Jolly, the local expert here at Warden Law with Hunter Motorsport, on the pole position from Project One's Ryan White, alongside the former British cadet champion, Honda cadet champion that is. Leo Livings and Oliver Barton are on row 2. Oscar Roach and Soren Gallagher, row 3. Lewis Stewart and Blair Smith, row 4. Row 5 is Thomas Jackson, Jackson Hilton, Logan Stanley Jones, Hugo McCluskey are next up. Eli Rideout and Ella Dixon share row 7. And then it's the two bats, Hakeem and Adam Batt, in 15th and 16th.
Don't worry, folks, we're not racing. We've had a false start roll round. That's what the green flag is there with the yellow chevron on it that's being shown all the way up to Marshall post number 5. So we've had a false start on this occasion.
Sarah Cox is supporting Tommy Lovejoy, car number 79 in the Bambinos. Great to have you along, Sarah. Tommy Duck, where are we? Sumner Speed. I want to do a Super Dad Bod rental kart series, 110 kilograms plus. I think they actually have them here at Warden Law with Karting Northeast. They have a heavier category in the higher car championship. So yeah, check out the Karting Northeast website.
I can tell you now, I'm 90.6 kilos because I went over the weighbridge and stood on it last night.
That's you're just a mere waif of a man.
I'm not getting lost behind a lamppost.
Bunnyman asks, when they ride the person in front of them, the rear bump, is that to push them out of the way or make passes? What's up with that? Not necessarily. You've got momentum, not enough momentum to pull alongside, so you just nestle your bumper up against the rear bumper of the cart in front of you to keep the momentum. It's another false start,
too quick.
And that was because it was too quick. So Max Jolly's got another opportunity to get this right, and I would expect if he doesn't, then we're going to see them stopped and a little chat with our race director, Dan Ashton, which is always nice.
We had 5-second penalties applied yesterday, didn't we? Because the junior Rotax front 2 got stopped and talked to at the end of the second rolling up lap yesterday. They then didn't comply the next time round. The race was allowed to start, and then a 5-second penalty was applied to both of the front runners in that race. So Max Jolly, this is definitely not his first rodeo, but will need to slow it down. They're getting on the power too quickly out of that final corner.
Just to add to what to answer Bunnyman, who's been answered more than adequately by Sumner Speed. Thanks for all this interaction on the YouTube chat. The bumpers on these carts are detachable, so if you do hit something with your front bumper, there is a mechanism of it that detaches the bumper. And when they come off track after a race, if that bumper is hanging loose on that mechanism, you get an instant 5-second penalty.
Yeah, they call it a front fairing penalty. It pushes in and drops down on a bracket and wobbles round a little bit.
And that's to deter people from deliberately pushing one another off. So you do get a little bit of nudging, but not deliberately pushing. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this one underway. And it looks like we are racing. Max Jolly on the inside with the orange and blue cart. There, the tyres looking still very, very cold indeed, as Max Jolly and Leo Livings getting ahead of Ryan White. Leo Livings down the inside of Jolly. Didn't come off, though.
No, Max Jolly squeezed him to the inside. Ryan White now in third place, under pressure from Oscar Roach, who tries to go all the way round the outside. That's not worked out for him either. And behind Ryan White, trying to figure out who that is in fourth place as they're skipping over the curbs at Senna 2. It's all changing in the background. That looks like it's the 156 of Blair Smith, the Scotsman, going well up into P5. In fourth place, it's driver in the Birrell ART colours, trying to pick the number out as he's going very quickly there.
yeah, he is on I was going to say he's on a Birrell. I'll try and have a look on the entry list, but we're going to have that answered very shortly as they come around the final turn and cross the line to complete the first lap. Max Jolly, Leo Livings, Ryan White, Lewis Stewart, Blair Smith, Soren Gallagher, and a change for the lead.
Leo Livings down the inside of Max Jolly with a late move that almost caught Jolly out. We turned in, saw Leo Livings there. Leo Livings is through, though, up into second place. It was Lewis Stewart in the 188 with a great start, making up 3 places in that Birrell ART coloured machine, but looks like he could hand over fourth place in the background there to Blair Smith. We'll see how they come out, and that's Smith in the background drawing alongside once again. Leo Livings from Max Jolly, the top 2 from yesterday, trying to push away from Ryan White, who was fairly lonely in third place yesterday.
I was talking to his dad Paul yesterday, and he was saying we just need to find that little bit. We're going to work on something. have a think overnight and, a few tweaks to whatever that is needed to get Ryan on terms with those two carts ahead of him. So the blue and yellow helmet, that's Leo Livings. Max Jolly in the orange and white helmet is in second, and Ryan White, the cart behind him there in the picture, the green helmet there, trying to get on terms. He knows this place like the back of his hand. He's won races here in Honda Cadet, and Max Jolly also knows this place like the back of his hand, and down the inside of Livings at the first of the centres, he will lead towards the chicane.
And that's brought Ryan White right back into the mix. I was fairly sure that Max Jolly was content to push Leo Livings away, but here comes Leo Livings again, back at him down into Gasworks. Through those two go. If they continue to squabble, that's going to give Ryan White the chance, because whatever they work together, I think they've probably got a 10th at the moment on Ryan White in the 147, in the red and green of Project One in third place. But whatever they scrap, Ryan White's going to be there to pick up the pieces behind them. Lewis Smith still holding firm in that fourth place from Blair Smith. Sorry, Gallagher, Jackson Hilton, Thomas Jackson, Oliver Barton and Logan Jones, your top 10. This is your top three, though, nothing between them.
The leader there, Leo Livings, he's with Synergy. Max Jolly in second. I noticed when Max Jolly got in the lead there on that previous lap, he tapped his helmet to Leo Livings as if to say, let's work together and build a gap. However, Leo Livings was having none of it. The Synergy driver off and into the lead. Hunter Motorsport in second, Project One in third. These three breaking away ever so slightly from Lewis Stewart, the kart in fourth. But if these three, David, start and continue to pass and repass one another, that's going to bring in that line of karts. Lewis Stewart, Blair Smith, Soren Gallagher, Jackson Hilton, Thomas Jackson. They're going to get on terms with these three, and it's going to be a train of 10 karts at the front of this pack.
Certainly will, as on the previous lap, Thomas Jackson set the fastest lap. Now it's Oliver Barton in P9. The top two, though, now, having not overtaken each other for a little while, have opened up a kart length back to Ryan White, who goes slightly wide through the exit of the dog leg and clips the soil, the dirt, and that's opened up a few kart lengths, which he closes up on the brakes, but the other two will get on the power slightly before and they'll move away once again. Blair Smith's got through for fourth place. Let's see whether he can close in. Now he's found a way past Lewis Smith.
Will Max Jolly take his own advice and stick with the in the wheel tracks of Leo Livings and build a gap? I think he is. I think Max Jolly is maybe being a bit clever here. Leo Livings, he's happy. He's in the front of this field. That's where he wanted to be. He wants to command the pace. Max Jolly, if Leo Livings makes a mistake there at the front, and here he comes. Here's the momentum of that Venator engine coming into play for Max Jolly. And down the inside of turn one, that's a really brave move, I've got to say.
Yeah, Livings did indeed make a mistake. He was a kart length too tight into Paddock Bend. I don't know whether he was expecting Jolly to send a move down the inside, but look at that in the background. As Joe predicted, Blair Smith and Lewis Stewart coming into the mix. Soren Gallagher in the shot as well. We're going to be all the way down here to 9th place.
This is great, isn't it?
At the front of Intermax 950. Max Jolly and Leo Livings, who throughout this race, I'm going to make a joke out of it, but what they do is one of them taps their helmet, the other one gets through, and as they overtake, they tap their helmet as well, having just dished out a level of hypocrisy in not following the leader. And then as soon as they do, go, no, you follow me. And then they expect the other driver to comply immediately.
Well, that's what made me laugh about Max Jolly tapping his helmet once he got in the lead. However, Livings is coming back at him. It's Synergy into the lead again. Max Jolly almost getting pushed wide. Ryan White is preying. He's like that buzzard in the air, just waiting to prey on any rich pickings that he might pick up if these two mix it up too much at the front. It's all steady, though, to war. And look at this. Ryan White under pressure from Blair Smith now. So it's all about a kick-off, and we've still got 3 minutes.
Yeah, this time it was Max Jolly who was that half a kart length inside the Optimum Racing line at Paddock Bend, and that allowed Leo Livings to do exactly to him what he'd done to Livings on the previous lap. We are all the way down to Jackson Hilton in a train of karts in 7th place at the moment. I think in the 127 for Hilton. They're all in that one camera shot. Let's see whether Max Jolly...
7 laps completed. Leo Livings leads across the line. Jolly stays in his wheel track through turn 1. Happy to sit there. Ryan White, Blair Smith, Lewis Stewart, Soren Gallagher, they're your top 6. This part of the track here is called the dog leg, using all of that exit curb to keep that momentum up. Jolly right with Livings now as they head towards the centres, over the bump there. Notorious bump into centre 1. out of there and into centre two. Just lovely momentum for Jolly. Just sits the kart up there to stop Livings coming through and doing the undercut. And as they go through the back chicane, out through the curving back straight, will Livings come back at him? Max Jolly maximises the entry, and Livings wants to be ahead, doesn't he? He doesn't seem at all settled to sit in the wheel tracks of Max Jolly. And with under 2 minutes to go, we don't need the 2-minute board. It's been backwards and forwards from the very off. And here comes Livings again, is it? Nope, sits back inside.
I think he thought about it, and then Jolly sort of just moved the kart across a few inches. Livings decided that now wasn't the correct time to come down the inside of him. Behind them, Blair Smith is on the back of Ryan White, but Lewis Stewart in the 188 in the colours of Birrell is going with them as well. We are nothing between the top seven. Is there? There's 1.1 seconds down to Jackson Hilton of Hunter Motorsports, and then that's the Blair Smith down the inside of Ryan White into the Dunlop chicane. And Blair Smith now is up into third place. Let's see whether he's got the pace to go with him. That's Jackson Hilton round into Gasworks. He tried a move on Sorry and Gallagher that didn't work out for him, and he spins out of P7.
Yeah, just a little bit too heavy into that corner there, into the Gasworks hairpin. Meanwhile, the two leaders have broke free. Here comes Livings again down the inside of Jolly. They're side by side into turn one. They sort themselves out through the left-hander of Brian's Bend and then into the dogleg. We did have a 7-kart train. That's now concertinaed back up. Ryan White has dropped to fourth. Up into third has gone Blair Smith. That's Leo Livings in the bright yellow helmet there with the blue front, who is quite happy to sit at the front of this field. It's going to be on the cusp of whether we get the 1 lap to go board. There's 20 seconds or so on the board. Can they get round the rest of this lap and get that 1 minute board, or will they make it across the line before we get to zero? There's 10 seconds on the board now. Here he comes then, Leo Livings. I think it's going to be last lap, 3, 2, 1. Is it? Oh, talk about on the cusp.
Oh, 2 to go.
Wow. 2 laps. Let's have 5 more laps, because this is brilliant. This is utterly
surprise
brilliant.
Them on the overhead gantry.
Yeah, 5 laps to go, because the commentator said.
Yeah,
we like that. Yep. Right, so David, here we go, mate. There's 2 laps to go. Can Leo Livings defend? Do they know there's 2 laps to go? They were so quick across the line there. They're going to be surprised to see 1 more lap, I think, these drivers, as Leo Livings goes into defensive mode.
Yeah, certainly did. As they headed up towards centre one, he hit the bump and then moved to the inside, looks over his shoulder, realises he's got a kart length in order to not defend Max Jolly this time. Leo Livings, who started this race in third place, moved up into second at the start and then almost immediately took the lead from Max Jolly. These two have duked it out throughout. Now it's the final lap as they head up towards turn one. Jolly not close enough this time.
Yeah, but
Leo Livings.
Is he gonna hang on and just follow him round and then have a go down at the gasworks? But you know what? Leo Livings has read that same textbook of how to drive Warden Law and how to defend Warden Law. He defends into the first of the centres, positions the kart right in the middle of the track. Max Jolly says, yep, you can have that one. I'm going to hang on to your rear bumper. This is the bit here. Jolly in that second place, in the orange helmet. He needs to get right on the bumper of Livings, and he is right on the bumper of Livings. Has he got enough to defend? No, Livings has, though. He's defended well, and it's going to be an impossible ask for Max Jolly to get by now, David, as they get towards the final corner.
Up towards paddock then for the final time. Leo Livings will take the victory in the superheat for Intermax 950. From Max Jolly, I think second place still going to be enough for Max Jolly to qualify on pole position for the super final this afternoon. Lewis Stewart up into third place at the end, having run down in fifth for most of the final few laps, in front of Blair Smith and Ryan White, Soreen Gallagher and Oliver Barton. Then it's Thomas Jackson. Jackson Hilton, who was seventh, spun down to ninth at the Gasworks hairpin in front of Logan Jones, Ella Dixon and Hakeem Batt, Hugo McCluskey, Eli Rideout and Adam Batch. Oscar Roach retired on lap number 3 as he came into the pit lane.
Fabulous stuff. Absolutely fabulous stuff. What to watch out for the Intermax final coming up this afternoon. That was a complete and utter ding-dong. And talking of ding-dongs, we've got the juniors out next. That is invariably going to be an absolute ding-dong. 2 groups of juniors.
Yep,
now then,
quickly, Joe, before you grid up, because it'll give you more time to run through your grid. Juniors and seniors are going to get 2 rolling up laps to get heat into their tyres.
Yeah, thanks for that. Gives me a chance, because it's a huge grid for both of our groups. I want to say hello to Kevin Jackson, supporting Tommy Lovejoy. Cheering is on. Love Grandad from Kevin Jackson there. So Tommy Lovejoy, he's got a support mechanism there back home. Right then, what have we got on track? They've been released from the collecting area. It's the first of the groups for Junior Rotax. We've got 2 grids of Junior Rotax for their superheats. It's Charlie Wolfett on the pole position from Lewis Sumner. Second row is Daniel Minto and Milo Manderson. Third row of the grid is Jensen Pritchard and Ewan House. Ryan Gandor and Oliver Fabricus are on row 4. Row 5 is Owen Wallace and James Kell. We've then got on row 6 Melissa Adrian and Charlie Benson. Scott McDowell shares row 7 with Oliver Liversedge. Amy Peacock and Charlie Vary are sharing row 8. Row 9, Elliot Surtees and Oliver White. Mark Arthur and Matt Scott are row 10. Finley Smith and Bella Brown are on row 11. And then Kieran Stewart, Emma Leckie, and it's Harris Halley that rounds off a 25-kart superheat for the first of our Junior Rotax races.
Yeah, there'll be another superheat straight after this one. So the points leader from yesterday takes pole position in Superheat A. The driver in second in points takes pole position in Superheat B. Driver in third goes off the front row outside. That's Lewis Sumner of Superheat A. Driver in fourth goes on the outside of Superheat B. I think you can figure out how it works for the rest of it without me running down. The driver in 50th place goes off P wherever in whatever Superheat.
Did you mention B finals?
We did earlier on. What will happen when we add all the points together after the Superheat? The top 30 in points will go automatically through to the A final. The remaining runners will go into the B final in points order to form the grid for that. The top 4 of which will be promoted into the A final at the end of the B final.
So Superheat, first of our junior groups there, just beginning to, and you can see them weaving there to get heat into their tyres, get those tyres up to temperature. The tyres will still not be at their optimum operating temperature until about going into lap 3 at least on a cold day like this. Yes, it's perfectly dry, but it is very, very chilly and cold out there. You can see a lot of bobble hats around the place. I think we've got a top temperature of about 6 and 7 degrees. That's how cold it is. I can't work out the Fahrenheit for everybody watching in America, but I'm sure you'll do the maths. It's pretty chilly. So here we go. Lewis Sumner on the number 238. Charlie Wolfett on the pole position on the 295. And it is the pole man. I think that's an MLC liveried car. That is on the pole for Charlie Wolfett. We'll get these underway, though, because that's a very ordered grid. Wheel banging into turn 1. Let's see how hot the tyres are. Sliding very wide indeed, and that's Daniel Minto sneaking into second there and getting a little bit of the wheel banging going on.
We've got on top of each other at turn 1, Joe. The 216 and the 298. That's Ryan Gandor, and the 298 is Owen Wallace.
So instant aplenty going into turn 1 on those cold tyres. That just indicates, for all those people questioning why they were weaving on the straight, that helps get a bit of heat into the tyres, but they're still nowhere near where we need them to be. We are racing down towards the gasworks, though, and it is Charlie Wolfett who's broken away a little bit of a gap, and that little fracas that happened at turn 1, David, has kind of strung out the field, hasn't it?
It certainly has. It's dropped Lewis Sumner as well outside the top 3. Started on the inside, but he's dropped down the order. It's Wolfett from Pritchard and Minto. Fabricius, who's had a good start, moves up 4 places, as does Jensen Pritchard, 2nd and 4th respectively. Sumner, Manderson, Ewan House, James Kell and Charlie Benson in front of Charlie Vary and Ollie Liversedge.
Cracking start from Pritchard to get into second as well. Dropping back, it looks like, off Wolfett, though. That's Daniel Minto there, just relatively new, just out of Intermax, into the junior Rotax Max category. He's with Hunter Motorsport, and Daniel is certainly the spring champion here. He's won championships in Micromax and Intermax here at Warden Law, so he's a bit of a specialist here at Warden Law. And as is Jensen Pritchard, who Jensen, I think, is with Ultimate R these days, but Jensen local to this place as well. But both of these drivers struggling, I think, David, to catch Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah, I think so. I was surprised then when you said, Daniel Minto, fairly new to this. I was like, I remember he was in Honda when we first started.
Fairly new to junior Rotax, I mean.
He is fairly new to junior Rotax, that's for sure, but he's taken to it very, very well in the 282 in third place in the colours of Hunter Motorsport, currently trying to hunt down Jensen Pritchard. He was 2/10 quicker on the previous lap, and through the middle complex of corners closes up once again on Pritchard, but he's dragging Oliver Fabricius, the man from South Yorkshire, along with Lewis Suvner, Milo Manderson as well, into the mix here.
Fabricius about to have a go at Minto. It looks like he's just kind of weighing him up, and yeah, we're seeing a waiting game that's perhaps more common in the smaller engines, or the more restricted engines junior classes such as Inter and Micro. However, they've been kicking off left, right and centre, where we've got more of a waiting game being shown in the junior Rotax class. Oh, down the inside of the dogleg, that was a tricky move from Minto, and he's pulled it off. And I think that was more to do with Pritchard there in the orange and white helmet. He slid a bit wide at the dogleg there, didn't he?
He did.
That allowed Minto through.
That's also allowed Lewis Sumner to get alongside and through on Oliver Fabricius, who then was under pressure from Milo Manderson. Here's a replay of the dogleg, as wide as Joe points out there by Pritchard. He was half a kart length wide in the first part of the corner, and then gets squeezed out wide onto the rumble strip.
You know what, in fairness to Pritchard there, he was taking a conventional line using all of that exit curb. It seemed to be Minto who held the tighter line, positioned his kart, had the momentum to get alongside into the second right-hand part of the dogleg.
It was the right-hander, the first right-hander that they'll come up to. They go left round Bryans. It was this one here. Pritchard was half a kart length wide, and Minto just thought, well, the gap's there, let's go through. And now Pritchard is under a lot of pressure from Lewis Sumner in the green and white TB chassis kart, and down the inside goes Sumner into Senna 1. Great move. He's just got to be mindful of the switchback. Doesn't have to worry about it, because Pritchard's going to get mugged this time once again by Oliver Fabricius.
Yeah, Fabricius there using the advantage of Pritchard being sort of destabilised, let's say, through that centre complex, and Pritchard coming back, and a great move there down the inside of Fabricius. He loses out as well to Milo Manderson. Let's have another look at this. Look at that. That's absolute last of the late breakers. Used as I say, a tin opener literally to get through there. But again, that was more about Fabricius accommodating. He saw him coming down the inside and sort of kept out of his way. There's plenty of time for Fabricius to come back, but to get back at Pritchard, he's got to get past that man Manderson.
He's got a few drivers behind him to contend with. Ewan House, James Kell, Charlie Very as well in the 237. He's going to have to be quick in getting through, and he is down the inside at centre 1 on Milo Manderson. Now it's Manderson's problem with having Ewan House and James Kell, Charlie Very. It looks like we've got Charlie Benson on the back of that as well, have we? Not too far back off Charlie Very in the yellow. Oh, that's a great slide job down the inside. That is NASCAR style slide job by James Kell into Gasworks.
James Kell with X-Kart. He's on the TB kart in that bright green and white livery kart there. Just beautiful use of the brakes there. Braking on the rear axle only, remember, in these karts. And there is Manderson using all of that momentum and squeezing down the inside of Fabricius as they come out and still chasing that orange and white kart of Jensen Pritchard. Pritchard doing a great job there to keep these karts behind him. Meanwhile, ahead of Pritchard, Lewis Sumner still trying to get back towards Daniel Minto in second. Charlie Wolfett's checked out. 2.6 seconds the lead for Wolfett.
I was about to say, Charlie Wolfett's in this race. I forgot.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's at the front, miles away. Down the inside goes Milo Manderson on Jensen Pritchard, and that's going to balk them both. And Fabricius is round the outside, almost tipped into a spin by Milo Manderson, who did not want to give that one up. Here's the replay. Manderson down the inside of Jensen Pritchard, forces them both wide. Fabricius there in the white suit with the blue and yellow helmet, and then there's some tyre smoke as him and Milo Manderson come together that almost tipped Fabricius round.
I did say Fabricius has plenty of time to get back ahead of these karts, and that's exactly what he has done. And he's just bided his time, but there was a little bit of good fortune there as karts were beginning to trip over each other. There's the ST Racing kart of, is that Charlie Very who's just come through?
Ewan House through first, Charlie Very through now.
Yeah, so Ewan House on a charge as well. Again, ST Racing, local to the track here at Warden Law. HRS engines on those karts and local knowledge coming into fore. Daniel Minto, though, will need all of that local knowledge to keep the more experienced in Rotax, Junior Rotax, I should say, to keep Lewis Sumner behind him. And here he is, down the inside goes Sumner on the TB kart and ahead of Minto for second.
Great move by Lewis Sumner. He's been tapping away on the door of Daniel Minto for the last few laps. We saw it in the periphery as we focused on the battle for Fabricius all the way down to Benson in ninth earlier on in this race, but he's through now up into second. Is there anything Daniel Minto can do? Minute and 40 on the clock.
I think Sumner, who, remember, he fell foul of that incident at turn 1, didn't he? And he lost a few places. We know how quick he is. He started on the front row of the grid ahead, alongside Charlie Wolfit. There's a bit of an inter-team scrap going on there between Ewan House and Charlie Very, and they've kind of tripped one another over, and that's allowed Manderson back involved. And a bit of an ST sandwich there with Manderson the meat in that sandwich.
Certainly is. Jensen Pritchard, who's in this battle as well, has picked up a 5-second penalty. Here comes Very straight back at Milo Manderson. That is Jensen Pritchard trying to draw alongside him at 2.65 as well. And on the back of this, Amy Peacock has made a late showing. And on the back of Charlie Benson, now we're going all the way down to 10th place on the back of them, as that's Pritchard down the inside of Milo Manderson.
Has he made it happen?
And
yes, he has.
And that's Peacock in the red and black machine. Amy Peacock, the driver from Rotherham, in the 217, making her moves through and up into the top 10 now in P9.
She looks very racy indeed. Keep an eye on that one. The black and red, purpley red kart there just at the tail of that field. There is Minto back. Is Minto back ahead of Sumner, did I see?
It is, and he's got a fairly decent gap as well.
So that was off screen for us. So not quite sure how that happened, but I suspect Lewis Sumner may have got things wrong there, because Minto has got a gap of 0.7 of a second there, where these lot still down the order, still duking it out. Fabricius now in fourth, Ewan House, Charlie Very queuing up behind, and Manderson getting involved. Down the inside has gone 237, Charlie Very. And this is not over yet. This is going to go all the way to the flag, and position changes all the time. Peacock inside of Manderson into the chicane there with that the dark purple helmet. And this is great racing down the order. Pritchard, I don't think Jensen Pritchard has had a lap where he hasn't overtaken someone or been overtaken by someone. That has been a very, very busy heat for him. And we're on the last lap as well.
Certainly hasn't been bored, has he? Neither have we, as here comes Charlie Very trying to find a way past Oliver Fabricius. Fabricius turns in, Very is there, and Charlie Very is through for fourth place. That's Very now up into fourth. Fabricius behind them, Ewan House. Is that Jensen Pritchard just behind? Let's have a look. I think it could even be Amy Peacock.
That is not going to finish in that order, I'm pretty sure. Fabricius very determined, but Charlie Very, he knows this place very well. He knows Warden Law, he knows where to defend. Meanwhile, the leader is into the horseshoe now, Charlie Wolfit, who's absolutely dominated this. There he is there, Charlie. We've neglected Charlie because he's been so far out into the lead. Here he comes now to win by, I think, about 5 seconds. And it's invariably down a little bit to not just Charlie's immensely consistent lappery, but also there's been all hell breaking loose behind him. Daniel Minto, a fine second place there, finally settling that one against the ex-karter Lewis Sumner with the ex-kart team. Oliver Fabricius, I called it. He did get by Charlie Very by whatever means and finishes in fourth. Charlie Very finished fifth. Ewan House, his teammate for ST, finishes in sixth. Jensen Pritchard finally settles for seventh with Milo Manderson eighth, Amy Peacock ninth, and it's Oliver Liversedge that is rounding off the top 10. What a busy Junior Rotax Superheat there. If you enjoyed that, stay on board because we've got another one coming up with the second of our Superheats. Again, this is for, we're calling it Group B. Effectively, it's another grid of 24 karts of Junior Rotax ilk, and I'll catch my breath before I even attempt to have a look at this grid. We're going to get 2 rolling laps, though. 2 rolling laps.
Just to note in that last one as well, Charlie Wolfit with a gap of 4.37 seconds in that. You don't win Junior Rotax races by 4.37 seconds. It's just such a close class.
That is, yeah.
Wolfit, who just got his head down and disappeared. We've got a A kart being recovered out on track. Harris Ali retired in that last race in the 276. His kart being collected from one of the furthest points on track as they come out of the Dunlop chicane. So we'll have a little bit of time for us to preview the second of our junior Rotax Super Heats.
Hello to Mary Joyce. Good luck, Zane Quaker, in the next race. That's this one coming up. Everyone is here watching and cheering you on. Send it, mate, from Mary Joyce. Zane Quaker fan there. Serena House, you've just watched Ewan House there go on ST Racing Boys. Well, they certainly did go on there with a great result for them. What was it? 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th.
Charlie and Ewan.
A 12th place gain as well for Charlie Vary in 5th place.
Yeah,
the
tremendous.
biggest mover throughout that race was Charlie Vary.
That bodes well for a final, doesn't it? Charlie Vary knows this place like the back of his hand.
The aforementioned Zane Quaker, Joe, he'll go off P10 after a mixed day yesterday. He got a 5-second penalty, which didn't matter because he ended up retiring from that first heat, and then a charge through. I think he finished second in his second heat, so he will go off at P10. But one to watch once again, if anything like Wilton Mill, when he charged through the field in the in the super heat and the final as well for Zane Quaker. He's one to watch from P10.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really looking forward to the final when all of we split. We had so many subscribers to this class of karting, which is in rude health at the moment, certainly in the UK. And when you consider what happened at the Rotax World Finals, where Team UK absolutely bossed it in the senior class and the junior class, as well as Intermax, and, well, bossed it until the final, that is. And then it all went to, certainly in the seniors, where they all tripped over one another and took one another out. It's in rude health, Rotax karting in the UK, and none more so than the junior Rotax field. It's going to be a cracking final where you've got the cream of both of the group, well, all three groups, because we split them into three, didn't we? A, B, and C. They've come together in 2 super heats. Yes, now it's split into 2. We're going to put the top 30 in there, and then we're going to have a B final where 4 drivers are going to qualify onto the back of that 30 kart field, making it, of course, a 34 kart field for the final. That's where the trophies are presented. Have we got time for the grid now, David, or have you got something?
No.
For the grid?
No,
so
the grids.
We've released the karts from the collecting area, and it will be Oakley Garthwaite on the pole position, leading the field round with Harry Freeman alongside. Second row of the grid is Riley Bishop and Alex Goodson. Alex, in his first weekend of junior Rotax karting, that is a cracking result for young Alex to qualify 4th for the super heat. Behind Alex on row 3 is Finley Buck and Marcel Popico, with Lloyd Palmer and Daniel Hartley. Daniel, got to mention, is our Junior Primo Kart Championship champion here in 2024. He will start 8th alongside Lloyd Palmer in 7th. 9th is Jack Robinson and Zane Quaker, who's got his fan club listening and watching back at home. 6th row of the grid is Jensen Chalk and Andrew Dixon. 7th row, Gregor Reid and Alfie McBain. Logan Lauder and Alfie Lambert are next up on row 8. Lewis Holt and local driver Bella McConville start on row 9. Hasnan Khan in his first weekend, in fact, only the second day on a junior Rotax kart for Hasnan, and he would have been higher up the grid if it wasn't for a technical infringement that's dropped him down the order. So we'll keep an eye on Hasnan's progress for sure. He starts on row 10 alongside Maya Simpson. Braden Donoghue starts on row 11 with Tyler Richardson alongside, and then the 24 kart field is rounded off by JJ Plowman and Daniel Callahan.
Andrew Dixon, who should be starting 12th, was slow out of the holding area. You saw him on the screen in the 225. He's still rolling round at the tail of the field. So the driver from P12 will start from P24 and last in this one. As Joe mentioned previously, the Rotax Grand Finals that were held in Sarno, this class, Junior Rotax, had an all-Team UK top 3. Jacob Ashcroft, Lewis Goff, Cameron Nelson. That is how strong Junior Rotax is in the UK, that we had a lockout podium at the Rotax Grand Finals. I think we were pretty much on the podium in every class. And there was one as well. I think there was a Hungarian driver who won one, but he does loads of racing over here, so I'm claiming that as well.
He's got citizenship. Here we go then. We are starting racing. This is the second super heat. And have we got a start going?
False start.
No, I think we've got green flags.
Oh.
We have got green flags flying, so we are starting, and it's Oakley Garthwaite that has led into the dogleg for the first time. It's the TP driver behind him, and then down the inside has gone an Ultimate R driver. Is that Riley Bishop? Yes, it is. Into second for Riley Bishop. So Garthwaite, with the squabble going on behind him, has managed to pull at least 2 or 3 kart lengths out of the chicane for the first time.
Bishop got through. Then it's the 2-1-3. Finley Buck is up into second place now in front of Riley Bishop. So Finley Buck, who started in P5, he's up into second place now under pressure from Bishop. The leader, though, Oakley Garthwaite, has already bolted at the front of this race. So Garthwaite for the new Origin Motorsport team will lead away from Finley Buck, Riley Bishop, Lloyd Palmer and Harry Freeman.
Alex Goodson, I noticed there in 6th place, and Zane Quaker up to 7th. Where is that man, Hasnan Khan? I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Sorry, missed him there. 17, up 3 places. We're going to keep an eye on him because he led one of his heats yesterday. As Lloyd Palmer comes under pressure there in 4th place. Meanwhile, Finley Buck and Riley Bishop, are they working together? Looks like they might indeed be. And I'm going to be proved wrong here. No, I'm not. As the green and white TB kart of Riley Bishop slots in behind Finley Buck and quite happy to follow in his wheel tracks and catch that ever-escaping Oakley Garthwaite. Now, Oakley, local driver, Warden law specialist, I'm going to say, and he knows how to drive this track, and he knows how to lead a race here.
He's going to need to, because Finley Buck takes 2 tenths out of him on the previous lap. Riley Bishop in third there in the green TB kart with the black and yellow helmet. Fastest driver on track in 3rd place. Lloyd Palmer, Harry Freeman, Zane Quaker up to 6th. Alex Goodson and up to 2nd. Here's Riley Bishop down the inside of Finley Buck into Senna 1. Further down the top 10, Alex Goodson, Maya Simpson up to 8th from 20th at the start. Stellar opening few laps as drivers for 2nd and 3rd almost come together at the Dunlop chicane. That's Riley Bishop and Finley Buck. Behind them there's a train that goes pretty much from Lloyd Palmer down to Daniel Callahan in 23rd. Yeah,
I was just taking a note of that 4th place driver there, Hunter Motorsports, Lloyd Palmer, under a lot of pressure there, but composure in the way that he's driving there. These two here, that's 2nd and 3rd, Bishop and Buck, and then the kart that is just behind these two. They're just coming into the picture there. We've got a line of karts behind him for 4th place there, Nick. Let's pick Lloyd Palmer up there. Behind him, Harry Freeman, Zane Quaker, Alex Goodson, Maya Simpson. They fan out. This is where the action is, right there for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and as you said, all the way down to, I think, 10th place. Alfie Lambert now joining in at the back of that train of karts. But it's Lloyd Palmer. Yeah, Lloyd Palmer pulling away slightly now, and that's because they're squabbling, isn't it? Yeah. Lloyd Palmer in the orange.
Harry Freeman defended Zane Quaker into Senna 1, and that allowed Alex Goodson in the 2.62 to find a way past Zane Quaker for 6th place. So Harry Freeman with a fairly robust defence of his 5th place. And you'll see Goodson, I think. Oh no, Zane Quaker's back in front. No, he's not, as they cross the timing line. It updates, and Alex Goodson is indeed up into 6th place in front of Quaker, Simpson. Alfie McBain running well in P9. Alfie Lambert rounding out the top 10.
Hasnan Khan up into 14th now, just keeping an eye on his progress as he came through the field to where he should have started. And he'll want to gain and maximise his points haul. He's still going to be down the grid, isn't he? Losing out on points in one of his heats yesterday, but he shows pace around here. Meanwhile, there's the battle for the lead as Bishop has gone through on Garthwaite into the Gasworks hairpin there and into the final turn now, and out and across the line towards us. A change of lead for the first time with Bishop leading for X-Kart.
Pulled half a second, did Riley Bishop. Half a second was the gap when they crossed the timing line previously. And reels him in down the inside. Just if he's not at Gasworks.
If he's not careful, Finley Buck's going to be through for Ultimate R as well. So Oakley Garthwaite now come under pressure. The tyres have come on for both Riley Bishop and Finley Buck, and they have now got the pace to just seemingly sail past Oakley Garthwaite, who has been left standing still. These two now pulling away from him.
Well, Finley Buck there with a helmet tap, imploring Garthwaite to go with him, but Garthwaite's 2 or 3 kart lengths back.
Yeah, and if Garthwaite's not careful, I don't know what's happened to Oakley's pace, but it seems to be dropping back towards the pack now, towards 4th place. And it's his former Hunter Motorsport teammate coming up behind him, Lloyd Palmer, looking over his shoulder as Harry Freeman in that blue and black kart there. That's Harry Freeman challenging for 4th place, the orange and blue kart of Lloyd Palmer, doing all he can, and down the inside at St John's. It's a tricky place to pass that. And there's Alex Goodson in the orange helmet coming through, back through to Lloyd Palmer. In fact, these two battling it out into the second centre. And I'm not even going to guess who's where because they've all changed, David.
Goodson falls down to the back of this train. Zane Kuwaker up into second place in this train of 4. And then they all concertina together, and that forces Lloyd Palmer wide. And Palmer's squeezed out onto the rumble strips. And back at them, I think, comes Harry Freeman. Zane Kuwaker, though, finds himself at the front. And on the back of that, that's Alfie McBain coming in the mix. McBain is down the inside on the exit of the corner. He's up into P7. Palmer down into 8th. Lambert and then Jensen Chalk is on the back of it as well in P10.
Zane Quaker there in the orange kart there. The blue and white shouldered overalls of Zane Quaker has come through the order. Quaker up 3 places now to 4th. And Quaker will want to quickly break away from the blue and black kart there of Harry Freeman and get on terms with Garthwaite. The gap was 2.5 seconds, so that's a big ask.
Oh, that was contact, sorry Joe, in the background. Maya Simpson is round on the exit of Dunlop. I just saw the orange helmet fly across the screen, and Maya Simpson is tipped into a spin.
I'm not sure if she's regained the track, though. She's not there, David, looking across the way.
She's coming round now, round the final corner.
Right, then all change behind the top 5 as Alfie McBain goes up and ahead of his teammate Lloyd Palmer for 6th. Palmer in 7th, Alex Goodson for Origin in 8th, Jensen Chalk 9th, Jack Robinson, Hasnan Khan up to 11th spot now. He took 3 places on that lap, bringing Alfie Lambert up to 12th and Daniel Hartley there in 13th spot there. But from that man there, and there, down the inside has gone the 2-3-3, and that's a move on Alex Goodson from Jensen Chalk, I think.
Chalk, yeah, great move from Jensen Chalk.
First weekend, I think his first weekend in Junior Rotax as well, isn't it?
There's contact into the rear. We've got drivers round. That's the 262 of Alex Goodson, tipped into a spin, and now he's got to wait for a gap in the traffic to rejoin.
Let's have a look at what happened there as they failed barrel into the Gasworks hairpin, and Goodson just got hit from behind there and was then a passenger. Amazing that no one T-boned Alex, and that would be disappointing, the youngster in Junior Rotax for the first weekend. So he will be now on a recovery drive. That kart there, the blue helmet, the blue overalls, Daniel Hartley, that's our Junior Primo champion for 2024. And he is down in, he's back up to 9th spot now, coming under a massive amount of pressure from Jack Robinson.
But he is riding with a 5-second penalty given in race at the front, off camera with Miss Finley Buck take the lead from Riley Bishop. So Finley Buck leads from Riley Bishop, and then Oakley Garthwaite. Penalty as well for Zane Kuwaker in 4th place, given in race. So he's going to have to work hard to try and push away from the rest of the field, not to drop him down the order. There is Finley Buck, though, leading for Ultimate R in the 213 machine from the X-Kart TB chassis. Riley Bishop in second place.
Now Oakley Garthwaite, the third kart there, the black and white kart there, he kind of, that kart has seemingly switched on as he's gone down the inside of Bishop. That Origin kart has just switched on all of a sudden towards the later stages. He had the pace at the beginning, the pace dropped off, and now it's come back in. And that's down to tyres. It's got to be down to tyres. This will be the last lap board next time by for these drivers. And Oakley Garthwaite, who had a bit of a wake-up call when these two came by him, Finley Buck and Riley Bishop, he's gotten by one. That is Riley Bishop ticked off. Can he catch Finley Buck? Finley Buck now on the Ultimate R chassis, heads off and into the final lap.
1 to go, and Finley Buck with a gap of half a second. He started in 5th. He's moved through this field, rode shotgun for most of it, and found a way past Riley Bishop, who now appears to be falling away off the back of Oakley Garthwaite.
Just noticed there, Lloyd Palmer, bit of a Hunter Motorsport inter-team battle going on here between Lloyd Palmer and Alfie McBain for 6th and 7th. Lloyd Palmer back ahead of Alfie McBain going into this final lap, but back to the front because they've come together. Look at that, Garthwaite's closed the gap massively to Finley Buck. I'm not sure he's got enough in the toolkit to get by now, because they've only really got 1-2 corners. This one here, the horseshoe. The final turn here is Paddock Bend, and it will be out of Paddock Bend and across the line. Let's see what the gap is at the line, because it's certainly reduced to almost nothing. In fact, it's 3/10 there at the line. The orange and white cart there. Findlay Buck takes the win. Oakley Garthwaite second. Riley Bishop third. Zane Quaker, great drive from Zane, up the order into fourth. Harry Freeman was fifth, and then that inter-team battle there. Lloyd Palmer sixth, Alfie McBain seventh, Jensen Chalk eighth. Daniel Hartley will take a 5-second penalty, so I'm not sure where Daniel will finish, but he finished ninth on the road with Jack Robinson in 10th. Hasnan Khan up to 12th, just behind Alfie Lambert in 11th, and then just behind Hasnan, Bella McConville, another local driver, Bella finishing in 13th. The rest of the order there on the timing bar, just on the side of the screen.
Yeah, Zane Quaker, another driver with a 5-second in-race penalty. Looks like that will drop him down into 8th place.
No idea what they were for, though, do we? Gregor Reid got a penalty as well. It doesn't really tell us what they are for, so we'll just, we're not going to speculate on that, are we?
No, generally it's advantage by contact, isn't it?
Yeah, usually. Right, the penultimate superheat coming up next. We've got a half-hour lunch break where we've got our paddock show to put out to you, and some interesting chat going on there. A bit of an explanation as to what exactly this class is about as well. Junior Primo. These are exactly the same karts as we've just seen in the previous two heats. They're a junior Rotax kart, 125cc, water-cooled Rotax engine, exactly the same tyres, exactly the same performance levels. The only difference with Junior Primo is purely age of driver. This is a class of karting for drivers aged between 12 and 13. When they get to 14, they move into Junior Rotax. This is a great proving ground for Junior Primo. Is a great proving ground for kids coming through Intermax, Micromax, and then into Junior Rotax. They're with kids who are less experienced in the same age bracket, and it is a great foundation. In fact, Betty Davis gives an equally good explanation. I hope I did it well, Betty. Junior Primos for less experienced drivers, but 12 to 14-year-olds in their first year of juniors, not just 12 and 13-year-olds. That was the definition provided by Darren Beavers. There are 14-year-olds on the grid, so I stand corrected, 12 to 14-year-olds, and it's a way of gaining experience. Thanks for putting me right there, Bet.
Thomas Butcher out of this race already. The cart rolling to a halt. The 54 on the outside of St John's is stationary. Driver already taking sanctuary in Marshall Post 4. So Thomas Butcher from P8 is out of this Junior Primo Superheat before it's even underway.
That's a bit of a shame. I tell you what, the question on everybody's lips is who's going to beat pole man Joseph Mills? Is it going to be Thomas Harper, who starts alongside Alex Forsyth, Tyler Davis on row 2, Alfie Forrester, Cooper Campbell-Lease on row 3, Matthew Clark and Thomas Butcher. Thomas Butcher should start at 8th. He's now out. Dominic Darling and Zach Kane on row 5, I should say. Ronnie Legg and Elijah Hartley on row 6. Then we've got Jensen Cook, Noah Jones, Cameron McNeil, Lewis Gilbert, Jack Moss starting in 17th, George Johnson and JJ Plowman rounding off the 19-kart field. Here we go.
Heading up towards Paddock Bend. Nice and slow by Joseph Mills as he leads them round into the tram lines, into the corridors. Will we get lights out at the first time of asking? Yes, we do. We're away and racing in Junior Primo as Joseph Mills leads us up into the first corner. Alex Forsyth slides through from third into second place. Thomas Harper from second slots nicely into third as behind them there's some contact. And we've already got the 16.
Noah Jones.
Of Noah Jones off. Yeah. And it's the front left front left track rod has snapped. The
so bit of contact through to turn 1 there for Noah Jones. That's put him out with the retirement with some damaged steering there. Meanwhile, at the front of this field, Joseph Mills has checked out as he did yesterday in both of those heats. He's going to be very, very difficult to drive, and considering his experience, showing that he has gotten to grips with this Junior Rotax kart. He hasn't got any kind of karting other than some indoor stuff and some higher kart experience here at Warden Law. And I think he said Warden Law. I'm pretty sure he's got some indoor experience as well. Here they come then. 1 lap completed. Joseph Mills Alex Forsyth, Thomas Harper, Alfie Forrester, Matthew Clark, Ronnie Legg, Dominic Darling, Zach Kane, Jensen Cook, Elijah Hartley, the driver there, rounding off the top 10.
Gap at the front is 0.7 of a second, and Joseph Mills already
in 1 lap.
Yeah, 1 lap moved away. Behind here we've got Thomas Harper and Alfie Forrester on screen. This is your battle for third place. Behind them, Matthew Clark, who qualified in second place but then was removed from that qualification standing for a technical infringement. Started yesterday's races from last place, moved his way through to start the Superheat from 7th, currently running 5th. You'll catch him in the green helmet. There he is in the background in the Hunter Motorsport colours and the red suit. Behind him, Ronnie Legg, Dominic Darling, but looks like Dominic Darling has found a way past Ronnie Legg. Yes, he has. He's up into P6.
There's the Jaguar liveried kart of Thomas Harper. He's with Project One, isn't he?
He's on a Cosmic chassis racing with Ultimate R.
Ultimate R, sorry, yes, yeah, Ultimate R. But he liveries his kart. Kind of his dad's company is a Jaguar parts distributor, is the best way I could describe that. Bit of a Jaguar expert, is Thomas's dad, and a bit of a Jaguar fan there. Le Mans winners in 88 and 89, of course, in those colours, purple and white, and we love to see that.
Reeled in Alex Forsyth as well.
They have, haven't they? Alex Forsyth is... Let's see what the gap is, actually. It was a second to Joseph Mills in the lead. Here they go across the line. 1.4.
Oh, and here comes Harper. Second. Harper down the inside of Alex Forsyth, elbows out, and Harper slides through, chops the nose off the 89 kart of Alex Forsyth, and then Thomas Harper with a huge chunk of curb through the dog legs, lifts that rear up in the air, and that's hampered him up towards St John's. Back down the inside comes Alex Forsyth. Alfie Forrester trying to get in the mix, and Harper's coming straight back at him, and Harper, they've hooked up. And then there's contact further down the field. Thomas Harper dropping down the order as he comes into contact with Alex Forsyth.
Just ran out of space coming out of the first centre there. Too wide down the inside, and Forsyth, I think, turned in a little bit on him. The True Performance Motorsport kart will have damaged. I think that's a radiator that's come loose on that Forsyth kart. We'll see if the officials notice that one, I think, as we've got a recovery drive now.
That's
Joseph Mills, Matthew Clark up the second of the green helmet there. Easy to spot for us, that green helmet, isn't it? Grip
certainly is. What I would say with that Harper incident with Forsyth, he was more than alongside. They were side by side exactly as they came into the corner. They just argued over the same bit of tarmac. Into the pits comes the 81 of Elijah Hartley with a problem.
That's a shame. That is the Matthew Clark second place kart coming under pressure now from Alfie Forrester. Dominic Darling not that far away as well, the number 47, the yellow and blue kart there, just third in the picture there. He's coming back into the fray, and the number 89 of Alex Forsyth staying in that train of karts, not that far behind this battle here. Joseph Mills, let's see what the gap is. He's gone, hasn't he, with that, especially with that incident. 4 seconds now, the gap to Joseph Mills. So this is where the action is for second. Clark and Forrester circulating together as Clark turns into the right-hander at the dog leg now through St John's, and it will be Matthew Clark who's got a bit of a cushion there going into this infield section, and it's going to be a big ask for whether Forrester can get back on terms by the time. And there you see that rear axle just lifting there, unwinding that rear axle for Matthew Clark.
Wide goes Dorling into the entry of the Dunlop chicane. That's going to give Zach Kane, I think, in the 23 an opportunity. He's not close enough. New helmet for Zach Kane this weekend there in the white suit with the red, white and black helmet in fourth in this train. Then there's a gap back to Alex Forsyth, Ronnie Legg and Thomas Harper, although Harper has got past Ronnie Legg and his recovery drive now, and he's going to be the next driver in front of him, Alex Forsyth, who they came together with a few laps ago.
Having a very composed run in second place is Matthew Clark, the Hunter Motorsport driver here on home turf, of course, so he'll not be a stranger to the contours and the vagaries of the track here this weekend. Alfie Forrester, though, he's experienced enough to be able to follow in his wheel tracks, and there is Dominic Darling with Zach Kane on the X-Kart, looking like he's preparing to perhaps get ahead of Darling, and he wants that fourth place, doesn't he?
Yeah, Kane doesn't get the best of exits, though, out of that Dunlop chicane. Whatever line he takes over that curve is throwing his car a cart width further wide compared to Dominic Darling, and then he goes wide round the and he's got water on that left rear. I can assure you. Behind them, though, is Thomas Harper down the inside of Alex Forsyth. Great move. We saw it in the background on the camera there, and Harper, now with the red mist, is trying to charge back through the field.
And he's just taken the driver that he came together with, Alex Forsyth, the True Performance Motorsport driver. I think he's got a bit of damage to that kart after that coming together, because he's dropped away. The pace has dropped off, and just look at Harper. He's been able to pull away. I'm not sure how the stewards are going to see that. There may be, penalties applied. But we always call them as they finish on the road, the drivers.
Well, I think they've got 15 cameras to look at, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
And loads more than us.
So provisional results are always called by the commentators. We leave the officialdom to the more, and there, as I thought that might be the case, Alex Forsyth pulling in the pits. Is that
Jack Moss?
Jack Moss
in the 12.
Another True Performance kart pulling off there. That confused me. Same colours just in front of us. Alex Forsyth, I can assure you, is continuing.
He is. He's falling away, though, off the back of the train. At the front of the battle for second, Matthew Clark is now defending from Alfie Forrester. This is your battle for second and third, and it's going to allow Dominic Darling in the 47 with the white suit, white helmet to draw up on the back as well. And now we've got a three-kart battle for second place. Wide goes Matthew Clark out of Gasworks, uses the extra bit of track on the outside. We've got a train of three now for second place. Forrester, though, is tight out of paddock. Will he get the run up the start finish straight? Yes, he does. Clark defends, but not enough. Through goes Forrester. Suppoon.
Yeah, Matthew Clark back to the drawing board there. Needed to be a bit more decisive on the defensive line. However, it is a bit scary going into turn one here. There's very little speed difference from the top end of the straight, where you're absolutely maximum speed turning into turn one. A bit daunting at times. And Clark has to relinquish that second place to Alfie Forrester. Now Clark has got the advances of Dominic Darling there, the yellow and blue kart in the third kart in that train, and Clark spins off or spins wide as he tried, I think, a little bit of a move.
As well.
Yeah, he has got a problem. Let's have a look at this. He has a go down the inside, gets it all wrong.
No, I don't think he touched Forrester.
I don't think he did. No, he avoided it. And I don't know whether he's locked that rear axle up and stopped the engine.
Yeah, he's out.
The engine has stopped.
Oh, yeah, frustrated driver, angry driver. So the kart pushed away.
Not quite sure what happened there. He just looked like he'd locked it up on the brakes and slid towards the outside, and then the engine just stopped. And I think he might be a bit angry with himself there for that mistake.
Dominic Darling down the inside of Alfie Forrester into
He just
centre
waltzed past him, hadn't he?
Yeah, he went slight. I think he ruined his own exit really to St John's, but still managed to make the move up into centre one for Dominic Darling. He's up into second place. Forrester down to third. Zach Kane and Thomas Harper now lurking on the back of Alfie Forrester as Joseph Mills comes round Paddock Bend to commence the final lap of Junior Primo.
Here he goes then. One lap to go for these. This is second, third, fourth and fifth in the shot there. Down the straight and into turn one. Dominic Darling on the yellow and blue kart. The orange and white kart is Alfie Forrester. And whether or not these 3-4 drivers can change positions, we've got the recovering Thomas Harper in the purple and white silk cut Jaguar livery kart there on the back of this train of four. Darling looks comfortable though, doesn't he?
Yeah, Zach Kane came out of the slipstream there, not to try and attack Forrester, but to try and defend Thomas Harper. Unbeknown to him, Harper was 2 or 3 kart lengths back, so it hasn't helped either of them.
Let's see if we can pick up Joseph Mills. Just come there, he is indeed, as if Nick's reading my mind, our producer. Joseph Mills hasn't had much camera time. That's because he's dominated again. He's going to be on pole position for the final, David.
It's his own fault because he's dominated. He's got no camera time. Dominic Darling will take second place from Alfie Forrester and Zach Kane. Thomas Harper recovers to P5 in front of Alex Forsyth and Ronnie Legg. And then we await Cooper Campbell-Lees, I think, has found a way past Tyler Davis on the final lap. Yes, he has. He'll finish in P8 in front of Davis and then Jensen Cook. Lewis Gilbert in 11th place. George Johnston will finish in P12, and in a race of attrition, 12 finish in a race where 16 started. Matthew Clark, Jack Moss, Elijah Hartley and Noah Jones don't take the checkered flag.
Hello to Mick Palmer, Touring Car Magazine. Track looking great, new buildings adding to it all, racing top notch as usual. Thank you, Mick. I'm not surprised you're not here, mate. It's he said, I bet it's warm in the media suite, or where we are broadcasting from.
Well, you said you were turning the radiator off earlier, and I don't think you did.
I have. I've just turned it back on because it's got a bit of chilly around my feet, but I am turning it off and on when it gets a bit too stifling. David's here in his T-shirt and underpants. We've got the heating on. It's cold, Mick. You've done well staying at home and not coming trackside because it is a bit chilly. I know how delicate you are, but great to have you along on the live stream. We've got the last of our superheats, David, already rattling through them.
We do. It's time for Senior Rotax. They're heading out. They'll get 2 rolling up laps as Thomas Butcher's M Sport number 54 Junior Rotax is returned back into pit lane. The circuit is clear, and it's going to be a good one, this one. We had 2 different heat winners yesterday in Henry Gregory and Morgan Hudson-Brown, and respectively they took a second place apiece as well. They'll share the front row in Superheat.
The only reason why Henry Gregory starts on pole is down to the fastest lap within the race, which was a 49.34. Morgan Hudson-Brown's fastest lap in the race was a 49.49. This is going to be a ding-dong. They are sharing the front row. They're leading the field round. Behind them, pick a winner. Behind them, Scottish champion Max Taylor. In third, Rhys Bailey alongside. Row 3, Jack West, Ben Horner. Row 4, Harry Blow, Stephen Napier. Ethan Head, local driver. Hasn't done much karting this season as Ethan. Back here to do the Winter Series and the Kart Championship though, and he's qualified 9th for his Superheat alongside Lewis Merica. Harry Hurst Grover and Mark McGilvray, I should say, are sharing row 6. LRG driver Marcus King shares with Hunter Motorsports Angus Scrivener on row 7. Luca Palazzo and Molly Pugh are on row 8. Sam Kelbrick and William Eberhardt share row 9. Elliot Foster and Ewan Hughes are on row 10, and Mark Gillibrand. Now, Mark is a 177 driver who just wanted a race here. He's racing, I think he told me he was 9 kilograms overweight.
Yeah.
And that just shows how much weight makes an impact on your performance.
Well, a retirement yesterday didn't do him any favours either.
Yeah.
So,
the reason why he's there is not all down to performance and not all down to being 9 kilograms overweight. He did have a bit of a fraud day.
Here we are.
I'm having to turn the heating off again. Sorry, everybody out there.
So, one race on, one race off for that radiator. It's all action in the commentary box with Joe's right foot just kicking the switch on and off. But it's
I'm heeling and towing.
There's action on track.
Here we go,
as well.
Dave. Here we go. We're getting them underway. And as they barrel into turn 1, it's a great start from the outside road.
It is. It's a false start.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there.
That has done Morgan Hudson-Brown a massive favour on the grounds that I'm fairly sure he'd have got a jump start penalty. He was miles in front.
Yes, he was, and he wasn't. And he's not the pole man.
No,
he doesn't dictate the pace.
On the outside of the front row was Morgan Hudson-Brown.
I'm kind of delighted to see that full start flag, which is the green with the yellow V, because that just wasn't right, was it? And Dan Ashton, eagle-eyed race director Dan Ashton, put that to rights, and he wasn't happy with it too.
So they'll roll round once again here at the second of 3 Winter Series events for the Kart Championship, the third of which will be at Three Sisters on the 7th and 8th of December on, it's a superbly fast track.
Yeah,
Three Sisters.
Can I just say, get your entries in, everybody. The Junior Rotax players, indeed, get your entries in early, or else you're going to be disappointed and end up on a reserve list. So as soon as you get home tomorrow, get those entries in for the third Winter Series event.
Here we go then for the final superheat of the morning in Senior Rotax. Through they go. It looks to be much clearer this time that we're going to go racing. Morgan Hudson-Brown, though, gets the jump this time once again. He's round the outside of Henry Gregory, who fights and holds on to second place.
Great string of karts through the dog leg. Nothing in it at all. Great start from Morgan Hudson-Brown. He had a bit of a rehearsal with the false start, but then did it again when he needed to, and he leads. Is that Rhys Bailey on the 70s? No, it's Henry Gregory, of course, leading. And Henry Gregory will not be happy with losing out to Morgan Hudson-Brown. Gregory's thinking, I started on the pole position, I should be leading this race, but you know that he's just going to play that waiting game and wait for that to come in. Because, David, the tyres aren't even there yet. We've got the kart not turning in as you want, not really carrying as much grip as you're going to get maybe on lap 3, 4, and certainly not on lap 8. So the tyres still coming up to temperature there as we complete lap 1.
Morgan Hudson-Brown then leads from Henry Gregory. Good start from Ben Horner up into third place in number 12. Then it's Rhys Bailey, Jack West and Stephen Napier, who we saw on camera making a great move down the inside of Max Taylor into the Dunlop chicane. Lewis Merica, Harry Bloor and Ethan Head round out your top 10.
Here we go then, out of the first of the centres. That's the battle for third place. Ben Horner, Rhys Bailey, Jack West absolutely ding-donging it. The two leaders there just going through the chicane. Staying in the wheel tracks is Henry Gregory. Meanwhile, third... Oh, no, does not stay in the wheel tracks. Goes down the inside and takes the lead from Morgan Hudson-Brown. Morgan Hudson-Brown literally has to just slot in behind through the horseshoe. It's a one-line corner, never-ending left-hander. And here they come, 2 laps completed, and already Henry Gregory takes the lead. There's something, Morgan Hudson-Brown not happy with something there, David, and I'm not sure whether he means the overtake.
Don't know whether he feels like he was levered wide, but a big long look down to his right for Henry Gregory to make sure Morgan Hudson-Brown wasn't coming back at him. We mentioned yesterday Henry Gregory used to racing Senior X30, double champion this year at PFI and at Wilton Mill in their respective club championships, the two strongest X30 club championships in the country for me. And Henry Gregory now on Rotax machinery, still in his teenage years is Henry Gregory from Retford in Nottinghamshire, leading the 25 of Morgan Hudson-Brown at the moment.
Out on the start-finish straight, it'll be 3 laps completed then, and the first 2 not breaking away at all. We've still got what I would consider a train of karts there through turn 1 with Henry Gregory, Morgan Hudson-Brown there in the lead. The blue and white kart is Henry Gregory, the orange and white kart is Morgan Hudson-Brown, but coming into play now is Jack West on that number 92. What was a 2-card battle for the lead is now certainly 3, potentially 4, with Craft Motorsports' Rhys Bailey coming into play.
Jack West, who started yesterday from last position after a technical infringement in qualifying, meant he had to start from 21st place in both heats. He came through to start this super heat in 5th place. Such was his performance yesterday, and now he's challenging for the win at the front. 4 karts nose to tail behind them. Ben Horner and Max Taylor not too far off either.
Here they come then, and defensive driving with 5.5 minutes remaining. Bit early and a bit of an ask to defend all the way to the flag here.
Well, maybe Gregory feels he made a mistake out of Paddock Bend and had to do that.
That's what I would say if I got pinged for defensive driving. Here they come then, 4 karts at the front of this field. Morgan Hudson-Brown, he can hear the engine of Jack West in his ears. He can hear it. And a warning, indeed, a warning for Henry Gregory there. And I think, was that for turn 1?
In race blocking, yeah. They were told yesterday in the driver briefing, you can defend like that on lap number 1, you can defend like that on the last lap, you can white line as it is effectively called in karting. You can't white line in the middle of the race. They're not going to accept it, and a warning handed out to the 77.
And he acknowledges that warning as he crosses the line. Morgan Hudson-Brown pokes the nose just on the outside, gets the airflow over the kart there, but not enough to get down the inside. And if he's not careful, Jack West and indeed Rhys Bailey in the blue and red kart there in 4th place. This could be anybody's. Who's that? It's the Scottish champion Max Taylor getting involved.
Jack West.
As a change for second.
Great move from Jack West. He came from miles back, and then down the inside comes Taylor as well. Hudson-Brown's hung out to dry. Rhys Bailey's through. Max Taylor is through as well. And Morgan Hudson-Brown, who went for the lead at turn 1, is 5th.
Let's see what happens here. Out and there, down the inside has gone the blue and red kart of the Craft Motorsport, Rhys Bailey. And Morgan Hudson-Brown just ran out of road, didn't he, on the outside that corner?
Smart move by Bailey. Opened the steering up halfway through that and just basically said to Morgan Hudson-Brown, if you don't back out, it's your problem, not mine.
Here's an inter-team battle going on here. Rhys Bailey and Max Taylor from Craft Motorsport down from Scotland. They are battling now for 3rd and 4th. And if they're not careful, if they don't work together, they're not going to. I think the Scottish champions with Craft Motorsport. I've just seen a different livery on the kart there for a moment. No, that does look like Craft to me, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. And they're off. And if they're not careful, what I was going to say, David, They need to stop squabbling between themselves and get back on terms with the leaders.
Certainly do. Jack West, who made that great move on Morgan Hudson-Brown that caused the concertina effect of Hudson-Brown dropping down into 5th, is now swarming all over the back of Henry Gregory.
Did you notice that?
I did not notice that.
5-second penalty for Morgan Hudson-Brown. So his tail of war continues as we've got a change of lead.
Jack West down the inside of Henry Gregory with a super move into turn 1. And we thought Hudson-Brown had gone quickly. He certainly did the first instalment. He did the second time round as well. He'll get a 5-second penalty. Jack West, though, from 21st place yesterday, leads the superheat in senior Rotax.
Great senior Rotax battles throughout this event. We had 2 fabulous heats yesterday, 2 different winners, and if this finishes the way it is, we're going to have a different winner this one. It's going to be a cracking final coming up this afternoon. We're going to go to a lunch break at the checkered flag on this one. We've got our paddock show, some interesting chats through David and I, but right now, with 2.5 minutes remaining, it's Jack West now that takes up the cudgels of this one.
Max Taylor has found a way past Rhys Bailey in the middle of the previous lap, and he's immediately on the back of the 77 of Henry Gregory, who appears to be struggling a little bit with grip now as Taylor's right on him. However, Senna 1 is out of action for overtakes. We've got a yellow flag.
Have we? Well, that's a pass under yellow then.
Yes, it is. And Luca Palazzo is off, I believe, and the yellow flag is waving, so we could well have an OTY.
Yeah, this is clear to see the yellow light and the yellow flag being waved there as the Scottish champion Max Taylor down the inside while the cart is being recovered there. So that will bring out the annoyance of the officials. He'll be up in front of the beak for that one. They do not like to see overtakes under yellows for obvious reasons. Right, 90 seconds of this race remaining. Jack West, Max Taylor, Henry Gregory, Rhys Bailey, Morgan Hudson-Brown carrying a 5-second penalty. Ben Horner, Angus Scrivener, Harry Bloor, Ethan Head, and rounding off your top 10, Harry Hurstgrover.
The overhead gantry is stating an investigation for the S-plate of Max Taylor. They don't need to investigate. Joe and I have already done it.
Well, the evidence is there. The evidence is there. Let's leave that to the officials, though, David. I don't want to get involved in that. Here we go, then. We're getting towards the final stages of the Super Heats for this event. It's the Kart Championship Winter Series event here at Warden Law. The second one of 3. It's not a championship. It's a one-off event, so all to play for. And there's some beautiful trophies up for grabs there. And trophies for the top 5. I've got to say.
Top 5 for our cadet classes. I think it's top 3. I think, is it for seniors?
No, I've seen 5. I'm pretty sure it's 5. Might be wrong.
There's loads of trophies. They're big and gold and massive. Jack West, though, leads from Max Taylor. Rhys Bailey overtook on camera Henry Gregory on the previous lap. He's now under pressure from Morgan Hudson-Brown. So Gregory falling backwards at the final few laps of this one and falling another place as Morgan Hudson-Brown goes down the inside at Senna 2.
Nothing to worry about there, though, as Morgan Hudson-Brown's carrying a 5-second penalty, so he might be ahead of him on the road, but he won't be at the finish of this race. We'll work that out. We'll leave the officials to work the actual official results out. These are provisional results, as we call them, as we get into the final lap. Then 1 lap to go, board flies as the leader, Jack West, Max Taylor, Rhys Bailey, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Henry Gregory, Ben Horner, Angus Scrivener up into 7th place and ahead of Harry Hurstgrover for 8th.
2 of the top 5 are carrying 5-second. Well, we think they'll end up carrying 5-second penalties potentially. Hudson-Brown's got one. Max Taylor in 2nd is under investigation. So, as Joe pointed out, Henry Gregory doesn't need to defend them positions too venomously. He's got a decent points haul out of the heats. His nearest rival, Rhys Bailey, is only a few places in front of him. Jack West, though, is the one to watch for me for the final later on. He's been superb in this super heat.
Considering where he came from in the heats, here he is about to take victory in the super final. I don't know where that's going to put him on the grid, David, but it's going to be up there with a very, very fine win coming through the field. Jack West takes the win. Max Taylor, a controversial 2nd place. Rhys Bailey 3rd, Morgan Hudson-Brown 4th, Henry Gregory 5th, 6th was Ben Horner, Angus Scrivener finishes 7th, Harry Hurstgrover 8th, 9th was Ethan Head, and rounding off the top 10 is Lewis Murica. Well, that concludes the Super Heats. We go to about a half-hour lunch break now. It's just after midday here in the UK, We've got our paddock show to screen for you now. We've got some very interesting chat. David and I had a wander about the paddock and claimed a few victims. We'll bid you farewell now. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy the paddock show, and we'll see you after. If you think the racing's been great this morning, you are in for a treat this afternoon. It's going to be phenomenal.
Well, hello and welcome to the Kart Championship. It's the Winter Series. We are at Warden Law. It's a lovely, glorious, warm November day. The sort of day you rarely get very close to Sunderland. But luckily our local correspondent, Joe Bradley, has decided it's the Antarctic. Joe, could you put any more layers on?
Yes, it may be bright and sunny, but it is cold. We are on the northeast coast of England.
Are we near Hull?
We're nowhere near Hull, Nick. No, I know you really want to be for some reason. We have beautiful days here all the time. We just don't tell anyone because we just want to keep those Southerners away. No, we're glad to have the Southerners here, of course. Car Championship Winter Series and the Warden Car Club Autumn Cup.
Double cup, double championship, double trophies, and double the fun.
Lots of silverware up for grabs, Nick, and great entry. 130, did we see? 130 on the total entry.
Well, the car park's certainly full.
Yeah, we can't get any more in. If you're a spectator, well, find a field. Yeah, I mean, we're here at Warden Law. It's dry. The important thing is it's consistent. Mm-hmm. We've got no, dare I say it, there's going to be no showery rain. That is forecast. Keep your fingers crossed. It's going to be like this. Yes, it's cold, but it's dry, and that's all we need. And the circuit is in absolutely great condition. Look at the changes that we're seeing here at Warden Law. Fantastic. Ash, just taking the new premises, the new garage area, all of that rooftop's going to be when we come back here next season, that's going to be just full of spectators. It's going to give it a stadium feel. This is one of the premier venues, and the Kart Championship coming here for their second winter event, and I stress event, because it's not a championship, it's all about the day. It's just fantastic. And everybody who you talk to in the paddock, the amount of people that have been walking up to me in the midweek and saying, I really love coming here. And they've travelled 6-hour drives from the very southern edges of the UK and, of course, the northern part of Scotland. It's a track that everybody comes here and everybody loves to come here because I think it's a track that rewards bravery, it rewards good engineering setup and good driving, and it's a great track to race on, and the drivers love it because it's so fast.
And as you say, lots of changes. Now, the interesting thing is, the first round of the Kart Championship next year is here in March on a very important day, the 22nd, a very important 23rd of March. More of that next year. But so you'll be able to see on Karting Live TV the changes that happen over winter, and we expect to see that new system completely built. But now, of course, let's talk about today, tomorrow, the Kart Championship Winter Series, and the only way to talk about this is to send Joe with his new little buddy, David Sullivan, off to go and talk to the great and the good and the very small in the paddock.
Normally, we like to speak to the drivers. However, I'm going to start by speaking to what was the chief mechanic yesterday, but I imagine we're going to remove chief. We had a difficult day yesterday, Luke. Let's have a timeline. Talk me through it.
Yeah, you might want to remove the label mechanic as well, just Dad. Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. We, with two drivers, there's an awful lot to pack up and bring with us on a 6-hour journey, and I neglected to bring an exhaust for Ella. And I didn't realize until about 30 minutes before going on track. Having already spilt a bottle of elbow grease on the floor and spent 10 minutes cleaning that up, I was about to start up the engine. I thought, there's something missing at the back of this cart. Exhaust. That was the second head slapper of the day. And anyway, we managed to source an exhaust, but we missed the first 2 sessions on track. And then as we got ready to go out, I went to blow fuel through the line, and it spilled all over the floor because I forgot to hook up the fuel hose to the fuel pump. I'm new to mechanic in Rotax, and Andy's been doing it for 2 years, but I've only been on the spanners myself a couple of weekends. And these things happen, but I had to dismantle the engine to get the fuel line on, and yeah, it was one thing after another, and to cap the day off, I nearly lost my left eye impaling it on a tire spike.
Well, that was bad for morale. Them Hondas were a godsend, weren't they? You just throw fuel in them and then drink a cup of tea for an hour until you're due to go back out again.
Yeah, look, I love the smell and the sound of these carts, but bring on the electric with no carbs and exhausts and all of that. Make our lives an awful lot easier, but no, we dusted ourselves off, and I tell you what, nearly taking my eye out on the tire spike was a healthy dose of reality, and it brought everything else into perspective for the day. The important thing is my daughter Alice, she's smiling, and just going faster and faster every session, and nothing fell off on track. So.
Well, let's have a chat with her. Ella, difficult start to the weekend, from what we've ascertained is entirely not your fault. But how's that impacted the race weekend?
Well, it's my first time on this track as an inter, so, I mean, I didn't get as much practice, which isn't great. Overall, at least I got those last 3 practice sessions in, so I can learn the track and get used to everything on the kart again. It's only my second weekend on it, so it's not too bad.
Good, well, we've grabbed you straight after qualifying. I've not been able to see the results, but hopefully you can give us an exclusive. How did we quali?
13th, I think, which is quite good. Like, I'm really happy with it. It's 4/10. It's 4/10 better than my PB yesterday. So yeah, I'm really proud of it.
Good. The one thing that's going to change as well, in Honda you were doing standing starts. Now we're going to be doing rolling starts. What's the sort of experience with those so far?
Well, I like to sometimes I like to hang back and wait for the crashes in front, so I have that gap, so I can drive past it. But sometimes that doesn't work because then I can't get back to the front and actually be in the fight there. So it all depends on where I am on the grid. I'm not on the last row, so I'm going to try and stay as close as I can to the kart in front, and just hope that if the crashes do happen, I'll be there to drive around it and pick up the positions.
Good stuff. Well, we look forward to watching your progress, and we look forward to seeing whether Dad can become chief mechanic again for you in the future.
A formidable competitor, certainly in the Honda Cadet classes, was this gentleman here, Ryan White, Honda Cadet British champion, club champion, lots of championships under this man's belt. However, Ryan White, a little bit different for now. You are on a Rotax, an Intermax Rotax engine kart. We know how quick you are in a Honda Cadet, and you're pretty quick in qualifying, 3rd, I believe.
Yeah.
So, how were you finding the Rotax kart?
Well, it's a step up, a lot harder, a lot smoother, but I'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously are getting there. How different is it from the Honda Cadet in kind of how you drive the kart?
Loads. In this class, it's kill or be killed. If you're not making a move, someone will be making a move on you. Right. A lot quicker, a lot more on the line.
Mm-hmm. They come out of the corner quicker, so you are going into the corners a lot quicker. Was that tricky to get your head round at first?
A little bit. It's just using the brake more.
Right.
You go into the corner so quickly that if you don't, you're going to overshoot the corner miles.
Right. And when it comes to braking, the Honda Cadet was a lighter kart, I believe, than this. So when you go into the corner on the brake, you know, it's all about the rear axle in karting. The brakes only act on this disc here. So it's effectively, in a road car, it's like putting your handbrake on, so you can lock the back end up, and the kart becomes kind of out of control a little bit. Not so much in a Honda Cadet, though, you guys, but do you use the brake like that in an Intermax?
A little bit, yeah. Just you jack the back wheel up to get round corners.
And how did you find that? Was that easy to do? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely requires you to be a lot stronger than you need to be in a Honda.
What you mean, from like a drive from your shoulder sense, yeah?
Because you're like chucking around a bigger cart and trying to get that back wheel jacked up is really hard.
Yeah. So, when you first had a go of this kart, Intermax kart, Rotax engine, what was your first thoughts about, wow, was it any different at all?
My first thoughts were, oh, this is rubbish. And that was because my first race and my first time in one of these, my engine was really bad.
Right.
So I was being like drove past in a straight line.
Right.
Apart from that, I loved it.
Yeah. And what when you say I loved it, what exactly did you love about it, Ryan?
The speed, just the way you drive, just the more aggressive nature. Yeah. I love overtaking. I love starting at the back, coming through people. So that's exactly what Inter's all about, passing.
Now, we know how good you are in a Honda Cadet, and the thing about Honda Cadet, we've seen you guys work together, and it seems to be the way, if you don't work together, you get hung out to dry in Honda Cadet. Does that work for an Intermax as well?
Kind of, yeah. You won't see many people working together, but when they do work together, you definitely will be a lot quicker.
Right. And have you made any kind of friendships out on track with the Intermax grid?
Well, in the last one, I just sat behind Leo Livings. gave him a few pushes, and that's why I got to third where I was.
So here at Warden Law, little bit of slipstream helped you.
Yeah, it helps at every track. Just that little bit of slipstream can give you 2 to 3 tenths.
Right. What's Ryan White going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon at the end of this event? Are you what you're looking towards, Ryan?
Top 3 would be nice. Top 3.
I would have expected not any answer other than a top 3 from you, mate. Best of luck. Great to see you in a Rotax. And Ryan White, one to look out for. Always formidable, this lad. When Kart and Live TV first became involved with the Kart Championship, I was introduced to a class of junior Rotax called Junior Primo. What's Junior Primo? Well, Junior Primo specifically for 12 and 13-year-old drivers. And it's kind of an interim class. The karts are exactly the same as Junior Rotax. Same engine, same tyres, same chassis, same everything. It's purely down to age. And I loved the idea. I thought that was a great idea. We were able to have huge grids of 12 and 13-year-old Junior Rotax drivers, and then we had the older drivers in the Junior Rotax class that we see in other championships. One of the advocates of Junior Primo is this gentleman here, Ian Hartley. Ian, your son Daniel is our Junior Primo Kart Championship champion in the summer, and he was certainly the quickest, one of the quickest drivers, clinched the championship, could have gone either way, it wasn't that clean cut. But what was it that, when you decided to go Junior Rotax, prompted you to put Daniel in the Junior Primo class?
Well, because of his experience and relatively new to this sport, when we're in karting, Minimax, the old Minimax that obviously got disbanded for European rules or whatever, wants to go in line with Europe. But anyway, that's another discussion. Yeah, it is. We kind of I looked at the field that moved on from Minimax, the old chassis, and we just thought, with Daniel's experience and let's say immaturity, because he's a young 13-year-old. And I think that's an important thing for us, that the age group within the Junior Rotax, albeit it's the same chassis, same engine, same weight, there's a big difference between maturity in these drivers, not just the maturity in age and hair and facial hair.
We forget that, though, don't we? We forget that. We sometimes forget the human element of this. Yeah. There is a human being at the wheel of these karts, and even more importantly, they're only kids, they're only children.
Yeah, well, exactly that. It's mentally maturity as well, not just physical. Because if you notice, they're a lot more powerful, they're quicker than Minimax. Out of the corners, and it's a different style of driving. There's a lot more lumping it around the corners and physical, a lot more physical than the Minimax. They used to carry a lot more corner speed in the old Minimax. So it does make a big difference. It does make a massive difference. So for me, talking to Darren, he was touching on the idea. We spoke about it a few times, and there were murmurings all through that year about when they changed from the old Minimax, about there's a gap, and it was obvious. Forget about Daniel for a minute. When I watched, I took more interest in it because I like the sport. Well, I love the sport, and we look at it, and I'm thinking, wow, I can't see that lad jumping into a bullet of a junior, and racing against these lads that's taller than me. And that's top and bottom of it, really. But
because you touched on that there, the physicality of the racecraft as well is completely different. 15 and 16-year-old drivers have been, doing this for 4 years. Yes. And then you're putting your 12 and 13-year-old up against that experience and that physicality, because it is quite physical, racing-wise.
Well, for us, going back to Daniel's example, we'd only been doing it 2 years. Yeah. And and he'd been in the deep end for 2 years. Yeah. And Darren said, why don't you put him where he actually should be? And we went, should we, shouldn't we? And then obviously after 2 or 3 rounds, we thought, crikey, he started finding his feet a bit. And then we got other people, saying to us he should be in the other one, he shouldn't be in the other one. But it weren't down to speed. It weren't down to just speed. It's down to getting some confidence, learning the tracks more, getting another year under his belt for Daniel. But going on to other people, I find it difficult when I listen to Darren was telling me somebody rung up and said, is it this chassis, is it that chassis, is it this engine? No, it's not. Yeah, it's still the bullet. 145 kilogram bullet.
There's become a kind of, for want of a better term, a stigma attached. I mean, we've got kids transitioning out of Intermax, which is the new Minimax you mentioned there, and Honda Cadets, etc. And they seem not to want to be involved in Junior Primo because they feel as though it could be wasted time. What would you say to that? Because you guys haven't wasted any time, have you?
Well, we've just come back in now in a good group, and I think we've qualified 8th or something like that. And we're disappointed.
Yeah, exactly.
So we keep moving goalposts like you do in this sport.
So can I ask you, Ian, do you think that the season that he's had in the Junior Primo has put him in good stead now that he's entering into the Junior Rotax older grids?
We think so. We think so.
Well, it's plain to see, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the opposite to that is kind of get him, knocked about midfield, or there's people in the let's say the older, more mature group that should have been, in my opinion, in the Primo this year.
Yes.
And it's nothing personal.
For their sake.
I think so. Yeah. And I think they would have come on better, and that grid would have even been more competitive, and I think that would have compounded the Primo class and make that a stronger class.
Yes.
But this thing about it's a beginner's class and things like that, but it just, like, we're here this weekend now, and I can see why there's Jensen Chalky, and I can see why Minto's in there, and I can see why Wolfit's there. Mm-hmm. They've been going around at Bahrain last year and Italy this year, and if anybody can make that jump, they can.
Yes.
But it's not just.
It's maybe not for the Daniel Mintos of this world and the chalks of this world.
Well, perhaps they were touching on a more, let's call it, streamlined criteria to go into Primo. Yeah. Because I think Dannon's done a fabulous job with that class. But and this isn't a go at anybody, by the way. No. It's just. In hindsight, there probably should have been a little bit more. You've got to be this age, you've got to be this size, or this or that, this experience. But if you get in there and your times are this, or that, I don't know. But maybe this should be probably a little bit more thought out criteria, because this is an MSUK credited championship. Yeah. So I think they should get more involved, if I'm honest.
Yeah, with the Junior Primo concept.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. So. Just to finish off, then, if you've got people out there whose kids are they're not a Daniel Minto, they're not a Jensen Chalk, but they are midfielders in Intermax. Their ages are now 12 and 13. Yeah. They've got to move into Junior Rotax. This is probably ideal, isn't it? What would you say to the people who are out there, and what would you say about making that decision of where to put them in the Kart Championship?
Well, obviously, I think the Kart Championship's one of the better ones. Obviously, it's not British level. But there's 3 or 4 championships like this just under British level, and I think this is where you earn your stripes at this, to start nibbling away at the middle back end, and then earning your stripes, so to speak. But again, this is just my opinion. I would stay strong as a parent because Ben's not here, is he? I discussed it with the team. But discussed it in a way where I said, this is what I'm doing. Yes. And this is why I'm doing it. It'd be nice if I'd had your back in doing that.
And was that, Ian, because you knew your kid, you knew Daniel, and you knew Daniel's personality? You mentioned there, yes, he was 13, but maybe a not as mature a 13 as we see.
Exactly that. Yeah. Exactly that. Because this is the whole thing about it, is that it has gained some confidence, but the lad's under 12 months on. The Mintos and your Wolfits and that, they were carting the nappies. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It suited your child.
Definitely. Yeah. And that, again, it's just coming to the end of our 3rd year, so we're relatively new still, and Daniel's pretty nippy, but there is a lot still to learn and a lot to catch up. Yeah. But I'm thinking about people coming out of cadets into these 145 kilogram bullets.
Yes. Yeah.
Place them in the right championship, place them in the right class. Yeah. We seem to be we seem to get a swagger, don't we, when we put them in the big group. My lad's in the big group. He's running around the backside, the backside of the grid, 2 seconds slower, but he's in the big group.
That's the thing. Yeah. Maybe it is. I'm certainly a massive fan of Junior Primo. We look forward to Junior Primo this weekend, and we also look forward, of course, to the 2025 season, Ian. And you guys will have moved on. because of age. Daniel's now 14, but thanks for those words, and it's a great insight. And if you are out there thinking about where to place your kid next year, Junior Primo, if they're 12 and 13, perfect.
I've shrunk down to Bambino height. I'm joined by Arthur Bowers, probably the happiest, smiliest little kid in the paddock. Arthur, how's your weekend gone so far? Good. Qualifying. We've had qualifying. How's qualifying gone? Good. And you're out there as well. Are we mixed this weekend? Have we got the Mighties and the Comas together?
Yeah.
Good. So how are we finding it working through Comas?
Good.
Now, you're in Mighty, and we keep seeing that grid growing, and I think it's probably the future of Bambino racing. How long have you been doing it?
I don't know.
Don't know. The second season?
Second race.
Second race? I'm sure he's got to have done more than 2 races. I've seen him loads before. Yeah, in Coma, but now we're in Mighty, so good. So I'm getting grief from the people over there. You've got a fan club as well. If the camera can turn around, we've got the Arthur Bowers fan club at the door. There we go. Right. So now, what do we prefer, Coma or Mighty?
Mighty.
We prefer the Mighty. What do you think the mechanic prefers, the Coma or the Mighty?
Mighty.
Mighty. Is it because there's a lot less work to do? Good.
Yeah.
And it means that he can leave the car in the background and not have to work on it while we're interviewing. How do we think we're going to do in the race?
Good.
No, you've told me outside that you were definitely going to win, and that's more than good. Are we definitely going to win?
Yes.
Good. Where are we starting?
First.
Third. Lovely. First. We're starting first on pole position. Good. Well, there's no excuse not to win then from pole position, is there? Head down and get to that checkered flag. Good. Finally, who looks after your car? Who do we need to say thank you to?
David, the flower man.
David the flower man. Right, Arthur Bowers, the happiest little Bambino. Let's see if he's happy in a few hours' time. See if he can take some wins. Tom Nichols, Dexter Petty, 2 of our stars from our Honda Cadet class, which has got quite a bumper grid this weekend with 21 on it. We'll start with Tom. Tom, we've been in Honda for quite a while now, but we've just started dabbling at national level here in the CKC. How have you found it?
It's been really fun. The competitiveness is really good. It's really fun. It's a lot more challenging and a lot more fun.
Good. We've had our qualifying session already. How did that go? It was a slippy track this morning in practice, but less so in quali. How's quali gone for you?
Not very good. Qualified 13th, but I think I can do better in Heat 1. So we'll see where it goes.
Now, we'll have a chat with this young man, Dexter. We've had slightly less experience in Honda, but the results have been good in the last couple of months. We've really grown into it. Tell us about what's happened in the last few weeks.
In the last few weeks, so last week I did one well where I won all the races and won the championship, and then this weekend CKC.
Good. You did your first sort of CKC at the Wilton round. Went all right. Happy with your performance?
Feel like I could have done better. Got the setup right in final, but yeah.
Good. I do like that about a driver when they've done all right, but they always want to do that little bit better, and it is a bit of a push, particularly in Honda. Tom, we're going. We're at the end of the season now. We're in the Winter Series. What are we planning to do next year? Have we made our mind up yet?
Yeah, we've made our mind up. We're going to be selling our 900 chassis and moving to an R200 with a 950, but we don't know yet if we're going to do Honda or R200, but we know that we're getting rid of the 900 chassis and switching to 950.
Good. Are you staying on the Zip, or are you having a chassis change as well?
I don't know what... Yes. Yeah, we are staying on a Zip chassis.
Good. So at the minute we've got Zip on this side and we've got Project One this side. You're on a fairly new chassis to yourself as well. How are we finding the change from the 900 to the 950?
When I changed over, it was quite hard to drive, but now I feel like I've got hang of it.
Good. Well, you say that you've only had what, one practice day here a few weeks back, your day at Wilton, so you've got used to it fairly quickly, I'd say.
Yeah.
Good. You've qualified 7th or 8th, is it?
7th. Yeah.
Good. So you're going off 7th. Tom's going off 13th. But it's all about tomorrow. We've got our heats today. We've got our super heats and finals tomorrow. Where do you think you can get to?
I think I can get to top 5, and I hope I can get top 3.
Good. And Tom, we've got a little bit more work to do from P13, but where do you think you can get up to?
Hoping to get at least in the top 7. Hope maybe top 5, top 3. That would be really good.
Good. So we've got 2 drivers that you'll notice are on black novice plates, but certainly don't drive like it. We'll see how they go in our race day here this weekend at Warden Law.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Karting Live TV. It's the Kart Championship Winter Series. We are about to get going with the all-important finals. My name is still Joe Bradley, and still standing beside me, oddly, is David Sullivan. I haven't scared him away.
Hasn't scared me away, and I haven't done anything to get sacked. So brilliant.
That's a miracle.
Yeah.
That's a miracle. Yeah, we need the debrief. We'll find that out, Dave. We've got the Bambinos coming next. Both the C50, so 2 races in one. I know if you were with us for the Super Finals and indeed the heats yesterday, the Super Heats I should say, and indeed the heats yesterday. We've got 2 races in one. We've got the petrol engine Coma C50s and we've got the Mighty electrically motored Mighty Bambinos. So we're going to try and be in more than one place at once. We're going to try and cover as much of the action as possible and keep you up to date with what's going on both of these grids. I'm about to get going with the grid rundown now. A couple of shout outs for birthdays though on this grid. Paul Man Hendricks Fallat. Well, Hendricks, happy birthday. Happy 7th birthday to Hendricks Fallat. And that was a delicious piece of chocolate cake that you sent up to us.
Cheers for sharing, mate.
Yeah. Oh, you weren't here, Dave.
No,
well,
here.
You will wander off. And also, Freddie Dye, who's also 7 today. I think today. Freddie, happy birthday, Freddie Dye, and happy birthday, Hendricks Fallat. Let's have a look at the grid. First, the C50 Comas, and that will be Hendricks Fallat then, who was a very, very strong first place on the grid with Jensen O'Connor alongside. Calman Simon and Ray Owen are on the second row. Then we've got our Warden Law Spring champion Benjamin Shivar alongside Tommy Lovejoy on row 3. Row 4 is Lani Eden and Isaac Young. Row 5, rounding off the C50s, is Oliver Bullock and Alfie Ward. The second start we'll see, we'll have Arthur Bowers. What a drive that was in the Super Heat, wasn't it? Arthur Bowers on the pole position with Oliver Wood all alongside. Arthur Rhodes and Heath Smith are on row 2. Then we've got Jensen James Williams and Freddie Dye, birthday boy. Ethan Human Junior Writer next up. Then we've got Arthur Thompson, Noah Brad and Ava Garrett with that distinctive pink helmet rounding off the grid.
So, as Joe said, 2 races in one here in this Bambino final. Comas will go off first, followed by Mighty around about 25 seconds later. And in the first instalment, in the pre-final, we did spend a lot of focus on Mighty. That's because they had an immense battle all the way through. We saw Arthur Bowers fall from pole position down to last place and fight his way back to take the win in that race.
Wasn't it?
It was superb.
Yeah, and what was more incredible is you're not supposed to be able to do that with Bambinos. They're so close.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be able to just come through the field. So that was a textbook lesson in racecraft.
He was superb, was Arthur Bowers. Let's see whether he can repeat it this time round. Looks like we're almost ready to go racing. Marshals are back at their posts as the Bambinos head out onto circuit. Coma first, and then they'll be followed shortly by Mighty as the parents, helpers and mechanics will make their way down towards the start line where they'll meet their drivers.
A bit of a running race kicking off there. We've got the bobble hat. 2 bobble hats. The bobble hats wearing shorts there was a winner.
Yeah. Here we go again. This man who ran last time, he did run out of breath very early in his run last time.
Dicing through the traffic there as he sprints on down the line. It's the baseball cap who comes. Oh, he's gone off. He's off on the grass. The baseball cap's off onto the grass. However, there's the winner. And not quite across the line. And he rolls across the line. Let's have a replay as one of our competitors went off, slewed across the grass, and then in fine style just rolls across the line and just in complete show-off style.
That is a strong technique. He's going to get a solid 9 out of 10 from the judges
before you
for
can
his
even
roll technique.
Before you can even think about doing that, you've got to have pulled out a huge lead by sprinting.
Yeah.
Now he's catching his breath there at the front, just sitting on the tyres.
It's pre-planned as well. That's not a spur-of-the-moment thing. He knows what he's doing. He wants some camera time.
Love a bit of showboating in the Bambino parents sprint race. We've got the Bambinos lining up, David. Nick's going to remind us just how long our finals are. 12 minutes, yes, thank you, Nick. We had the 8-minute heats yesterday, the 9-minute super heats. Now we have got a 12-minute duration, 12 minutes and 1 lap, actually. Do you think that is a factor with these youngsters? Do you think that extra 3 minutes, are we going to see fitness or concentration lapsing? They are just 68 years old after all.
I think we're missing Tommy Lovejoy, I think.
No
way.
way.
Out of P6, we are. There's a gap in the traffic. Now, whether he's at the back, I don't know. I think we'll see whether he clicked. He is. He's gone off the back as Tommy Lovejoy. Should have started 6th, but I think he had 2 spins on the outlap. At the start, though, Hendrix Fallat has got the power down. Rocket ship of a start for Fallat, and he's already away with a good gap.
He's absolutely gone, as Hendrix Fallat. It's Jensen O'Connor on the orange cart with the orange helmet, and then that's Ray Thorne, sorry, of course, on the orange cart and orange helmet, and then we've got Calman Simon with that distinctive Ayrton Senna helmet in 3rd place. Coming through in 4th, though, that is Jensen O'Connor, that's the cart, and then the green cart with the green helmet, that's Benjamin Chivard.
Mighty are underway, so they make their way round the first corner. We'll keep an eye out on them in a few moments to make sure they get round, as now Ray Owen defending with a tight line up towards Gasworks hairpin from Calman Simon. This class, though, with Hendrix Fallat, despite the spin in heat number 1 yesterday when himself and Calman Simon together, it really has been the Hendrix Fallat show from heat 2 yesterday and the pre-final today. And they're going to have to work together to close in a gap that's already a mammoth 1.72 seconds. And here comes Calman Simon down the inside. Great move into turn 1.
Wilton Mill winner, remember, in the Kart Championship, first of the winter events, was Calman Simon. And now the question on everyone's lips is, can Calman catch our leader, Hendrix Fallat, and take C50 honours? It's a big ask with the way Hendrix, that birthday cake, has so obviously done him the world of good. Let's catch up on the Mighties as they come through to complete their first lap. And it is Arthur Bowers, no surprise there, Heath Smith, Freddie Dye, JJ Williams, Junior Wright, Ethan Hume, Arthur Rhodes, Oliver Woodall, Ava Garrett up to 19th.
Woodall off the outside of the front row has dropped down to the back end of this train of carts as Oliver Woodall. And the orange helmet at the tail, and down the inside for the lead goes the 3 of Heath Smith. Superb move into St John's. Bowers is going to come back at him, though, is he? No, thought he was going to be helped through there by the birthday boy. Freddie Dye, there's contact further down the order. That's Jensen James Williams in the yellow going round, and it has allowed Oliver Woodall to jump a few of them. Keep an eye out to the right of your screen.
Yeah, we had a few carts tripping over one another there, and Freddie Dye, the number 17, almost being tripped around, did very well to gather that number 17 cart up and catch the slide into the gasworks then for the second time. And it is Arthur Bowers, Heath Smith just beginning to break away now from Freddie Dye and JJ Williams.
It's Junior Wright going into the side of JJ Williams in the yellow cart that spun them all the way down the order. So now I think we're going to have Ethan Hume up into 4th place. It'll be Heath Smith and Arthur Bowers, your top 2. Freddie Dye under pressure here from Ethan Hume, as Hume's going to come down the inside into the first corner, and Woodall's going to go through the gap as well. Great awareness there by Oliver Woodall to slide the number 5 through behind Ethan Hume.
Yeah, went through the gap. That was created, wasn't it? Great racecraft there once again by, bizarrely, these 6 to 8 year old drivers that just show immense ability, immense awareness, and immense understanding of momentum in keeping the speed in their carts and just giving each other room to pass and be repassed. It's some cracking racing we've had all season long here in the Kart Championship with the Mighties and indeed the C50 Bambinos. These are electric powered carts, the Mighty Electro Bambinos, electric powered carts. They are very, very simple to use. It's pretty much a switch on and play. Yes, the parents still have to play around with the chassis setup, which is fundamentally tyre pressures, isn't it?
Yeah, tyre pressures. There's not a lot in terms of front-end setup that you can do on a Bambino. There's little intricacies, but it's generally tyre pressures and just trying to develop your driver, into a smooth driver. Here comes Arthur Bowers. He's out of the slipstream. Ethan Hume as well with a super push job. And the leader, Heath Smith, will drop down into 3rd place. Arthur Bowers leads then from Ethan Hume, who's not had the best of weekends so far, but he's putting himself in the mix for a trophy here. It's top 5 trophies, and a good run by Heath Smith in the 3, Oliver Woodall in the 5, who was the standout for me at Wilton Mill a month or so ago in 4th place.
When you say develop your drivers, you develop your child as well, of course. Develop your child into a driver. This is great battling at the front, though. Side-by-side action into the chicane. It's the number 57 that goes into the chicane first. Will come out of the chicane in first place. And it's a train of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts now as they head down to the Gasworks hairpin. Very little speed difference through this sweeping right-hand hairpin. Plunges downhill. Feels like a real drop in altitude there on these carts. And as they go through the horseshoe, final corner of the lap coming up, it'll be 4 laps completed for these carts.
To say that Arthur Bowers has been fairly dominant in this class so far, in this one, he's led, Heath Smith's led, Ethan Hume has led as Hume defends by parking his cart. Oliver Woodall is up into 3rd place as he slides past Heath Smith. And at the front now, Ethan Hume, the first time he'd driven an electric cart was last weekend at Wombwell. His dad had been fairly adamant that he would never race an electric-powered cart. Well, Gaz Hume is a changed man now. He changed his opinion and openly admitted it on social media platforms that he was a changed man. Down the inside for 2nd place goes Oliver Woodall on Arthur Bowers. That's going to allow Heath Smith through as well, I think, and Smith indeed does slide through into 3rd place. But that just shows that just have a go on one of these electric machines, and it's a far more level playing field than in some other classes, because everything is sort of set within parameters. And changed man, and certainly it's not affecting his driver because he's currently leading.
Well, you've got the likes of a driver that has been with us in the Kart Championship for the whole season. Didn't make an appearance in the Winter Series, but Felix Tandy, who was certainly a round winner. His dad, Nick Tandy, works Porsche driver, Le Mans winner with Porsche. Imsa works Porsche driver, prefers the electric cart because it's less fiddly. He doesn't have the time to put into the setup and the preparation of the carts, and it literally is bolt the motor on, plug and play, switch it on, and away you go. Sort out the tyre pressures and away you go. So I'm pretty sure that's what Ethan Hume's dad was liking when he made the switch to electric.
Arthur Bowers, we saw him there on camera go from 4th to 2nd with a double overtake into turn number 1. So Arthur Bowers, who's led, dropped back to 4th. We know he can come through the field. He did it in the pre-final, the superheat, earlier on. And now he's right on the back of Ethan Hume. Hume has been, I wouldn't say defensive, but he's been parking that number 57 superbly for Ethan Hume, a veteran of Iami Bambino, as Heath Smith goes down the inside of Oliver Woodall with a very robust move on what I would say from someone that is your teammate. Yeah,
that is an RCE team battle going on there. And considering we've still got 4 minutes of this final left, still plenty of time as the 2 leaders break free a little bit. Ethan Hume, Arthur Bowers has crossed the line.
That's Heath Smith and Oliver Woodall coming together down the start-finish straight, and they're going to get swamped. That's Freddie Dye all the way round the outside. JJ Williams in the 7 is round the outside as well. There's a warning on the screen for the 3.
And there's a change of lead. Arthur Bowers in the 99 ahead of Ethan Hume into St John's and off towards the first of the Sennas. There they are. And that's the lead change we've seen. We're going to have back markers come into play as they go side by side into the second centre hairpin. But Bowers staying composed. Ethan Hume slots in behind, gets in the wheel tracks. And there is the lead for C50s. Hendrix Fallat has been caught, has he? Or is that a back marker?
That traffic, that's Noah Brad.
Right, that's a back marker.
In Mighty, so the leaders in Combe are starting to make their way through some of the Mighty traffic now. Hendricks has got a gap of 6.5 seconds.
Yeah, 6.5 seconds for Hendrix Fallat, Calman Simon. 6.6 seconds for Calman Simon to Raith Owen. So bizarrely, we've got the Raith Owen right on his bumper now by a 1/10 of a second, I should say. That was 6.5 seconds behind the leader. This is a battle for second that has been ongoing since we went green.
Yes, it has. They've been fairly compliant with each other from what we've seen out the commentary box window. Let's see whether that's going to happen, though. Still with, as the timer ticks down, 2 minutes and 40. Your race leader is Hendrix Fallat going through. Calmon Simon and Calman Simon goes slightly wide out of Gasworks. That allowed Wraith Owen to draw alongside on exit.
If anything, that disadvantaged Wraith Owen slightly, and he dropped back off him. That's given Calman Simon a little bit of a breather as they come out across the line to complete what will be the 8 laps. Hendrix Fallat is up the road by 7.5 seconds. Wraith Owen just looking as eaten up, stays in the wheel tracks of Calman Simon in second. The orange cart there not having enough pace to get alongside, and I'm not surprised, David, as they speed through turn 1. That's a flat out corner for these Bambinos. They stay flat on the throttle all the way along the straight and turn into turn 1 absolutely flat on the accelerator.
So it looks like we're going to cut back to Mighty, and we do just in time as we see Arthur Bowers taking the timing line in front of Ethan Hume. That overtake happened around about a lap and a half ago.
It's a bit of a cushion as well. That's a kart's length. That's we haven't seen that for a while. Ethan Hume seemed to be in command. We've got a little bit of an issue with a back marker there, but we'll the leaders are well clear of that as they go through the St John's left-hander. The question is, can that number 57 of Ethan Hume, new to Mighty electric karts, but like a duck to water, just proves that there's very little difference in how these karts perform to their petrol engine neighbours.
Yeah.
Exactly the same lap times, exactly the same handling characteristics. They produce the same lap times, but in slightly different ways, but hard to even notice that, to be honest.
Exactly the same chassis as well. My ooh was for Oliver Woodall going down the inside of Freddie Dye, right in front of us in the commentary position, with, well, what did I say? A little bit of side pod.
Yeah, it has been a bit busy down there. Here we go then, across the line for their penultimate lap. Arthur Bowers has got an even bigger cushion now. That's perhaps the biggest gap we've seen for a long time. That's 0.6 of a second. But you can physically see the difference there between Arthur Bowers and Ethan Hume as they go through the dogleg and then on towards the left-hander at St John's. Here's the battle for third and fourth.
Arthur Rhodes has got past Heath Smith, the move into the first corner. So the 82 now in front of the 3. There's Arthur Rhodes with the black helmet, now up into third place.
Now then, that Oliver Woodall incident is, that you just saw out the corner of your eye, that has brought about a 5-second penalty for Oliver, who is in fifth place in the Mighties. So that's going to drop him down the order considerably and probably out of contention. There is a trophy for all of our Bambino drivers, of course, and we don't want anybody to go home disgruntled as we look back towards the horseshoe. This is the battle for third and fourth in the Mighty section. They're coming up to see what will be their penultimate lap to start. 10 laps completed. The C50's already well around their lap. Arthur Bowers leads, Ethan Hume. Then that's Arthur Rhodes and Heath Smith there in third and fourth. And that's not over yet, is it, David?
No, this has got a lot to rumble. They are starting their penultimate lap shortly. We've got there's Arthur Bowers, your race leader. He's been in a race-long battle really with Ethan Hume, but in the last couple of laps has managed to break the resolve of Ethan Hume. That's the gap between them now. It's 1.2 seconds as they cross the timing line around about 25 seconds ago. So it looks like Hume might have to settle for second place.
I did mention at the beginning of this, will those 3 extra minutes make a difference? It seems to have made a difference to Ethan Hume, who was right on the tail of Arthur Bowers, and then he's just dropped away. Side-by-side action towards the gasworks, David.
Arthur Rhodes and Heath Smith run side-by-side. Rhodes defends. Will Smith get the switch back? He's alongside. Is he through? Oh, yes, he is. Squeezes him onto the grass, onto the rumble strip. That's a super move for me for Heath Smith, but that's from a neutral perspective, from the commentary position, but he slid across. Basically said to Arthur Rhodes, look, you're going to run out of curbs soon. It's up to you whether you back out. Arthur Rhodes did not back out, and he had a trip across the grass, and now he's under pressure as well. I think from Oliver Woodall up towards the first corner, door closed in the distance, but it wouldn't have mattered because Woodall is already on a penalty.
Right, let's have a look for Hendrix Fallat, who was on his final lap of the C50 Bambino.
He's coming out of the final corner already.
Yeah, coming out the final corner to take the win in the Kart Championship Winter Series here at Warden Law in fine style. He's got the nose cone, and to match his Nigel Mansell replica helmet, and he leads home Raith Owen, who tried his best to keep on terms. Calman Simon, Raith Owen got past Calman Simon, was what I was trying to say there.
On the last lap.
On the very last lap there, and those two, unfortunately, we missed that. Raith Owen in second, Calman Simon in third. Benjamin Shivar into fourth place with Isaac Young fifth, Jensen O'Connor sixth, and then we've got Lani Eden, Tommy Lovejoy, Oliver Bullock, and there's Arthur Bowers across the line to take the mighty checkered flag.
Still squabbling for third, fourth and fifth in that class as they cross the line, and lots of fist pumping. Drivers happy with their performance, and it's been a great show here for us. Arthur Bowers, Ethan Hume, Heath Smith in third, Arthur Rhodes, Oliver Woodall finishes fifth but will drop off the 5 driver podium. I think he will be replaced by Jensen James Williams after that in-race penalty applied to the number 5.
Right, so we move on. There are our Honda cadets getting ready for their final. Mick Palmer from Touring Car Magazine asks, what is the JSCC link, the Junior Saloon Car Championship link? Well, they're a sponsor of the Car Championship, aren't they? And they've got strong links with kids. I think, is there a prize drive for the...
I'm not quite sure,
like
but there's we've had junior saloon cars at championship events for the Kart Championship for drivers to sort of look at, get a feel of what the car is all about. I know a few drivers that
they're a sponsor of the series, though, aren't they? They actually put something in to the series, and Darren Beavers and his team have created that partnership with the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's kind of a natural progression if you want to move out of karts and into cars at 14 years old. You can join the grid of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and I know they are going to be supporting the TCR UK bill in the UK next year. So that's a great package to be involved in, getting involved in car racing. Meanwhile, David, we've got the Honda Cadet parents, a more sedate race to the grid for to greet their kids.
Slightly less enthusiastic by our Honda Cadet parents, although we do have a few joggers, and as soon as we've said it now we've got some with a little bit more pace. That's Ricky McIntosh's dad in the black with the hood on as he's making a move round the outside. That's Mark Reynolds from Tornado Racing Engines on the left with the hat, and it's could it be a dead heat? No, Dino Rowland's dad's going to take the victory on the right hand side.
Let's have a look at the grid as the karts come round to form up for what will be a standing start for the Honda Cadet 200s. It's Archie Loveridge who plants himself on pole position with Jack Wykes alongside him. They had scored exactly the same amount of points in the heats and the superheat. It's there by dint of fastest lap, Archie Loveridge going slightly quicker than Jack Wykes in that superheat. They share the front row. Dexter Perry will start alongside Ricky Jr. McIntosh on row 2. Roddy Smart has been very, very quick here. He starts on row 3 alongside Archie Cannon, the Scottish champion, with row 4 looking like Elliot Burke and Noah Clare. Shailin Srikantan starts on the 5th row of the grid with Noah Clark alongside. Edward Rye and Riley Blakemore are on row 6. Ashton Horsepool and Mason Becker on row 7, with Jaden Patel, Scott and Tom Nichols on row 8. Row 9, Jane Prakash and Dino Rowlands. Ethan Pearson, Jerry Dufficy share row 10, and rounding off a 21 kart Honda Cadet field is Reggie Dufficy.
So Jack Wykes and Ricky McIntosh just being straightened back up in their starting berths, not quite in a straight line enough. One to watch here for me, Dexter Petty jumped from 7th at the start of the superheat to start this final in 3rd, having won that race eventually after Ronnie Smart was given a penalty that now sees him start in P5. Here we go then in Honda Cadet for their final 12 minutes plus 1 lap of action. And we are away and racing. It's been a good start from Jack Wykes on the outside, but he's not going to be able to get in. The rest of the field to the inside. Dexter Petty up into 2nd place. It's been a good start by Ronnie Smart from P5. He's up into 3rd place. Ricky McIntosh drops into P4. And then Ronnie Smart wasting no time at all going past Dexter Petty, and that's allowed McIntosh round the outside. And Archie Cannon's in the mix in the S-plate.
And the name you didn't mention was Archie Loveridge, who had a fine start from the pole position The black nose of that kart edged into the front of this field, while behind him all hell breaks loose into the second of the centres, with the Scottish champion ending up getting wrapped up in something there for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places. How that will come out the chicane, we do not know. Meanwhile, at the front, 3 karts breaking away.
Yeah, Archie Loveridge leads from Ronnie Smart and Ricky McIntosh. Behind them, Archie Cannon squeezing Dexter Petty round the centre 1 and 2 complex. He's come out in the lead of that argument. Dexter Petty drops down into P5, warning on the overhead gantry for the S-plate for that. But Ronnie Smart from P5 is now trying to push Archie Loveridge away from Ricky McIntosh.
I knew Ronnie Smart was going to be a kart to watch. That's the number 50 there in the green and red helmet in second place. Quite happy to follow Archie Loveridge around with very common practice here in this Honda Cadet class. Ricky Junior McIntosh comfortable in that third place. And I think with 10.5 minutes remaining, David, whether or not we see anybody making a break, and as I say that, Ricky Junior McIntosh just having a little look up the inside towards the chicane, but I think that was more about momentum than actually a determined sort of place attempt. Here we go though. Is he?
Yes,
he is
Smart's
indeed.
Down the inside of Loveridge. Ricky McIntosh is going to get through as well. And then just eases to the side just in case Loveridge still had his nose in.
I love how Ronnie Smart, though, once he got into the lead, he taps his helmet.
Yeah.
Right, lads, follow me. Follow me to the checkered flag. Here we go then. Out onto the start-finish straight. 2 laps completed. Ronnie Smart for Project 1 leads. Ricky Junior McIntosh in second. Archie Loveridge third. Through goes Dexter Petty, Archie Cannon, Jack Wykes, Noah Clare, Noah Clark, Elliot Bourke.
Oh, sorry, contact. We've got a driver out through the wall. You could see him coming back through there. Heavy contact between Noah Clark was one of them, but he was collateral damage. The driver went off, clipped the grass, span across the field, and then was pitched into the tyre wall. Very lucky not to be out of his car, and I get the feeling we might go to a Battenberg condition, which for the 3 leaders will be an absolute travesty for them because they've got a gap of 3 seconds.
Well, we've got the driver out of the kart and into the safe haven of the marshal's post. People will see that. We'll get a report on that, but he looked like he was fine as he walked to the marshal's post. Meanwhile, we stay green as the leader, Ronnie Smart, comes out of the final turn. He will complete 3 laps with Ricky Junior McIntosh breaking away with him now. Archie Loveridge being left behind slightly for what is now a very lonely third place. Meanwhile, for 4th, 5th and 6th, they're not far behind one another. Dexter Perry, Archie Cannon and Jack White.
Great work by the marshals to keep this race going. They've worked feverishly. Noah Clare was the driver involved, but he's out of the kart. Looks to be okay. Could have been a lot worse. So great to see he's up and out of the kart at Marshall Post 2, still being covered under waved yellow.
Ronnie Smart, there's our leader, out towards the chicane. Ricky McIntosh in that all-black livery, the black helmet, the black overalls, giving him that kind of sinister bad guy feel, isn't it? Yeah, he's got a yellow nose cone on the front of that kart and yellow side pods, but it's still from the front. He looks like he's the all-black knight coming back towards Ronnie Smart. He's staying in his wheel tracks, still got a chunk, still got the duration of one of our heats left on the clock here as they cross the line. 4 laps completed.
McIntosh won the final at Wilton Mill. I think he started that race in 6th place, and I did say before the race started that he was my shout for that victory. He's gone very much under the radar this weekend as Ricky McIntosh. Not finished a race inside the top 3, but is currently battling Ronnie Smart for the victory here. Archie Loveridge in 3rd place, and they've got a big gap back then to Dexter Petty, Archie Cannon, Jack Wykes. He clipped the grass just before Noah Clare went off as well. He was lucky to stay on track. Did drop him down to P6.
There's the leaders through the chicane now, heading towards the gasworks. It'll be 5 laps completed this time by, and as we've seen lap after lap so far, the black kart of Ricky McIntosh quite happy to sit behind Ronnie Smart. They can remember, the drivers can see exactly how much time is still left in this race as they come out here. You might get to see the timing board there in red letters just on the gantry. 7 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for things to develop, and indeed plenty of time for Archie Loveridge to get back on terms, remember.
Yeah, on the previous lap, every single driver set a personal best. This track now coming to our drivers. Fastest driver on track in 7th place is Elliot Burke, and he still feels that he's got a chance of taking a top 5 trophy home with him, currently in P7.
Into the second centre. Out of there, they will head towards the chicane. McIntosh in the wheel tracks of Ronnie Smart. Quite happy to sit there. We daren't take our eyes off this one. I know there's 6.5 minutes remaining, but you just know when we look back towards down the field, we know that'll be when Ricky McIntosh will make his move. So we're going to stay with this one for the time being, because he's never been more than, say, a couple of feet away from that leader as they cross the line. 6 laps completed, and then Archie Loveridge 1.1 seconds behind in third, and that's been pretty much that gap for a few laps now.
Archie Cannon and Jack White find their way past Dexter Petty for 4th place. They've not going to be close enough, I don't think, to battle for the top 3 honours. Archie Loveridge, though, will be hoping that these two start squabbling sooner rather than later, because at the moment he's falling away to the tune of 3 or 4 tenths a lap as these two comply and work together. You can see Ricky McIntosh just pushing away with the 50 of Ronnie Smart, but Loveridge, I think, will hope that they battle soon so that he can get back in the mix. At the moment, it's a lonely 3rd place for the 73.
They literally are in the wheel. They're staying in the wheel tracks of one another. Ronnie Smart across the curb there. Ricky McIntosh uses the same curb in exactly the same fashion. 7 laps completed. McIntosh won't have a go into turn 1 for sure. He hasn't got the momentum out of that final turn, and will be happy to follow Ronnie Smart through Brian's Bend there. Stay off the curb, stay off the first curb of the dog leg there. Smash the exit curb as well, keeping that momentum, and then through St John's, using all of that extra additional piece of tarmac there on the outside. Positioned very, very nicely, actually. Just keeps the momentum up there, and they're already towards the chicane.
It is. While you've been looking at this, I've been just tracking what was happening inside the top 10 further down, as Jack White falls down to 9th place, and Elliot Burke, who set the fastest lap earlier on, moves up into P5. We've had Edward Rye is up there as well. We've not seen him inside the top 10, but they've obviously made a setup change for this final that's working very, very well for the MS Kart of Edward Rye, currently in P7. Top 2, though, there's your top 3 going through. Loveridge is getting closer. That's Archie Cannon, the next driver. Then it's Elliot Burke, Dexter Petty and Edward Rye. And that is Edward Rye on the back of this train that we have to say. We haven't seen him inside the top 10 on that MS chassis in the number 66. But now he's starting to try and find his way through. The 2 zip runners at the front, though, of Archie Cannon and Elliot Burke in the S-plate and the 15 respectively. Then that's Dexter Petty in the 16, and he's so late on the brakes, is Petty in that 16.
Let's see if Petty can get on terms with the 2 zip kart drivers, Archie Cannon, Elliot Burke. They're sitting there as we join the leaders, and that's still Ronnie Smart from Ricky McIntosh sitting in his wheel tracks. Archie Loveridge still 1.1 seconds behind. Well, that was about 9/10, so it's still on the second as they come out of the final turn and head towards. We've got a penalty for that blue helmeted Dexter Petty, who at the moment is 6th and will drop down outside of the top 10 for sure when that penalty is applied. Not quite sure what that was for, Dave.
Well, he was with Jack Wykes earlier on when Jack Wykes and the 13 dropped down. They were both given a warning, and then Petty has subsequently been given a penalty. I'm no Poirot, but I think it might have been for something to do with Jack Wykes.
Maybe it was. We're getting towards the 2.5 minute mark, so we're getting towards that stage of the race where if Ricky McIntosh is going to make a move, it's going to be in the next minute or so, as the time and opportunity begins to erode for Ricky McIntosh. And it is if, in the same way that McIntosh was going to have to start looking for a way by, Ronnie Smart sees how much time is left, and he's responded, put in some really quick lap times there. Still Ricky McIntosh slightly quicker, I've got to say, but this is going to be a different lap time altogether. Let's see where it is. 10 laps in the bag now. A 58.25 for Ronnie Smart, a 58.51 for McIntosh, and there the gap has been pulled to give himself a cushion as the 2-minute bell warns.
These races 25% longer, 9 minutes up to 12, and you get the feeling that Ronnie Smart, if you drop the tyre pressures by half a PSI, it's going to give you a lot more throughout the race. It takes a while then for them to come up to temperature, but Ronnie Smart looks like he's got a little bit left in the locker from Ricky McIntosh, and it won't be nice for Archie Loveridge in that 3rd place. He was hoping these two were going to have a titanic scrap to allow him back with an opportunity for the victory. At the moment, though, he's going to need Ricky McIntosh to find a few tenths.
He has been coming, though, hasn't he? He has been coming.
Petty down the inside of Archie Cannon, and then they're going to be 3 wide. Petty's wide, Petty's on the grass, and then Petty's in a spin, and that contact with Elliot Burke as well. They're both on the grass, and the rest of the field are going to come through.
Dexter Petty's tail of war continues, going very wide at the gasworks, ending up on the grass. Those tyres are now wet, and that was such a disaster for Elliot Burke, who was just taken out by an accident he wasn't even involved in. And that's just unfortunate. That tale of war, that nightmare continues for Dexter Petty. He's got a 5-second penalty, and now he's massively out of contention.
Up into the P5, though, now goes Edward Rye in the 66. He started in 11th place. I said to his dad this morning in the cafe, has Edward turned up today? He said, what do you mean? I says, well, he's better than being 12th and 13th like he was yesterday. And now he's proving it. He's up into the top 5. It looks like he's taking some, I would say silverware, but the trophies are gold. Is goldware a word?
Goldware, I'm not really sure. 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 2 more laps. And we've got now almost a 3-kart battle for the lead of this race. Ronnie Smart and Ricky McIntosh have come back towards each other. That's a more familiar look, what we're used to here. Ronnie Smart did pull a little bit of a gap, but that's just disappeared into thin air. They are on the penultimate lap across the exit curbing of the dogleg now and into the left-hander at St John's. Tricky corner this, off camber. Karts just letting breathe by these drivers into the first of the centres. The black cart there of McIntosh chasing down the Project 1 kart of Ronnie Smart now. And the question I suppose that's going to be answered, David, is whether or not Ricky Jr. McIntosh has been playing a waiting game. We're going to get an indication here. As defensive goes Ronnie Smart.
Yeah, Smart's going to try and back McIntosh up now. McIntosh at one point was nearly half a second back from Ronnie Smart. Around about 2 laps ago, we said he's going to need to chip away at him. Don't discount Archie Loveridge, though, as we head out onto the final lap, because these two at the front are going to have a battle as they run up towards turn number 1. Smart parks the number 50 Project 1 machine to the inside as Ricky McIntosh is going to have to think of something to try and find a way through.
As we get around this lap, not everywhere is a passing opportunity. There's a passing opportunity going to present itself now as they head towards the centres. Ronnie Smart snaps across to the left, defends that inside line. McIntosh back. Archie Loveridge is coming. And as these two continue to squabble, Archie Loveridge with that blue helmet in 3rd place, he might even be able to get on terms. This is the last opportunity really in the lap for Ricky McIntosh to come down the inside of Ronnie Smart. And Ronnie Smart knew exactly where he was. He didn't have to defend at all.
Not close enough for Ricky McIntosh as Ronnie Smart takes the conventional line round the gasworks hairpin up towards paddock. Ronnie Smart for Project 1 takes victory at Event 2 here at Warden Law from Ricky McIntosh and Archie Loveridge. And then it's going to be Archie Cannon side by side with Edward Rye for 4th and 5th.
Jack Wykes across the line in 6th place. Riley Blakemore, Ashton Horspool, Jaden Patel, Scott. Great drive from young Jaden, coming up to 9th after being down in 15th on the grid at the start. And then rounding off the top 10, Shailen Srikantan, Noah Clark just outside the top 10. The rest of the finishers there on the timing bar on the right-hand side of the screen. Well, Honda Cadets, as ever, intriguing battle there. It really was a high-speed game of chess, wasn't it?
It really, really was. We've got elation and disappointment for some. I'm just looking at Dexter Petty's kart coming in. That's got a few war wounds on it after that incident earlier on with Elliot Bourke. The Honda Cadet, though, as always, putting on a super show. Congratulations to Ronnie Smart on his victory in the 50.
Just to remind everybody that we've got a 3rd winter event run by the Kart Championship. That's going ahead at Three Sisters across in the northwest of England, just outside of Wigan. And get your entries in pretty quickly. You'll need to get your entries in next week for that. You don't want to be left out in the cold, quite literally. You want to be karting in the cold, as it's going to be in the very early part of December. And I would suggest the sooner the better that you get your entries in and guarantee yourself a place on the grid, especially if you are a junior Rotax driver. Remember, we've got the junior Rotax grid and we've also got the junior Rotax Primo for everybody.
Just quickly,
that's
Noah Clare walking back in after his incident. Great to see that he's managing to walk in under his own power there for Noah Clare after what was a big incident in the early part of that Honda Cadet race. So great to see that he appears to be okay.
If you enjoyed the Honda Cadet final, you're going to love the Rotax Micromax Cadet final as well. Alfie Garrett is the driver that starts on the pole position with the Scottish champion carrying the S-plate, Lewis Kirkcaldy, alongside him. Second row of the grid, I should say, Harris Barber and Ethan Lloyd, with local drivers sharing row 3, Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford. Got Carter Jackson and Hamish Gordon on row 4. Newcomer to the class, Micromax class, it'll be more familiar to the Bambino runners in the Kart Championship. Noah Wicklow moving up into this bracket. Zach Andrew alongside on row 5. And then the 12 kart field rounded off by Max Armit and Freddie Walker.
We've got a driver off in the middle of the straight, and he's managed to drag his own kart back on, because if the marshals help him, he's out. But he's managed to get out of his kart and drag it back on.
Do you know who that is?
Trying to figure out who it is. We'll figure it out in a few moments' time. It's all black. I think that could be Sebastian Crawford. Well, I'm not sure. There's another driver in all black as they come into the tram lines to start this race.
Yeah, we've got a false start flag, though.
Oh, yeah, we do.
So that is a false start.
Right,
Dan Ashton didn't like that. Who is it?
It's not Crawford, that's for sure. I've seen him come through. In a moment, you'll see a driver arrive in P12 on the timing screen in the top right-hand corner, and the driver that was off was Max Armit.
So he will have time, I would think, David, to catch this grid. Doesn't look like he is at the moment. Once they start slowing down, certainly when they get to the horseshoe part of the track, they'll start slowing down, form up a nice grid. Hopefully they'll get their acceleration point right for Dan Ashton, our race director. He's a stickler for acceleration points, is Dan, rightly so, as the field now begins to slow up into the gasworks, as we've got Max beginning to join up on the back.
That's a super shot. There's your field in the background, and there's Max trying to close back up.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job, and I think he will close up by the time they come through. He's going to be right on the back of this field as they come through and to take the start. Here they go then. They are just coming out the final turn. Max Armit pretty much with them as they do so. Let's see if they can accelerate the right amount this time, and we go racing indeed. We've got a race start, and round the outside, David, who was that?
That's Kirkcaldy trying to go all the way around the outside.
It's the 42.
Ethan Lloyd in the 66. You know, Garrett was on pole position on the inside. Kirkcaldy tried to stick him out. Ethan Lloyd's wide and up onto the rumble strip. As Kirkcaldy goes for the lead, he's under pressure from the 12 of Harris Barber. And in fourth place, it looks like it's been a good start by Freddie Blackshaw.
Harris Barber down the inside of Lewis Kirkcaldy, but Kirkcaldy just sits there. A little bit of an inadvertent lunge there. That's disadvantaged Kirkcaldy. That might have caught the attention of people who need to know that sort of thing. We'll see how that transpires. Harris Barber, though, second place now. The green and white Tony kart there of Harris Barber chasing down Alfie Garrett. We had a rehearsal of this in the Superheat, and we're back here doing it again with Harris Barber and Alfie Garrett duking it out at the front, but not that far away. Lewis Kirkcaldy, and who's that? That's Freddie Blackshaw, isn't it, on the ST Racing, the yellow and blue kart there, in fourth place, and having a look at third even. Freddie knows this place like the back of his hand, and he really has come on. He was struggling in the early part of the year, but now he looks very much at home on this Micromax.
Certainly does. He's under pressure, though, from Ethan Head as his momentum is balked slightly by Kirkcaldy and Harris Barber taking differing lines through sector number 1. At the front, it's allowing Alfie Garrett to move away. Behind these two, Sebastian Crawford and Hamish Gordon are there as well. We've pretty much got a top 7 in a line. There's the 75 of Hamish Gordon. But we are starting to fragment into groups of 2.
Yeah, Alfie Garrett's pulled a bit of a gap because Harris Barber has got the ever-present Lewis Kirkcaldy right there on his bumper, not affecting his driving. And if these two can stop maybe having a bash at each other, they're going to catch the leader. And as I say that, they've literally closed that gap at the final turn. One turn it took, that's all.
Yeah, Garrett
first, second and third.
Garrett was offline round the horseshoe and basically took, and then he's offline again round turn 1, and that's allowed Harris Barber to capitalise on the uncharacteristic mistake of Alfie Garrett, and Harris Barber leads.
Very rare to see these drivers. Yeah, that is the number 66.
Oh, sorry, Ethan Lloyd,
66 of Ethan Lloyd there, having a little bit of a grassy excursion. Meanwhile, it's not affecting this lead battle as Harris Barber has made that move stick, and he's in the lead of this race. Alfie Garrett, though, a bit of uncharacteristic problem there, as finding himself completely offline, completely destabilising his lap time there. And here he comes out of the gasworks now, and he's got Lewis Kirkcaldy absolutely all over him. Let's see if he can keep it on the correct and optimum line through this final turn. Kirkcaldy's coming, though, and not that far behind as the yellow and blue kart of Freddie Blackshaw.
I don't know whether it's a tyre pressure issue for Alfie Garrett, but that kart has been handling like a pig on roller skates for the last 2 laps. Can he get a hold of it? Because he's been struggling to hit apexes. It's what allowed Harris Barber to get through. It allowed Lewis Kirkcaldy to draw alongside a few corners ago. Can he get hold of that 42? Particularly as we now enter effectively the same length of race that what the superheat was, with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, here we go then. Harris Barber comfortable in that lead. Alfie Garrett not so comfortable in that second place. Alfie Garrett in the green helmet there, and then the red and white helmet of Lewis Kirkcaldy on the S-plate there. You can see as they come out of the gasworks. Freddie Blackshaw doing all he can to hang on to the top 3, and as they've done for lap after lap through the horseshoe, they've concertinaed back up, and if anything, Alfie Garrett looks like he's in a challenging position this time down the straight into turn 1. Not much of a speed difference through turn 1, and Garrett hangs on to that as his tyres come on, because he had lots of grip there.
Certainly has, Alfie Garrett. It's been a troubled few laps for Garrett, but it looks like he's taken a few deep breaths, pressed the reset button as Harris Barber goes wide. He did very well to get that back on before the grass arrived.
Harris Barber's now got the slippery kart script in his hand, as we've got a change for third, only momentarily though. As can he make it stick? Side by side, Freddie Blackshaw
brave.
Round the outside of the Scottish champion. Very brave indeed.
Brave move from Blackshaw there. Required Lewis Kirkcaldy to comply somewhat as well, but Blackshaw all the way round the outside as he made the move into Senna 1. Kirkcaldy came back at him at Senna 2. Blackshaw, though, up into third place.
Third place and a podium position, remember. First, second, third, fourth and fifth will get presentations as we've got a change going into turn 1, and that was another brave move by Alfie Garrett. Harris Barber ran out of time to defend that, and these two swapping positions. That's allowed both Blackshaw, Kirkcaldy, and now Sebastian Crawford getting involved in that. The orange and white helmet at the back of that field, is that Ethan Lloyd as well coming into play?
It is Ethan Lloyd in the mix as we've got a change for the lead once again. Harris Barber slides down the inside of Alfie Garrett into Senna 1 as Garrett went slightly wide round St John's, which is probably the hardest corner for me on this track to get right. You can do it, but you've got to be quick and you've got to be smooth round there as Barber takes the defensive line. Up into fourth place goes Sebastian Crawford. That allows Ethan Lloyd through as well, and Freddie Blackshaw has dropped from third down into sixth.
Wow, it's not over yet. Can you believe we are just about on half distance? So we've got a full 6 minutes of this to keep in contention with. Harris Barber back in the lead. Alfie Garrett showed his cards and got alongside on the previous lap. Not so much this time there as they head towards the left-hander. St Johnson down the inside has gone Kirkcaldy, the S-plate Kirkcaldy, and Crawford's gone with him. Sebastian Crawford on the number 16, the black and white Origin kart, through and into third place. So all change again, David.
All change, but Sebastian Crawford, unbeknown to him, I don't think, is riding now with a 3-second penalty, a tramline infringement. 2 wheels outside of the tram lines when the lights went out sees Sebastian Crawford incur the wrath of the stewards.
Oh, and that's a disappointing penalty there for Seb Crawford to soak up there. He's in a fine third place, He's been in Micromax pretty much the whole of this year, in the Kart Championship, in the UKC and other championships. He defends that third place from Alfie Garrett through turn 1. The Northeast driver now with the Origin team as they come through the dogleg, and he maintains that third place. Of course, he's got a 3-second penalty that in Micromax karting that will put you down outside the top 10, I think.
Yeah, it certainly will. It'll definitely take him out of contention for a trophy.
Down
the
to
top
7th, I think.
6 on screen. So as he goes slightly wide, I thought Alfie Garrett was going to nose down the inside in the 42. Garrett in 4th place there in the helmet with the predominantly green background on it. As we see the back of the helmets, it's Ethan Lloyd behind him in the second of the 2 RCE karts in this train.
Remember, Alfie Garrett started on the pole. He begins to come back through. He's ahead of, that was Sebastian Crawford, sliding wide around the horseshoe, finding himself completely offline. Maybe, as the sun is dropping low, we may be getting a bit of a different track temperature here. I'm not saying it's a bit early for a bit of evening dew to appear, but that was certainly an offline excursion there. The number 42 back up to 3rd place. Spaced out the front though, David Harris-Barber, Lewis Kirkcaldy, and now Alfie Garrett back. And Alfie Garrett, not that long ago, was in the lead of this race.
I am looking at the digital flag right in front of the commentary box that says the number 12, the race leader, is under investigation. I've no idea what for. He's just got to get his head down and try and win this race on track and hope nothing further comes off it. But your race leader, his race lead at the moment, a potential victory in danger for Harris-Barber.
Still a long time to go as well, over 3 minutes, almost 3.5 minutes as they come out of the final turn. Lewis Kirkcaldy, fastest lap of the race last time by, with a 57.27, absolutely on it now, mid-race, getting towards the final quarter of this 12-minute super final as we get through the dogleg. Harris-Barber looking comfortable though. He's not being perturbed. Lewis Kirkcaldy equally as comfortable, and Alfie Garrett, I just get the feeling, David, that as we progress towards and inside this final 3 minutes, these three are going to close up, and it's still I wouldn't put money on any of these.
Oh, well, I'd spread. I'd just put a bit on all of them.
Yeah, of course you would.
I'd put a bit on Ethan Lloyd as well in 4th place. He's coming back into this one. Let's not discount the driver there on the orange helmet. He looks super, super quick on the brakes as he goes round the gasworks hairpin. I'd expect to see him close up on Alfie Garrett this lap as Harris-Barber, Lewis Kirkcaldy, and Kirkcaldy's got a good run out of Paddock Bend. Harris-Barber, I think, acknowledges the...
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Well, he's disappointed with something. I think he's acknowledging the overhead gantry that says he's got a penalty, and he's just left the door wide open.
Well, I've not seen any penalty appear.
Well, the investigation,
on the official screen. He may have seen that. He was kind of, whether or not that's a problem with his kart, coming off the final turn there, because he completely lost straight line speed. That's allowed Kirkcaldy and Garrett to come through. However, he's picked up the pace again, and he's held off Ethan Lloyd on the 66 there, the orange helmeted driver there, the 4th kart in that train. We're talking about the green and white kart there and the green and white overalls of Harris-Barber, who started this race in the lead, and now he finds himself in 3rd. And now we've got the Scottish champion, Lewis Kirkcaldy, back in the lead of this race, and he will lead across the line to complete 11 laps.
Still a minute and a half or so on the clock. Lap times are 57, and again, Harris-Barber. He's got no straight line speed at all, Joe, at the end of the straight. I'm sure he's got a problem because he's just coming down. That's the second time now he's took his hand off the wheel.
Really?
No, Harris-Barber in the 12.
Right.
He's been overtaken for 3rd place by Ethan Lloyd, who you can see with the yellow helmet. But here are your two leaders heading up towards centre 1.
He's got a problem with his power, hasn't he?
Absolutely. And
I thought you were talking about Kirkcaldy there, because you were describing exactly what was happening with Garrett as he just sailed past Kirkcaldy.
Yeah,
but of course that was all about momentum.
Barber's down to 5th. Crawford has got through. He's on a 5-second penalty. Freddie Blackshaw is also on a 5-second penalty. Harris-Barber's got a 5-second penalty. Penalties for everybody in Micromax.
It seems to be the case. We'll leave that for the result sheet coming out about half an hour after this race to be made official. Meanwhile, very much at the front of this race, Alfie Garrett and Lewis Kirkcaldy, they don't appear on the penalty board whatsoever, and these two will race towards the last lap board into turn 1. Garrett, he knows he's on the penultimate lap. He knows he's got one more lap after this one, as does Kirkcaldy. And to think that only a couple of minutes ago, a few laps ago, Alfie Garrett was down to 5th place, and now just plugging away, making his way back through the field. He's into the first of the centres now, David, and then he'll certainly lead Lewis Kirkcaldy out towards the chicane, and he just needs to keep it together and not make any mistakes like we saw earlier.
Absolutely. We were bang on saying that Harris Barber had a problem earlier on. He's peeled off into the pit lane and retirement for Barber, so the early race leader is out of this one. Timer is down to 0 as they head towards the overhead gantry on the start-finish line that will tell them this is the final lap of the Warden Law circuit. Alfie Garrett leads from Lewis Kirkcaldy. There's your top 2. And Kirkcaldy's got a 5-second penalty as well.
Incredible. Kirkcaldy there in second. He is going to end up in 5th place behind Freddie Blackshaw.
But he's down the inside of Alfie Garrett in the dogleg.
Well, he's going to have to pull 5 seconds. I'm not even going to work this out in my head because Freddie Blackshaw's got a 5-second penalty. That was a great move at the dogleg. Superb. I wonder if he's aware he's got a 5-second penalty, because he's really going to have to really pull out all of the stocks here and pull 5 seconds for him to take this win. On the road then, Lewis Kirkcaldy, but really our leader is very much Alfie Garrett, the second kart in that picture, the number 42. He's our winner if it remains the same. Now Garrett only has to stay in the wheel tracks of Kirkcaldy, who will take the checkered flag first, but a 5-second penalty has been applied to the S-plate. Checkered flag flies, and Alfie Garrett's already aware that he is the winner, as through has gone Ethan Lloyd in 3rd place on the road, Sebastian Crawford 4th, Freddie Blackshaw 5th, Hamish Gordon 6th, and then we've got Carter Jackson, and then the rest of the field coming through. However, that is very much a provisional on-the-road call that I've just made there. We have to wait for the results to be published and made official after all of those penalties have been applied.
There's so many penalties there, Joe, that I think you might be 4th and I could be 5th in that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, controversy in the commentary box as Joe is fuming that the heating's gone off.
I think the heater is on a timer. So calling Paul Bainbridge, can you please make your way to the Joe Bradley Memorial Suite, as we've got a bit of an issue.
As a minimum.
Yeah, it will be Memorial Suite.
As a minimum, bring him a blanket.
Yeah, for me legs. Tartan coloured as well. What have we got next, Dave?
We're staying with Rotax for the next instalment here.
It's B final.
It is time for the B final. Although on the timing, it's not a B final, is it, Joe?
No, on the timing, it says repechage, because we're in France,
which
of
I've
course.
teed you up, because I know you're not a massive fan of the
you
term.
kept saying we've got a repechage. Have we? I've never... No, I'm not, and it's not that. It's just we've never called it a repechage for the whole season. So it's, throwing these things in at the end of the year,
so
just to confuse me.
This is for drivers that are from 31st and down in the point standings after the superheat. The top 4 at the end of this race, not in terms of points, in terms of finishing position from this race, will progress to the A final at the end of the day.
Now then, there's a couple of names I spot there that will be very much in contention for going forward. We'll have a look at the grid now. Gregor Reed is the kart on the pole position with alongside Oliver White. Now that's Oliver White just below the camera there with a white helmet and what looks like a yellow visor. The number 211, Gregor Reed, he's on the Lando. That's a Lando Norris kart with that livery, the blue and yellow livery. Now the second row is Elliot Surtees and Bella McConville. Now they are both Origin teammates there with the black and white livery. Third row of the grid is, as I say, Lewis Holt and Logan Lauder. Fourth row of the grid, Hunter Motorsports, Hazen and Khan there, just with the orange, blue and black kart there, just in front of the green building. Now Hazen had a problem with completely losing points in one of the heats. That's put him into the B final. He only has to finish in the top 4 to make it into the A final, and I'm pretty sure that's what his mission statement will be going forward into this B final. Matt Scott's alongside him, Fifth row of the grid is Mark Arthur and Maya Simpson. Keep an eye on Maya as well, because I think she's out of place there, surely.
She had a spin, having come through the field well in the super heat. So Maya Simpson, I would say, is slightly out of position.
Yeah. Sixth row of the grid, Finley Smith and Bella Brown. Seventh row of this grid, JJ Plowman and Braden Donoghue. And then we've got Kieran Stewart and Tyler Richardson on the eighth row. Ninth row is Emma Leckie and Daniel Callahan. And Harris Halley rounds off what is a 19-kart B final place on the grid.
Yeah, Harris Halley, I think he's had 3 races so far, and I don't think he's finished any of them. He's had problems throughout this race weekend, but we've got 19 drivers competing for 4 A final places. We've got a few drivers that, as Joe rightly said, that all being well, and if you were to sort of rank them based on where we think they should be, are probably out of position, being in this B final. Hasnan Khan in 7th, Maya Simpson in 10th. It's going to be Gregor Reed who leads us round in the 211. 2 rolling up laps, remember, so just to get some heat in the tyres.
And the important place that we're going to focus on is that 4th place. It's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place drivers that will join the back of the grid, making it a 34-kart grid for our A final for Junior Rotax. Now then, we are going to be looking at the moment, that's the position held by Bella McConda. Whether Bella will still hold that 4th position after turn 1, we'll wait and see. Great idea, I think, as well, giving the drivers 2 rolling laps just to get... It's a really cold day here. I think we've had a high of 6 degrees, and as the sun plummets towards that horizon, that's going to drop to perhaps 3 degrees as forecast. So that's very cold towards the end of this afternoon. So giving the drivers a chance to get some heat into the tyres gives us a more stable kart going into that first turn. However, that's not to say that everyone will be stable through turn 1.
We're already missing 1 driver. It looks like Tyler Richardson, out of 16th place in the 231, has not joined us for this B final. So we're down to 18 at the end of this race. We'll be down to 4, which will add on to the 30 that we've got in our A final for the 34 driver showpiece that will close event 2 of the Kart Championship Winter Series here from Warden Law. Plenty more action between now and then.
Here they
come,
David.
This one is going to be the most nervous race of them all.
Here they come then, out onto the start-finish straight, and we'll take a false start flag. No surprise there, really. Tension beginning to build, I think, here this afternoon, and especially in this B final. A lot of these drivers do not want their afternoon to be over. They very much want to qualify through, and again, a little bit of an over-anxious start there, much to the chagrin of our race director, Dan Ashton.
Yeah, so drivers are going to have to reform up into their original positions, and we're going to have a second bite of the cherry as Gregor Reed retakes the position on pole. That's Maya Simpson there in the orange helmet in the 296. She'll be starting in P10 on the outside of row number 5. As the field head up towards Gasworks. Still plenty of work though for our drivers at the moment as they try to maintain the heat in those tyres.
This is about acceleration when they come out of the final turn. Dan Ashton, our race director, does not want to see people accelerating from the final turn. They've got to get out onto the straight and hit the acceleration line, which you can clearly see. It's a big yellow line. It's a line that goes all the way across the track, and we'll spot it here. So he doesn't want them accelerating now, and I think they're all right, I think. We've got a green flag, we've got a race start, and we are racing into turn 1, and we've got a kart sliding very, very wide. Indeed, he was absolutely sideways, and I think that was one of the X-Kart drivers.
I think it was. How they've all got round there, I have got absolutely no idea, and I will never know.
It's the pole sitter, Gregor Reed, and Elliot Surtees that's gone off, and down the inside has gone the number 233, is that? It's Logan Lauder, who's come up from 6th place on the grid. The 200 motorsport, that's Hasnan Khan, up into 3rd for Hasnan Khan. We knew he was going to be quick to make a move, and he's into 3rd, and he's into a qualifying place.
Yeah, Oliver White there getting swamped into that Dunlop chicane at the back of the circuit, comes out in P5. Gregor Reed, though, at the moment leads us round in second place. It looks like Elliot Surtees up into P2. We'll confirm as they come over the timing line at the end of this. No, it's Logan Lauder from Hasnan Khan and Lewis Holt with Oliver White, Elliot Surtees and Maya Simpson, Finley Smith, Mark Arthur, Bella McConville complete top 10.
Right, let's get a grip. That's Hasnan Khan in third. It's the card behind him that is in the vulnerable fourth place. And vulnerable for the 244, is it? No, 245. That's Lewis Holt. Now then, the driver behind him, Oliver White. He's a local driver here at Warden Law, and it'll be down to the 244 to not just catch, but actually pass Lewis Holt and get past him so that he qualifies into the A final.
Change to the lead off camera. Logan Lauder slides down the inside of Gregor Reed at Senna 1, and Lauder now leads us in the 233 from Gregor Reed. Hasnan Khan, is that up into third place? Yes, it is. And he's going to be second at the end of the straight as he slides through on Gregor Reed.
That is a really brave move there, down the inside, squeezed the issue there, didn't he? And he's up to second. He'll want to maximise this and take a B final win, no doubt, as Lewis Holt, the X-Kart driver, up against Oliver White, who's with Hunter Motorsport here. And there's a move for the lead as Hasnan Khan down the inside at the first of the centres. All of this squabbling at the front has bunched the pack up, certainly into the top 5, as Oliver White there, Kart in 5th place. He's looking for a way by. Oliver White there in the orange and blue Kart with the white helmet up against the X-Kart driver ahead of him. That's Lewis Holt. That's the vulnerable one. 4th place is what it's all about here in this B final.
Maya Simpson joining the fray as well in the orange helmet there. Not too far back. Looks like that's Elliot Surtees still in the mix as Lewis Holt tries a move down the inside of Gregor Reed that was never really going to work out for him. He was just too far back, but similarly defending that 4th place from Oliver White. They have to be careful though running in this train now, Joe, because there's no point working incredibly hard throughout the race. Move for 4th place there, that Oliver White on Lewis Holt, only to find out you've got a front fairing penalty at the end and all your hard work is undone.
Yeah, indeed, Bella McConville, her nightmare continues with a 3-second penalty for tram lines. What do we mean by that? It's at the start, moving outside of the tram lines before you're allowed to. Now, Bella started very high up here on the second row of the grid in 4th. Bella dropping to 11th now, and indeed will drop further with a 3-second penalty for her.
Yeah, it's 2 wheels outside the tram lines is a 3-second penalty. All 4 wheels outside the tram line is a 5-second penalty. You've got to go quite hard to get that 5-second penalty here because it's quite a narrow start-finish straight.
Yeah, you're inside the opposing tram line if you do that. The first 4 looking relatively comfortable as they head towards the first of the centre hairpins. Hasnan Khan putting in the fastest lap of the race there, 51.35. This is the Kart for 5th place there. And I just noticed there, up ahead of them, the Kart in 4th place, Oliver White, eager to get past Gregor Reed in the 211. Very, very eager to get past so that he's not vulnerable if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, we saw a yellow flag on the board there. Massive shout out against the staff here at Warden Law as they fix a tyre wall that had been skittled by Daniel Callahan going round the horseshoe that had gone through towards the Dunlop chicane as well. But super work by the staff here at Warden Law.
Oliver White in the white helmet chasing down the yellow helmeted Gregor Reed on the Lando Norris Kart as they go through the left-hander into the left-hand hairpin, and Oliver White going for 3rd. Oliver White, he doesn't want to be vulnerable. He wants that 3rd place from Gregor Reed. So Gregor Reed on that blue and yellow kart now. He's got Maya Simpson coming, and she's coming fast, David, on that with that orange helmet.
Certainly is, and the move there by White, he almost carried so much speed, he almost took second off Logan Lauder as well, behind Lewis Holt's difficult few laps is compounded as Elliot Surtees in the 202 Origin Motorsport car goes down the inside of him into the Gasworks hairpin. That'll promote him into P6.
And if anything, Oliver White looking very racy indeed and challenging Logan Lauder. Lauder with Oliver White right on his bumper. Behind him, Gregor Reed staying with Oliver White. But Maya Simpson just coming into the picture there behind the yellow helmet there, the orange helmet there. Maya Simpson, 6.5 minutes remaining, plenty of time. If Maya Simpson continues this progress, she is going to be challenging for that very final qualifying position to go forward into the A final.
She is, Joe, but she's just incurred a 5-second penalty
No
that, as
way.
you were talking, has popped up onto the screen. So Maya Simpson, no matter what she does, down the inside, Oliver White there with a move on Logan Lauder. Lauder's going to be tight, and that's opened the door as well for Gregor Reed to come back at Oliver White.
And he has. He's got the position.
White's coming back at him as they head up towards turn 1. Not close enough, though.
Now, what these drivers might not be aware, that Maya Simpson, with that orange helmet there, just coming onto the back of Oliver White, if she does go through, she's got a 5-second penalty. So she's out of contention for a qualifying place. However, she's bringing Elliot Surtees with her. Elliot Surtees there, just behind the orange helmet, is coming into play as well, as Oliver White will want to get that third place back and not quite able to pull it off towards the chicane. Here we go down towards the gasworks. It's the blue and yellow, the Lando Norris kart of Gregor White in that third place, and Gregor Reed. I said Gregor White there, didn't I? Gregor Reed. Oliver White, that's the kart in that vulnerable fourth place. And Maya Simpson, it's kind of irrelevant. She's got 5 seconds, but that kart behind her, Elliot Surtees, he's into play for that final qualifying place.
Gregor Reed and Oliver White, third and fourth, have been that close throughout the race that they might as well share surnames, Joe. They've been swapping positions for that third and fourth place, trying to put the other one in danger. And similarly, there's Maya Simpson down the inside on Oliver White. She doesn't know it yet, but that will be a fruitless exercise, unfortunately, for Maya Simpson. But on track, at least, she's up into fourth place.
Former teammates, these two, Oliver White and Elliot Surtees. Elliot moving into the Origin Motorsport team, and now moving on to the back of his former teammate, Oliver White, who is effectively the fourth qualifier. Maya Simpson is not going to qualify with that 5-second penalty, and that's the orange helmet there with the white kart, the white Tony kart. And if she continues to lap the way she's lapping, she could even get towards, look at that, she's having a look. She was too far away to make any kind of impression. And there is Elliot Surtees coming down the inside of Oliver White. They are effectively, that's the fourth place battle there, and Oliver White hangs it out there. These two know each other well, and he's tapping his helmet, but Elliot Surtees says, no mate, I'm coming through. Surtees through on Oliver White and into what is effectively the fourth and final qualifying place.
Certainly is. 3.5 minutes to go. Kaznan Khan has checked out at the front. There he is in the yellow helmet in the distance. That's your train of karts all the way down to the 271 of JJ Plowman in 11th place in this battle for the all-important fourth place on track.
So Elliot Surtees hangs onto that, what is effectively fourth place. I know he's fifth on the road as Maya Simpson goes through into third. There's Oliver White coming back at him. This side by side into the second centre, and Oliver White's going to have the position. Can Elliot Surtees get up the inside of him? No, he cannot. Has to slot in behind through the chicane. Out towards a potential move here, coming down the inside at the gasworks. Almost made it through, but Oliver White just stayed composed, kept the momentum round the middle ground of the hairpin at gasworks, and will hang on to what will be effectively fourth position as Maya Simpson comes through to third. Yeah, she's out of contention for fourth place. So Oliver White is our last qualifier there. Fourth place for him at the moment. Still 2 minutes to go though, and Elliot Surtees is coming still.
Yeah, White saw the move coming, didn't he, from Elliot Surtees, and just ran all the way round the outside of the gasworks hairpin, took the wide line, and I think he's closing up now on Gregor Reed in front of him as well. Let's try and see if he can put a move on Reed and cushion himself even further. Maya Simpson, though, is going to be deeply, deeply disappointed when she finds out at the end of this race that it's going to all be in vain.
Well, Oliver White will want to do that. He'll know. He thinks he's fifth, remember. Whether or not he's noticed the Maya Simpson penalty, I doubt very much. He's looking for his number. He's not looking for Maya Simpson's number. So he will think, I have to get past Gregor Reed. And he's going to challenge now, is he? No, he stays in the wheel tracks. These karts following in the wheel tracks of the orange helmet and Maya Simpson as well. As they go through the dogleg, Oliver White looks very racy, doesn't he? He looks like if he could get, and he's done it before, of course. He got past Gregor Reed.
He's going to do it again. Down the inside of Gregor Reed into centre one. Bang on cue for Oliver White, a super move. He moves through hard on the brakes into the left-hand hairpin.
And secures what will be a third place finish in this qualifier, the B final qualifier. And Elliot Surtees coming through into what will be effectively fourth place as Gregor Reed drops down another couple of places. He'll come through in sixth place on the road, effectively fifth with the Maya Simpson penalty. But it's going to be one lap to go board next time by for Hasnan Khan by my estimation.
Yeah, Oliver White here in fourth place, unless he's very aware of that Maya Simpson penalty, will just want to try and push on. He's got to be careful not to take himself out of contention, overtaking Maya Simpson, who we already know is already out of contention.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, David. If he, because I would imagine he's completely oblivious to Maya Simpson. However, he will realise he's fourth on the road. He'd be more concerned with Elliot Surtees behind him, so we'll probably want to get past Maya Simpson. And here we go down the inside of the hairpin at the gasworks, and he's made it work. Great drive from Oliver White here. Very strong showing in the B final here, as Oliver White consolidates what will be that qualifying position. But Elliot Surtees has qualified as well, so Elliot Surtees thinks he hasn't. He thinks he's in fifth. So same scenario for him into this final lap. Yeah,
particularly because if Simpson is unaware, she's going to hold on to that fourth place with absolutely everything she's got. Final lap here then at Warden Law. Khan, Lauder, they're definitely through as they're down the road. Here comes Surtees down the inside of Maya Simpson, and that moves him up to fourth place on track. Simpson down into fifth.
Fourth place on the track, fourth place in the results. They are your four qualifiers, as Hasnan Khan, Logan Lauder, Oliver White and Elliot Surtees. They will be moving through and into the A final, as I think that is that Khan coming out to take the checkered flag. It is indeed. So it'll be Hasnan Khan, the first of the qualifiers, across the line. Logan Lauder in second place will qualify as well. Oliver White and Elliot Surtees through in third and fourth. Maya Simpson finishes fifth on the road. However, she'll drop down the order with that penalty. Gregor Reed was sixth. Seventh was Bella Brown. Eighth was another Bella, this time McConville, making her way back up the order. Mark Arthur and Lewis Holt round off your top 10. So I think another... I love B finals because of that jeopardy that you've got. And when you've got that going on, add into the mix. Who's writing the scripts, by the way? Because add into the mix a Maya Simpson penalty, and we've got a lot to talk about, haven't we?
Yeah, just as she's got up into fourth, it was taken away from her, wasn't it, for Maya Simpson? Nonetheless, a great drive for Simpson up from 10th place, but looks like her day will come to an end. Provisionally, at least, Hasnan Khan, Logan Lauder, Oliver White and Elliot Surtees progress through into the A final, which will round out our day here at Warden Law. Next up, we stay with Rotax. It's time for Intermax 950.
Intermax 950 has been the kind of the real estate belonging to two drivers. Leo Livings and Max Jolly have duked it out. You can't discount Ryan White as well because he's been in there. Just hasn't had enough to get on terms with Jolly and Livings. The grid looks like this, though. Synergy's Leo Livings on the pole position from Hunter Motorsports. Max Jolly. Project One's Ryan White in third with Oliver Barton alongside. Who's that? LCR is Oliver Barton, isn't it? On the 165. And then behind them on the third row, Soren Gallagher and Lewis Stewart. We've then got Blair Smith and Thomas Jackson carrying an A plate. I'll ask you about that in a moment. Row 5 is Oscar Roach and Jackson Hilton, with Logan Stanley Jones and Hugo McCluskey on row 6. Row 7 is Ella Dixon and Eli Rideout. And then we've got the two bats, the two novice drivers, rounding off a 16 cart field, Hakim and Adam Batt at the on the 8th row of the grid. So the A plate being carried by Thomas Jackson.
Yes, that's the Association of Scottish Kart Club champion. Now
that was too much to put on a number plate, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. We've got S plates for the Scottish champion. That is a one-off meeting that is held annually at Lark Hall. The A plate, the Association of Scottish Kart Club champions, is the a championship that I think is held at 4 different tracks throughout Scotland. Points accumulated from those events give you the A plate. Thomas Jackson, having won it into 950 this year, adds to the Honda one that he won last year, that he wasn't able to run the A plate because he moved up immediately after winning it. but now races that A plate. He'll be going off the outside of row number 4 in 8th place.
Yeah, great to have drivers down from Scotland competing here at Warden Law. It's not as big a drive as it is for them to get to places like PF and Fullbeck, is it? Great to have them.
Ryan White's nearest track, from what his dad always said, nearest track in the UK, I think he tells me, is Warden Law, because they're from Scotland as well.
They're based, I mean, I know they're from the northeast of England, but Paul works in Aberdeen, I think, and their nearest track down from Aberdeen is this one. Another 2 laps for these karts before we go green, and this gives the drivers a chance to get some heat into those tyres. Don't forget, we've got the 3rd of the Winter Series events run by the Kart Championship happening at Three Sisters, the 6th and 7th of December, I think that's that weekend. Get your entries in very, very quickly for that. We'll be announcing some slight tyre regulation changes. I'm sure everybody will be delighted to hear. We've got more of that coming as we get going. And just to remind everybody, keep the chat coming on the YouTube channels. Any questions that you might ask, we'll try and answer. If we don't answer them, we probably know people who can. So keep the chat coming on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel as we get towards the final stages of this Winter Series event. And while we've got time, David, I don't know what you were going to say there, by the way, but keep it in your head. We haven't mentioned the Autumn Cup for a little bit. The Autumn Cup is a Warden Law Car Club award given to the drivers in each class, one driver in each class, who's accrued the most points across both heats, the super heat and the final. Yeah,
I was going to say, we are gridding up to go because it's juniors and seniors only that are getting the 2-lap warm-up provision.
That would have caught us out.
We are going to go racing, hopefully at the first time of asking. Into the tram lines we go. Lights go out, do they? No, they don't. We've got a false start. And Joe and I can continue to provide more filling than Mr. Kipling. For around about another minute and a half.
Maybe because it's Intermax that I thought they're bound to not get the first start right. They never do.
Eager beavers, aren't they? They just get out the corner, get the power down, away they go.
Yeah. The Autumn Cup here at Warden Law has been an event that we've run here in November for the last couple of seasons, and we thought it was a good idea to amalgamate the Autumn Cup with the Kart Championship Winter Series. It's another piece of silverware, slightly different qualification for it though. It's an accumulation of all the points that you rack up across the whole of the race, all 4 races, your 2 heats, your super heat and your final, and whoever's got the most points out of all of those 4 will indeed take home the silverware for the Warden Law Car Club Autumn Cup.
Right, Leo Livings for Synergy on the pole position. Max Jolly for Hunter Motorsport alongside Ryan White, Project One in 3rd place. Oliver Barton, LCR, Luke Christie Racing in 4th place. Let's see who wins this one. It's been very, very tight throughout between Leo Livings and Max Jolly. 7 to 8 points respectively. Ryan White's been perennially 3rd, but let's see whether he can make a move into this top 2.
Let's see if Project One has found anything in the toolbox to give Ryan White in the final, as Leo Livings and Max Jolly lead the field away. We are green towards turn 1. Leo Livings on the inside, Max Jolly on the outside. Jolly falling foul and into 3rd. Tries to get round the outside of Leo Livings, but it's Ryan White that comes through and down the inside and will lead out of the dogleg. So it's Ryan White, Leo Livings, Max Jolly, and who's that in 4th? It's the 156.
It's Blair Smith. As Ryan White defends off Leo Livings up towards Senna 1. Max Jolly looking to get a switch back on the inside, but then he's caught out ever so slightly by Blair Smith, who started 8th up into 4th for the 156. The Scotsman running well in the first lap of this Intermax 950, but for the first time, Leo Livings nor Max Jolly lead us over and up towards the timing line. Ryan White in the 147 for Project One is going to lead us over the line at the end of lap 1.
Well, I asked the question, has Project One found something in the toolkit to give Ryan White for the final? They've certainly found something to get him off at the start, but it's a long, long way to go with 11 minutes of this race remaining. We know how quick Livings for Synergy in that 2nd place in the bright yellow and blue helmet. We know how quick Max Jolly is, and there down the inside of White has gone Livings. Max Jolly tries to go with him. He sees Livings ahead of Ryan White, does Max Jolly, and he thinks very quickly, I'm going to have to get past Ryan White and not allow Leo Livings to disappear.
Absolutely not. Lots Oscar Roach in the pink is in the background, is up into 5th. There's Max Jolly down the inside of Ryan White. Ryan White holding off then Blair Smith for 3rd place. So it's back to pretty much as we've been from the start of this race day today, with Leo Livings leading Max Jolly, Ryan White. Then it's Blair Smith, Oscar Roach in the pink helmet for RCE, closing in on this top 5 now, as he's pulled away from Oliver Barton, who's found a way past Lewis Smith on that previous Lewis Stewart on that previous lap. Sorry, and Gallagher, Jackson Hilton and Logan Jones complete your top 10.
You mentioned Lewis Stewart through in 7th place there. Audrey Stewart reports in supporting Lewis Stewart, first time racing in England, all the way from the north of Inverness. Well, I just mentioned there how great it was to have the Scottish contingent down from across the border here at Warden, and Lewis Stewart, one of that Scottish contingent, and enjoying his first run here in England.
Yeah, you'll be able to say hello to him as well when he finally gets back home on about Wednesday, because it's that far away. But great that they're making the effort to come down, and what they're doing at the moment is racing against some of the best Inter 950 runners in the country. Leo Livings, Max Jolly, Ryan White, your top 3.
Joshua Owen informs us LCR is Luke Christie Racing, of course. I know you knew that, David. LCR with who was that on the it was Oliver Barton, wasn't it, for LCR, Luke Christie Racing. As these 3, that's the leaders, Leo Livings, Max Jolly and Ryan White. They are playing that usual waiting game, I think, and these 3 working together. Ryan White has found something, hasn't he? Because by now we'd be dropping back off the back of Jolly and Living.
He's normally in 3rd. It's a comfortable 3rd, because I think he's got the edge on a few of the others behind, but certainly at the moment is going with Max Jolly, and in turn it's dragging Blair Smith and Oscar Roach into what could well be a 5-cart battle. And having said that, Oliver Barton for LCR, since he's moved through on Lewis Stewart, is starting to draw himself in that 6th place towards the back of this train in front of him.
Well, it is very much a high-speed game of chess, as these 2, it's been all afternoon, have now been joined by a 3rd, Ryan White for Project 1, glued to the rear bumper of Max Jolly and being able to stay in touch. And likewise, Jolly and Living circulating together, 8 minutes remaining, plenty of time for any of these drivers. Once these drivers start to make moves on one another, that's when they start slowing their lap times down. That's what brings other karts in, and Blair Smith and Oscar Roach just waiting there patiently, as down the inside has gone Roach on Blair Smith. The pink helmet of Blair Smith making that move, textbook-like move, and has made that stick.
Great move by Oscar Roach, and then he decides to run Blair Smith out wide to make sure that he holds on to that 4th place. And as we said a few moments ago that Ryan White was sticking with the top 2, it looks like he has fallen away by a few kart lengths at the moment. He'll be wanting desperately for Max Jolly to send a move down the inside of Leo Livings around about now into hairpin 1, but Max Jolly is not close enough to challenge the 177 Synergy driver there with the yellow helmet with blue on the top of Leo Livings.
Now they're beginning to just eke out a little bit of a gap to 3rd place Ryan White. Ryan White there, 3rd kart in that picture, as Leo Livings and Max Jolly. They've been pretty dominant, the pair of them, in this class all weekend here. And Ryan White will have to compose himself, start putting in some quick laps. Max Jolly had the fastest lap last time by. Not quite this time, 53.13 as he goes down the inside. Didn't need the fastest lap to get momentum on the straight, did he? And into the lead at turn 1. He maintained that lead through the dogleg. And look at that, straight back onto it. Ryan White has closed back up.
Super slipstream from Max Jolly. He came out late at hairpin number 1 to come through on Leo Livings. And just that one overtake, as clean as it was, has allowed Ryan White to get right back into the mix here as the top 3 return to running nose to tail.
Max Jolly knows where to defend at Warden. However, it's a bit early in the day for defensive white line driving. It's 6 minutes on the clock, so we are just at the half distance. So it is a game of chess here with these 2 at the front, and Ryan White playing a waiting game, like you said, David. He's kind of hoping these 2 trip each other up. Behind these 3, as they cross the line to complete 7 laps, And there's a move down the inside for the lead again. They've been doing this all day long. Livings and Max Jolly swapping the lead backwards and forwards. It's when they swap the lead towards the checkered flags the important one, though.
Certainly is. Neither of them defending too much. They almost know that the overtake's going to come at the end of the straight. They're just keeping it nice and clean. And you do see this a lot here. You saw it a lot as well at Wilton Mill in the early phase of the race. The driver in second benefits from the slipstream. They just swap positions, slot back in. They don't lose a huge amount of time. It just keeps things all nice and tidy. But what we do know is that of the two of them, Leo Livings does prefer to be the leader when it comes to having a dance partner.
Yeah, he does. He prefers to be up there controlling the pace to a point. I say controlling the pace. They're absolutely flat chat, aren't they? They're absolutely flat chat, just eking out a little bit of momentum here and there to get on terms and maybe making a move. Max Jolly trying to get back onto the bumper now of Leo Livings, and likewise Ryan White doing likewise in third place, getting onto the rear bumper of that Kart in second. Oscar Roach is coming in fourth there, just comes into the picture, the bright orange Kart and helmet. We're about to have a 4-kart train for the lead. Livings, Jolly, White, and you can't discount Roach in the pink helmet, the pink Kart, the pink overalls I should say, the orange and white Kart. They're just coming onto the back of Ryan White now, and he's going to be part of this, isn't he?
He is. He's been chipping away. A 10th here, 2 tenths there on the previous lap. And Oscar Roach, we know it's trophies for the top 5, so that's all the way down to Blair Smith in 5th place. There he is, coming out of the final corner. Radiator flap adjustment for Ryan White. Lead adjustment for Max Jolly as he slides down the inside of Leo Living. We're all changed. Ryan White's right on the back, and Oscar Roach is on the back as well.
Hard but firm driving from these drivers. Leo Livings giving a gap there that was the size of Max Jolly and his Kart, and Max Jolly decided to continue down the gap and into the lead, into the second centre. Now it's Jolly looking over his shoulder. Leo Livings is still there. 3.5 minutes remaining, not quite at the 2-minute mark, but we are approaching the final quarter. If this was a game of basketball, you need to get as many baskets in the hoops as possible, getting towards the final stages then. So it's all about track position, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure that both Ryan White and Oscar Roach, as hard as they are trying to get on terms with those leaders, they just can't quite fill that gap there between the white and blue car. And there's a move for third as Oscar Roach is listening, and he thinks, right, Ryan, you can't catch Livings, I'm going to have a bash at it.
Down the inside at the 9-minute mark. That would have been the last lap board in our superheat earlier on today. But we're going to have 3 extra minutes. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap for these finals. The top 2 on camera, Max Jolly and Leo Livings now with a little bit of a gap as Oscar Roach slid down the inside of Ryan White for that 3rd place at the first corner. The top 2 though now working together as Max Jolly leads Leo Livings. We know Livings doesn't particularly like being the chaser.
No, a little bit of oversteer there as he turned through the middle part of the horseshoe there. Livings back in, and you can see there he's just dropped back about a cart's length, not in a position to come by as they turn into turn 1. Absolutely flat chat there, hardly any speed difference. Flat out through Brian's Bend, already into the dog leg, out of there. Max Jolly looking composed, Leo Livings looking equally as composed in second, and these two, by working together, they've dropped Oscar Roach and Ryan White. These two want to have it together going towards the final couple of laps of this one, and they've worked really well. Leo Livings didn't panic, did he, when Max Jolly overtook him? He sat in his wheel tracks, using the full slipstream down the inside at the gasworks, getting very, very aggressive driving there from Livings, but he's made the move. A little bit of wheel banging went on mid-corner there, David.
Yeah, super move though by Leo Livings. Saw the gap open up there. Max Jolly didn't defend, and Leo Livings slid it down the inside, side pod to side pod by the 177. Great move by Livings, and he leads Max Jolly once again. These two swapping places in what has been a shuffle throughout this entire race between the top 2.
We have got less than a minute remaining though, so it's going to be 2 more laps after this one as Jolly comes down the inside at the second of the centre hairpins. The radiator flap goes up on Livings' radiator. He's just managing incredible brain capacity as he allowed Max Jolly down the inside. Incredible brake capacity to monitor his engine temp and then lift the panel on the radiator as he continued to manoeuvre the kart into second place behind Jolly. Here they come. It will be the penultimate lap, this one, David, and then the last lap board next time by.
We caught it on the back of the camera as well. A change for fourth place as Blair Smith came down the inside of Ryan White. Ryan White's early race pace, I can only believe, was down to an increase in tyre pressure to try and get him to jump Max Jolly and Leo Livings, because now he's starting to fall down the order into P5. This is your top two, though. As the timer elapses down to 0, they'll be greeted by the last lap board at the end of this lap. Max Jolly, Leo Livings. It could be either of them. It could be Oscar Roach, because let's not kid ourselves. These two could easily trip each other up.
And it was very aggressive at this part, but Max Jolly defends. Kart sleuthing from left to right on the brakes there. Jolly defending really strongly. Livings showed his cards the previous lap by sliding down the inside. Jolly will want to get maximum speed out onto the start-finish straight for the last time. He goes down the right-hand side of the track, watches where Livings is. Livings down the inside, does he? No, not quite. Almost nudging the back end. And as you said, David, here comes the pink helmet of Oscar Roach. It's a 3-card battle on this last lap.
These two are not going to know that Oscar Roach is there. That's going to be the surprise package. Here's Oscar Roach in the 196 as Max Jolly goes left. Squeezes Leo Livings back to the side of the circuit as the 177. And then Max Jolly hits the brakes. And here comes Roach.
He got hit. He got hit by Livings as they came out of the second centre. As we head on towards the gasworks, you called it, David. Oscar Roach has reaped the benefits. He's picked up and he's on the grass. Can he on to it? Livings forces the order and forces his way into third place. There has come Blair Smith. Kart's connecting, Kart's pushing. I'm not sure how Dan Ashton's going to sort that one out, but right now we've got Leo Livings taking the flag for Synergy in first place. Oscar Roach almost won that, and there, as they come into the corner, Max Jolly gets a bit of a nudge, pushes him out the way. That allowed Oscar Roach into the lead at the chicane, but it all then went south at the gasworks.
We see that very, very differently, Joe. I think Max Jolly there has tried to balk the exit of the two karts behind him by going into the right-hander at centre, tapping the brake to get the run out. He's got good momentum there. I think he's braked, and that's why Livings has gone through the back of him. We're going to see that very differently. Our opinions, though, don't matter.
Don't matter at all. Race directors do, though. We'll leave that to them. On the road, then, Leo Livings takes the win. Oscar Roach in second. Max Jolly third. Blair Smith fourth. Ryan White fifth. Oliver Barton sixth. However, he does take in a 5-second penalty. Jackson Hilton was seventh. Lewis Stewart with a 5-second penalty as well to consider. He finished eighth on the road. Ninth is Logan Stanley Jones. And then the Association of Scottish Kart Champions, Thomas Jackson, finished in 10th. Well, as ever, drama and intensity to talk of.
There certainly was in that one. This one on screen at the moment is Junior Primo. Before we get onto that, I just want to update on Junior Rotax in that B final. All of the top four got through without penalty and without scrutineering issue, which we'll see Hasnan Khan, Logan Lauder, Oliver White and Elliot Surtees progress through. So no surprises with those four. Yeah, for them. What we didn't want to do was wait until the grid went out and go, where's one of them?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they've got to get, and not just what happens on track with regards to the stewards issuing penalties and stuff. It's about tech as well, isn't it? They've got to go through scrutineering at the end of these races. Joshua Owen says, "Come on, Forrester." Alfie Forrester there in fourth, and Anti-Con Serial says, "What a battle!" Yes, it was, Anti. It really was. Fantastic racing as ever. If you are new to Karting Live TV, this is pretty much what we've got. Doesn't matter really. This is karting. This is karting at its finest, isn't it? The Kart Championship has got one more event for 2024. That's the Three Sisters event, the weekend of the 6th and 7th of December. Bring your bobble hats and your scarves.
Super track, though, Three Sisters.
Oh, I love that track.
First
track
quick.
I ever drove a kart on.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic track. That run as they come up and over the hill and down the valley chicane around the Joey Dunlop curve is a Super one. It's the 7th and 8th.
Was it the 7th and 8th? Are you sure?
They'll be practicing on the 6th, so yeah, they'll be practicing on the 6th on the Friday, racing on the 7th.
So it is. I'm already into 2025. Yeah, I didn't doubt Nick at all. I've been since 7th and 8th of December. Actually, it'll probably would it be the 6th, 7th and 8th with the practice day on the Friday?
Absolutely.
We're not on air on Kart Live TV, but I'm talking to competitors in the paddock, Nick. Well, it is happening, and we need people to enter.
So as it kicks off in the commentary box and Joe Bradley clutches at straws, he's got no right to clutch. Junior Primo head out. Joseph Mills with a 100% record so far here this weekend will start on pole position. Thomas Harper alongside with Alex Forsyth and Alfie Forrester on row 2. Tyler Davis and Dominic Darling on row number 3. 7th will be Cooper Campbell-Lees. He's got Zach Kane for company. Matthew Clark and Ronnie Legg round out your top 10 in front of Thomas Butcher and Jensen Cook. 13th, Elijah Hartley. 14th is Lewis Gilbert in front of Noah Jones, Cameron McNeil, George Johnston, Jack Moss. And that's your 18, because even though JJ Plowman is on the list, he is in junior Rotax rather than Primo. So it's 18 runners here for our junior Primo grid.
Cool Tyres catching out one of our junior Primo drivers there with a little bit of a harmless half spin. Everybody avoided contact with him. This one's pretty much been about Joseph Mills. Winner in Heat 1, winner in Heat 2, winner in the Super Heat. He carries 0 points forward to put himself on that pole position. And he is going to be a very, very difficult driver to beat.
He's already got one hand on the trophy, effectively, as has been his performance. Can any of these others wrestle that winner's trophy away from Joseph Mills?
I'm not a betting man, but if I was a betting man, Joseph Mills would be an evens bet, I think, at this stage. Yeah, you wouldn't really get very good odds on him not winning because he's been very dominant. I don't use that word very often. But he has really been dominant. It's down to Thomas Harper and the likes of Alex Forsyth, Alfie Forrester, Tyler Davis. I'm even going to lump in Dominic Darling in there because he had a great run. Cooper Campbell-Lees, you were telling us a little bit about Cooper Campbell-Lees, weren't you?
Yes.
Starting 7th.
First race weekend in effectively an open wheel kart. He's come out of corporate karting, indoor karting and that sort of like. So he's performed very, very well as Cooper Campbell-Lees in his first outing, racing the number 11 with X-Kart here this weekend. Having
qualifying 7th as well.
Yeah, done very, very well. Contested the X-Kart scholarship, did Cooper Campbell-Lees. Finished 2nd in that. Behind Elijah Hazelwood, who will get a drive in this championship next year with that team. Here we go then in juniors.
Here we go. Are they going to be released because it looked clean? No, it isn't.
No.
It's a false start. Not quite sure what Dan Ashton spotted there. Maybe it was people out of position or something there, but we're not here to speculate on that one. Clearly, it was a false start, not to the likes of our race director, so we send them round again.
Alex Forsyth did not get away at all well in that white helmet Lando Norris suit off the inside of the second row. He just put the power down and the kart said, nah, I'm all right, thanks. Just did not power down.
Well,
so he's going to retake his position. We'll see him coming through to draw alongside Alfie Forrester on the inside of row number 2. The one for me to watch here, and I know we mention it, and you do like your sticker kit, Thomas Harper has started every race from 2nd place, and it's hampered him somewhat in getting round that first corner. If he can get to the inside, can he slot into 2nd place and see what he can do with Joseph Mills? He's been 2nd in qualifying yesterday after Matthew Clark was removed from the standings, and he started in 2nd, but at no point has he held on to 2nd place.
Recently just out of Honda Cadets as well, isn't he?
He's done a few races in Intermax and a few in R200, which is an Inter version of the Honda, but the 2nd race meeting in junior Rotax for Harper.
Here we go then, let's see if they can do it this time. We get the green flag, and Joseph Mills in that black and white Origin kart is overtaken almost round the outside by Thomas Harper, who hangs on through Brian's Bend, but was offline really to stay with Joseph Mills. And all credit to both of those drivers They drove side by side through those first turns.
They did. Alfie Forrester up into third. Dominic Darling in fourth. Alex Forsyth drops down. We've got a driver in the green helmet that is spinning round in the middle of the pack. We'll pick up who that is in a few moments' time.
That was a bright green helmet. We'll be able to pick him up.
I think
very quick.
was it Matthew Clark? It was
I
Matthew
think it
Clark
was
for
Matthew
Hunter
Clark.
Motorsport round. Here, though, now Thomas Harper in second place. The first time he's actually got round the first corner in second place. And let's see whether Joseph Mills is going to have this one as easy as he has done so far this weekend, because now he's got a different animal behind him. Let's see whether the 90 can escape the 15.
Let's see as they go through Brian's Bend and then on to the dogleg. Third place Kart there, Alfie Forrester. There's the purple and white livery, the Jaguar livery from the late 80s, Le Mans winning Jaguar. Big fan of Jaguars, his dad, that's his business. He basically breaks Jaguars down for parts. I think that's fundamentally Jaguar parts business, I think, as I can say that. Joseph Mills, pretty new to karting. He was pretty new at the Wilton Mill winter event in the kart championship, straight out of indoor karting and a bit of corporate karting, I believe, here at Warden Law. And you were right, David, he's got, for the first time this weekend, he's got a bit of competition, because Thomas Harper, instead of sliding wide at turn one, he's managed to maintain that position, and this way he can keep on terms. And I know it's early days, we only had 2 minutes of this final, but whether or not Thomas Harper can not just keep on terms with the leader, but actually have a go at maybe passing him perhaps. Tyres beginning to come on now.
We're going to find out. Behind them, Alfie Forrester, the fastest driver on track on the previous lap. There he is in the 79 in third place as he tries to close up on these two in front. Behind them, it's Dominic Darling, the top four with a gap of over a second back to Alex Forsyth.
I tell you what, Thomas Harper looking very racy. Joseph Mills, let's see if he can respond to these advances. He hasn't had any company whatsoever all weekend, so this is quite a strange environment for him to be having someone as close, and he will be able to hear Thomas Harper's engine. He'll be able to hear his engine.
Defending as well, and Harper is going to go down the inside, and for the first time all weekend, Joseph Mills does not lead here at Warden Law.
Incredible happening here in the final of Junior Primo. Junior Primo for 12 to 14-year-old Junior Max drivers. And it's Thomas Harper who's leading the Junior Primo final now. For the first time, we have a different leader, as you've just said, David. And whether Joseph Mills can respond now, and this is new ground for him, though, isn't it? He hasn't had to respond to anything. He's just had to drive round and round.
No, can he remember how to overtake? Is the big question, because he's just been driving off into the distance, has been the pace of Joseph Mills here this weekend. Harper went slightly deep into the Dunlop chicane. Mills is right back on him as they run up towards the first corner. Harper with a semi-defensive move to the inside and sits his kart in the middle of the track. Alfie Forrester definitely not out of the question in this one. He's closed in by 3/10 on the previous lap. Looks like he's dragging Dominic Darling with him.
A little bit too much curb, in my opinion, there for Harper. That's disadvantaged him, tapping his helmet to Joseph Mills. I'm not really sure how Joseph Mills will interpret that. If he can get past, he will get past. And Thomas Harper, he's hung on to it, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's
the helmet
bounced.
tap. I've made a whoopsie. Please don't punish me.
Please don't overtake me, absolutely. As they go through the gasworks, what was a two-car battle, slowly evolving into a three-car battle as Alfie Forrester is beginning to join in. And there's Dominic Darling. I mentioned his name on the grid. Dominic beginning to perhaps evolve into this as well. So for the first time in Junior Primo this weekend, David, we've actually got a race to talk about for the lead.
We do. Harper takes a defensive line or a semi-defensive line, then gets oversteer as he slides that number 15 round the dogleg. You could see him. We basically saw the number 15 on the back of his bumper the whole way round for Thomas Harper. He's going to be... the worry now is that he's going to work too much heat into those rear tyres by sliding that rear end. Rotaxes are made to slide, but under control, and that slide would have probably picked him up a decent amount of points in drifting.
Yes, absolutely. That's not where you want to be. You want to be kind of just marginally sliding the car, just getting the rear end to rotate. It was a little bit too much over rotation there. He's a challenge for the lead with Joseph Mills down the inside into turn 1. Harper slots in behind. Compromise line for Harper as he made room for Joseph Mills. Didn't really have a choice there. These two battling for the lead has brought in Alfie Forrester, and if they're not careful, Forrester's going to pick up the crumbs that they leave. Joseph Mills, though, back where he belongs, you could argue. He's been very dominant in the heats and the super heat, and now he's back into the lead with Thomas Harper absolutely glued to his bumper. But here comes Forrester on the orange cart in third.
Oh, down the inside goes Harper, back through for the lead on Joseph Mills, and now Mills is going to become the meat in a sandwich, because Alfie Forrester in third place is going to turn this one into a 3-cart battle, and I get the feeling it'll be 4 before we're done. Harper with a move to the inside. It was just the one move, and then he maintained the line all the way down the straight. I think Dominic Darling could well come into this, and I thought Mills was going to nose down the inside of Harper there.
He likes the sideways through the dogleg, does Thomas Harper. Hasn't seemed to cost him any time as he turns into the right-hander at the second centre. Joseph Mills still in second. It's TWR's Alfie Forrester in third, and it's definitely a 3-card battle, because if these two mess it up by tripping over one another, Alfie Forrester is going to be in there like a flash.
Well, we saw it in Inter, didn't we, when Oscar Roach went from third to first at one point in that race as the two leaders tripped each other up.
Message from Bet Davis, Dominic Darling, in his first year of karting completely. He's never even done rentals or corporates or anything, and he's going very well indeed. Here, Betty, he's in fourth and hanging on to these 3 leaders in great style. He can't quite close the gap to that third place, but he's there or thereabouts. When these 3 start tripping over one another, I think Dominic Darling's going to come into play. But right now, Thomas Harper, 4.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of racing to go, I think, here, David.
Harper missing that curb on entry again. What I would say about Dominic Darling, no, he's not close enough, and he's fallen. He's there or thereabouts. What he is, though, is far enough back to react if anything happens immediately in front of him. We saw drivers earlier nose to tail Elliot Bork in Honda, where he got tripped up when another driver went off and he was collateral damage. So Dominic Darling, there he is on the back of the screen. He is closing in now. Half a second he closed in on Alfie Forrester, but Forrester indeed is falling away off the back of Joseph Mills. We're back to 2 at the front, and Harper again is sideways. It's spectacular.
He's going to get the drifting trophy, isn't he? Whether or not he's overheating and overworking those rear tyres through there is going to come into play. We've got a warning for Thomas Harper for blocking, so we'll keep an eye on that, or Thomas Harper will keep an eye on that, because he only has to do that another once and he'll get a penalty, won't he?
Well, he's moving to the inside. He's not weaving, but he's parking the cart on the inside in the middle of the track to prevent Joseph Mills making the run up towards turn number 1. Still 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. We'll see what he does this time. He maintains the line as they run up towards turn 1. That's a lot neater on the start-finish straight by Thomas Harper.
He'll have seen the penalty as well, David. He'll have seen, the warning. He'll have seen the warning for that blocking as Jensen Cook takes a 5-second penalty. Jensen down in 9th. It'll drop him further down the order. And it's not just about turn 1 blocking, is it? It's about everywhere blocking, and he's got a warning for that block into turn 1. He's going to be wary now as he heads towards the Gasworks hairpin. No blocking going on there. Absolutely on the limit of adhesion as they flick the brakes. Got the cart swirling into the corner there. Joseph Mills is literally glued to Thomas Harper's bumper. Here we go. Is it going to happen this time?
2.5 to go. Harper, for the second time in this race, has just fixed his visor on that silver and purple helmet. It's the number 15, slides wide. He's been dancing on the limit throughout this race, and unfortunately this time he's danced a little bit too close to the envelope and goes wide.
He's been on the edge of doing that at the dogleg for the last 3 or 4 times through, and that time he just carried far too much speed. The cart just gave. He hung onto it. Great driving, hanging onto it, but it's not quite the quickest way. And across the curb has gone Mills. across the chicane curbing. That slowed Mills down, and Harper right back on his bumper again.
Forrester in the mix as well in the 79. He's not out of this victory. Dominic Darling, who's we've said has been closing in now this last couple of laps, and now we've got a train of 4 for the lead, and now it's Mills's turn to drive down the middle of the circuit, although really he didn't need to, because Harper's 2 or 3 kart lengths back. Joseph Mills defending fresh air into turn number 1.
Here we go then into St John's. We've got a 4-car battle for the lead. If anyone makes a mistake, and we take it for granted that these drivers will hit their braking points, hit their turning points every time as consistently as we talk about it, but all it takes is for you to miss your braking point. And like we saw Thomas Harper there, just carry a little bit too much speed into the dogleg. Slid wide, allowed Joseph Mills through, and now Thomas Harper's got it all to do again inside the final minute as Dominic Darling down the inside and into third ahead of Alfie Forrester.
Split them as well, hasn't it? Because he's got that. It was a train of 4. Now he's going to be 7 or 8 tenths, I think, off the back of Thomas Harper as they come over the timing line. Harper 4 tenths off the back of Joseph Mills, and then Dominic Darling is 8 tenths off the back of Thomas Harper.
I've got to mention Matthew Clark, who was that driver that was pointing in the opposite direction to everyone else. The guy with the lad with the green helmet. Matthew Clark is up to 7th, having dropped down to 17th. So that was a cracking drive, and the fastest lap to boot.
2 personal bests last time round for Joseph Mills and Thomas Harper. And Joseph Mills, Harper sliding wide through the back Dunlop chicane. This one is all but over for me now, as Harper again is wide at the Gasworks hairpin. Those tyres have said to him, I've done enough work for today, I think. You're going to have to manage me towards the end. That car is sliding all over the shop.
Well, by overly sliding the kart, he's heated up and overheated the surface of the tyre, and now he's struggling with the back end there, struggling around the horseshoe. Had Dominic Darling just clatter into the back of him. I think they got away with that, the pair of them. But this has allowed Joseph Mills to do what we've seen him do all day long and get off into the lead as a challenge down the inside for third.
Forrester down the inside of Dominic Darling with a late move and then he's going to get a switch back up towards the Dunlop chicane, side by side, switch back again, he's on the outside. Is Alfie Forrester, but now we're under a yellow flag. Forrester was through for me there, up into, we've got driver off on the outside. Round the horseshoe though comes Joseph Mills. It's not been as easy as he's hoped, but the 90 will take victory in junior primo from the 15 of Thomas Harper, Alfie Forrester and Dominic Darling. And then it's going to be Cooper Campbell-Lees completing your trophies in P5.
Joseph Mills has made it look easy pretty much the whole race, and this is where the lead went back to Joseph Mills. Thomas Harper making that slight mistake. Whether or not he was he was asking just a little bit too much of those rear tyres and just sliding really wide at the dogleg. Joseph Mills made it look easy in the heats and the super heat. However, he had to fight for that, didn't he? He actually had to race for that one.
Yeah.
So well done to them. We'll see all of those drivers on the podium as we look down the top 10. Joseph Mills, Thomas Harper, Alfie Forrester in third, Dominic Darling through in fourth, Cooper Campbell-Lees in fifth, Alex Forsyth sixth, Matthew Clark, great drive from Matthew after that mistake, in seventh, Zach Kane, Jensen Cook and Lewis Gilbert rounding off your top 10. Our penultimate race of the weekend about to get going now. We've got a 21 kart senior Rotax field lining up there underneath our camera just on the outside of turn 1. And Henry Gregory, that's the number 77 there, the blue and white kart of Henry Gregory on the pole position with alongside of Morgan Hudson-Brown. Just catch a glimpse of that orange and white helmet just underneath our camera there, just at the bottom of the screen. Second row of the grid is Jack West. That's the number 92 with alongside him Rhys Bailey. Third row of the grid, Ben Horner and Max Taylor. Max Taylor, the Scottish champion with Craft Motorsport, with teammate Rhys Bailey not that far away from him. And then we've got fourth row of the grid, Stephen Napier, Harry Hurst-Grover. Fifth row, Lewis Merica and Harry Blow. Angus Scrivener and his Hunter Motorsport teammate Ethan Head share row 6, We've got LRG Motorsports, Marcus King sharing with Mac McGilvray on row 7. William Eberhardt and Sam Kelbrick are on row 8. Luca Palazzo and Molly Pugh are on row 9. We've then got Elliot Foster and Ian Hughes with Mark Gillibrand rounding off the 21 kart field. 2 minutes, I think, is what the starter... 2 laps, I think, is what the grid marshal has just indicated to everybody. Just to remind them that there's 2 rolling laps there, just to get some heat into those tyres.
Certainly will be. They'll roll round, although when I'm speaking to a few of these drivers, because Senior Rotax was the final race of the day yesterday, I was speaking with Morgan Hudson-Brown and Henry Gregory after Hudson-Brown had taken the Heat 2 victory. And Henry Gregory, who we know is more familiar with Senior X30, just said the tyres come on so quickly in the Senior Rotax that he says, and we know that they go out the dummy grid like a bat out of hell anyway, don't they? They don't. Yeah. They race pretty much from leaving the dummy grid to just try and get some heat in the tyres.
You can see though, David, that the tyres are not really where they want to be, where the drivers want to be for at least the first 2 laps. We get into lap 3 before we start seeing less understeer. What do I mean by understeer? If you're new to motorsport and karting, it means when you turn the steering, the kart doesn't turn; it goes straight on. When I talk about oversteering, that's when the back end comes around on the front end and you see these beautiful broad slides. That's the sort of thing. It was oversteer that caught out Thomas Harper in the previous final. Too much oversteer through the dogleg cost him dearly. Not necessarily the fastest way, but you'll see the karts and the drivers really fighting for grip with on the steering wheel. And at least the first 2 laps, even after 2 rolling laps, the tyres are just not quite there or where the drivers would prefer.
It's that confidence to overtake, isn't it, that they need? They've got to have the confidence in the tyre to send it down the inside.
That's absolutely right. It's a confidence thing, especially on the brakes. When you consider the brakes only work on the rear axle, it's effectively like throwing the handbrake on as you get towards the corner, and it's kind of managing that rear wheel slide.
So out go Senior Rotax. Now earlier on we had that Intermax final that we said was likely to be discussed off track. Well, a few of the drivers have been called to see the stewards. So have a look in the WhatsApp group there. It's, Leo Livings, Oscar Roach have been requested to appear with their signed-on entrance with the stewards to discuss some of the more intricate factors of that Inter 950 final. Penultimate race of the day, though. This one, it's at Senior Rotax. We'll follow it up with what I can only imagine will be a very, very entertaining Junior Rotax final in around about 15 minutes' time. This one's going to go 12 minutes plus 1 lap with Henry Gregory, who was actually second on screen as Morgan Hudson-Brown has decided to go off at the front and just do his own thing and work the tyres without tripping up anybody else.
It is really vital that you get as much heat into those tyres as you can, and you're totally relying upon using the steering and getting the kart turning into the corner and stuff. You've got very little heat coming off the rear brakes. That's got to dissipate across the axle to heat up the tyre, a bit unlike car racing where you can use the brake disc to get some heat into the wheel and the carcass of the tyre. It's all about surface temperature in a kart, and the more you aggressively use the tyre on these rolling laps, you do get heat into the actual carcass of the tyre and not just on the surface, which is what you need to do. You need to get the whole tyre heating up. If you overheat the surface of the tyre, you start getting a bobbly pattern appearing. It starts to start beating up, and you basically lose your grip completely. As we have our pole position sitter, Henry Gregory, in the blue and white kart, bringing the field round, and it's a nice slow pace there. It's all about where he chooses to accelerate, whether or not that's to the liking of race director. I think it is, and Morgan Hudson-Brown chops across and into the lead, slides wide though, and I think we were very lucky not to get away with a bit of an incident there, David, as we had a lot of wheel banging and karts coming very close together in turn 1.
I think you're quite right, as Morgan Hudson-Brown then leads us from Henry Gregory. That's Jack West up into third place in the 92 machine in front of Rhys Bailey with the blue suit, pink helmet. Behind him, his Craft Motorsport teammate Max Taylor in 5th place. But it's another good start from Morgan Hudson-Brown. Last time round in the superheat, he got adjudged to have jumped the start. This time it looked like he was in a much more favourable position alongside Henry Gregory as they crossed the timing line.
Maybe it's he certainly has a lot more experience with a Rotax Max kart, and he's been able to get ahead of Gregory pretty much each time. It's Jack West in 3rd behind these two, Rhys Bailey 4th, Max Taylor in 5th, and it's Ben Horner in that 6th spot.
Well, we know it's 3 minutes longer, which means that some of these drivers are likely to come down slightly on tyre pressure to sort of open up the window of performance throughout the rest of this race. Henry Gregory at the minute in 2nd place is struggling to hold on to it as Morgan Hudson-Brown disappears at the front. Has he gone too high on pressure? Has he gone too early? Or is Henry Gregory playing the long game? Behind him, Jack West, Rhys Bailey, Max Taylor. Wide goes the 44 of Harry Bloor. Through goes the 12 of Ben Horner.
Cracking racing by Morgan Hudson-Brown for Ultimate R there, just getting on with it. He just knew he had to break free. He's got a gap of 1.3 seconds. However, this is where the action is at. Henry Gregory, Jack West, and then the two Craft Motorsport drivers, Rhys Bailey and Max Taylor, down from Scotland. They will not want to lose contact with those two karts ahead, and already the 3rd place kart there of Jack West beginning to drop off the back of Henry Gregory. That's not what he wants to see. He wants to try and keep on terms with that, and now Henry Gregory much happy with those tyres, David. You can see that.
It was Jack West who had the problem with the tyres. He's turned into turn 1 there, thinking the kart's going to understeer wide like it did on the previous lap. All of a sudden then he's found that his tyres have got some grip and there's a big fat curb in front of him and he's had to open the steering back up for Jack West. Now though he is back towards the rear of the 77 and Henry Gregory. At the front though, Morgan Hudson-Brown's gap is 2 seconds.
Oh, Jack West
again issues at turn 1 again.
Well,
Joe.
Yeah, he's kind of overcooking it through there, and I'm not saying he's looking like a challenge on Henry Gregory, but he takes the whole lap to get back on terms with Gregory. He's defending a little bit from Rhys Bailey there. He'll come back towards Henry Gregory in that yellow helmet, and it's the 2nd kart in that frame there that we'll spend this part of the track here to get by, and he does indeed, and he kind of fired himself out of a cannon down that through that gap,
move
didn't he?
From Jack West.
And look who went with him.
Rhys Bailey through into 3rd place. West from a fair distance back, actually diving down the inside of an unsuspecting Henry Gregory. And here comes Max Taylor on Gregory as well. Taylor is through down the inside. Henry Gregory, the pole man, down into P5, and lots of work to do just to salvage a top 3 here. Morgan Hudson-Brown, fastest lap of the race. And at the moment, he's probably not going to bother if his tyres go off. He's going to have such a gap. 2.6 seconds at the moment. Back to Jack West and Rhys Bailey. Max Taylor up into 4th. Henry Gregory down into P5 in front of Ethan Head. Angus Scrivener and Harry Bloor. Harry Hurst-Grover and Stephen Napier.
Angus Scrivener, you mentioned there, up into 7th place. Angus usually goes very well at Warden Law. They were off the pace yesterday. Couldn't understand why. They've worked on the kart overnight, and Angus perhaps back into where he should be. He's behind his old mate Ethan Head, who makes a comeback, a bit of a comeback to karting. Ethan in 6th place, just behind this lot and gaining ground on this 3 here. It's the number 92 of Jack West in 2nd place, and then the pink helmet with the blue overalls, Rhys Bailey. That's Craft Motorsport with his teammate Max Taylor following each other round. 7.5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time. But Morgan Hudson-Brown has checked out, hasn't he? 2.5 seconds. I'm just wondering, Jack West there put in a 49.3. He's the fastest kart on the track at the moment, and if the karts behind him in the form of Rhys Bailey and Max Taylor leave him alone and get on with it together, the 3 of them, they may just make some kind of inroads into that 2.5 second gap. Let's see if they have. No, they haven't.
No, but what he's
it's exactly the same.
Almost exactly the same time. A 49.48 for Hudson-Brown, 49.49 for both Jack West and Rhys Bailey. Fastest driver on track, though, the driver on the tail of these two, the S plate of Max Taylor. Henry Gregory, who was the pole man, has retired. He's peeled off into the pit lane in the 77.
That is a shame for Henry Gregory. He had a problem there that we could all see. Great pace at the start of the of this final, but then he just kept on going backwards. So clearly a problem there. That's brought him into the pits and out of this race. Meanwhile, Morgan Hudson Brown continues to lead the race by, it was 2.5 seconds. Let's see where it is this time. He crosses the line to complete 7 laps. Down to 2.2, so Jack West is catching, and as Jack West catches, he breaks away a little bit from Rhys Bailey and Max Taylor there. The two blue and red carts there, they're from the same team, and they are chasing after that blue and white cart there of Jack West, and really they've lost a bit of touch there, haven't they?
They certainly have. Half race distance sees Morgan Hudson Brown with a gap of 2.27 seconds for Ultima R, leading KR Sports Jack West. Then it's the Craft Motorsport duo of Rhys Bailey and Max Taylor, your top 4. Jack West needs, for me now, 2 to 3 tenths a lap out of Morgan Hudson Brown. Can he chip away at the 25 as they come up towards the timing line once again? Gap was 2.27. The gap is now 1.91. 3.5 tenths of a second. Jack West on a mission in the 92.
Well, he's taken on average 3 tenths of a second in the last 2 or 3 laps. So he needs another 6 laps or so. We've got 5 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure we've got enough time really on the clock for Jack West to catch him, as we've got a change for third as the teammates swap positions there. Max Taylor ahead now of Rhys Bailey, and let's see if Max Taylor can catch Jack West. Jack West continues to chase down Morgan Hudson Brown, and if he can improve by taking 4 tenths, 5 tenths a lap, that's going to quicken the process of getting on his tail. Let's see where it is.
Jack West is noticeably closer for me to Morgan Hudson Brown. Another 3 tenths of a second taken out of the lead, the early charge of Morgan Hudson Brown as the junior Rotax drivers. Every time I look back, more and more of them are watching this senior Rotax final as Jack West charges and hunts down Morgan Hudson Brown.
Towards the back chicane then. The chase continues. Morgan Hudson Brown gap down to about 1.6 seconds, as David described. And into the gasworks hairpin. The 2 Craft Motorsport drivers there seemingly settled in now that 3rd and 4th spot. Rhys Bailey, the second of those carts, as across the line any moment now has come Morgan Hudson Brown. Let's see what the gap is this time. 1.4 seconds. 1.4 seconds, another 2 tenths with 3.5 minutes remaining. Jack West it is, the chasing driver there with the blue and white cart. And it's not going to be long before he starts drawing in on that slipstream and feeling the airflow coming off the back of Morgan Hudson Brown. And it'll be next time by on the straight where perhaps he will start to feel that. It's you've got to be within a second to start feeling it, but it's when it gets down to that half a second, that's when it starts having an actual aerodynamic effect.
Morgan Hudson Brown, who in the heat yesterday said he went up by around about half a PSI as he gapped the rest of the field in the second heat yesterday, although it was a lot later in the day. It was around about 4 o'clock when that race was. We're not even at 3 o'clock. The gap is sub 1 second for the first time as Jack West takes 4 tenths of a second out of Morgan Hudson Brown. This one is heading for a showdown in senior Rotax.
I get the feeling in old Murray Walker style, it's one thing catching the driver ahead of you, it's a completely different kettle of fish getting past, and Morgan Hudson Brown is kind of managing his tyres perhaps. He's aware Ultimate R are a very experienced team. Matt and Ben Hingley, of course, running the operation there, and they will know exactly what sort of setup Morgan Hudson Brown has been given. Morgan Hudson Brown quite comfortable at the lead. He knew what he had to do at the start, and that was to just get off and disappear. The 2-minute bell sounds now, I think, and the gap is still at 9 tenths. So are we seeing Morgan Hudson Brown respond? The gap there, the difference I should say in lap time, David, was only 600ths.
Yeah.
So perhaps Morgan Hudson Brown has been managing his tyres, and now he's responding to that ever-advancing Jack West.
Well, not once has Morgan Hudson Brown looked back. He's just head down and focused forwards. What he will have as well is a mechanic on the pit wall just telling him sort of what the gap is, whether he needs to push, whether he needs to take it steady. Now he might have been given the hurry up as he reeled Jack West in and just had Jack West cook his tyres in trying to close up onto the back of Morgan Hudson-Brown. The gap has plateaued at just under a second for the last couple of laps or so. They're going to cross the line at around about 1:10. It's going to be 3 more laps of senior Rotax. The gap is down to 7/10.
Still coming down, isn't it? And fastest kart on the track with the fastest lap on lap 6 was Max Taylor. He's the 3rd place kart. But it's quite intriguing here as Jack West chasing Morgan Hudson-Brown down. Morgan Hudson-Brown, that orange and white kart from Ultimate Art, is now very much in reach of that Jack West 2nd place. The blue and white kart now chasing him down, and he's going to be almost on his bumper there as they come out onto the curving back straight here into the braking area, chipping away again. Jack West closing the gap ever so slightly. 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to head into the penultimate lap here, David. And that gap, we're not going to need a stopwatch very soon, because I think this next time by, they're going to be bumper to bumper.
First look over the shoulder now then from Morgan Hudson-Brown. Half a second is the gap. The 25 with the orange helmet leading the navy blue colours predominantly of KR Sport Jacks West. And West has had a good run through the dogleg section, heading up towards centre 1. Hard on the brakes. And we are nose to tail almost, and I'm fairly sure we will be by the time they come out of Gasworks for the lead. It's going to be a sensational final lap here. Morgan Hudson-Brown versus Jack West for the win in senior Rotax.
Now what Jack West will want to do is not stifle that momentum he's used to get onto the rear bumper of Morgan Hudson-Brown. He's got to continue that momentum. Here they are, bumper to bumper as predicted. Last lap board flies. Morgan Hudson-Brown, he's managed those tyres. The managing of the tyres is over. He's got to race for all he's worth now, and he's got to defend every single corner. Back markers beginning to come into play maybe on this lap as they are bumper to bumper through St John's. The left-hander there on towards the centre hairpin, and down the inside has gone West. Can he do the cutback? Morgan Hudson-Brown goes side by side again, and Morgan Hudson-Brown round the outside of the second centre hangs onto that lead with absolutely by the skin of his teeth. Let's hope that back marker does not come into play here.
Quality by Morgan Hudson-Brown, but Jack West down the inside. They've both come into contact. Max Taylor is through. Taylor's going to win it. Rhys Bailey round the outside. What was Jack West? Morgan Hudson-Brown. Max Taylor out of nowhere wins senior Rotax from Rhys Bailey. Let's see it again, Joe.
Jack West, what were you thinking, man? Jack West just fired it down the inside. He had both of his right-hand side wheels across the curb. Where did he think he was going? If Morgan Hudson-Brown wasn't there, he'd have gone into the tyres. My goodness, that was ridiculous. That was not good. There, Morgan Hudson-Brown turning in on the line, and then he finds that line filled by Jack West. And you know what? Max Taylor inherited that. Yeah, you're in 3rd place. You've got to be there or thereabouts. Rhys Bailey in 2nd. Morgan Hudson-Brown in 3rd. Jack West 4th. Angus Scrivener, a massive recovery drive all weekend from Angus. He finishes, and I think he's in a... I'm going to check. I think Angus could even pick up a trophy here. Just getting past his old teammate Ethan Head. They've been in Hunter Motorsport for a while now, and he'll be happy to finish in that 5th spot. Ethan Head, a good comeback for him. I haven't seen him much this year. He finishes 6th. Harry Blow 7th. 8th was Mac McGilvray, and then Harry Hurstgrover with Lewis Merica, the 10th, and rounding off the top 10 driver with local driver Marcus King just outside the top 10 in 11th.
Yeah, real shame how that one ended as Morgan Hudson-Brown and Jack West come together at the Gasworks hairpin. It looked like Hudson-Brown had played a blinder in managing those tyres throughout the race. Jack West, who had super pace all weekend, will look back at this one, I'm sure, and think that he's probably had better overtaking opportunities for me. As those two come together, keep an eye on the right-hand side of the screen there. That's Max Taylor, your race winner, sliding through. He was over a second behind those two going on to the final lap.
He probably couldn't believe his luck as he saw those two firing into one another. Well then, if you thought that was intense and dramatic, stand back. We've got the Junior Rotax Air Final coming up now. And when we see who's just at the front of this field, again, I'm not a betting man, but I would have no idea where to put my money. Hello to Mary Joyce. The Zane Quaker fan club is in full force in Widnes. His sponsors, O'Grady Electrical, are all watching. 20 plus people ready for a good race. Come on, Zane. You've also got a big living room. Or are you watching this in the pub? That's an even better idea. So thanks to O'Grady Electrical on Zane Quaker's behalf, I think.
If there's 20 of them and they're only watching on one screen, they're doing us out of viewers. So
yeah.
I want you all watching individually on your phones and increase the viewership.
Right, David, catching my breath after that senior final. We get into the final race of the Kart Championship winter event, the Winter Series event here at Warden Law. One more winter event for 2024 coming up at Three Sisters on the weekend of the 7th and 8th of December. More of that before we go off air. Let's have a look at the grid for the Junior Rotax Air Final. Charlie Wolfett, who's going to beat him? Charlie Wolfett on the pole position with Oakley Garthwaite. He's a bit of a specialist here, is Oakley. He's with a new team this weekend in the form of Origin. He will want to have a maximised run to the flag here. So they are sharing the front row. The second row of the grid is another specialist here at Warden Law. However, Daniel Minto has been a specialist in the lower classes as we've got a non-starter there, David. Oh, no, he's got away. So Daniel Minto, first proper weekend at a national level in Junior Rotax alongside Lewis Sumner. Was that Lewis Sumner?
Two non-starters. Lewis Sumner's not starting. He's there. That was Riley Bishop with problems as well. But Sumner's car, they've got problems with that car. I'm not quite sure what they're doing to it, whether they're trying to bounce it into
maybe
life.
Get rid of some air bubbles or something in the fuel. Yeah. Whatever he did, bouncing the air bubbles out of the fuel pipe seemed to work.
Back to the grid.
So, back to the grid. Daniel Minto with Lewis Sumner rejoining. Whether or not Lewis will be able to get up to his grid position, I hope so, because he's deserved to be fourth on the grid on the second row. Third row is Riley Bishop and Harry Freeman. Fourth row is Finley Buck and Milo Manderson. Fifth row, Ewan House and Oliver Fabricius. Lloyd Palmer and Jensen Pritchard share row 6. And then we've got Marcel Poppercull and Alex Goodson on row 7. Jack Robertson and Ryan Kandor on row 8. Row 9, Jensen Chalk and Zane Quaker. Charlie Benson and Daniel Hartley share row 10, with the one Wallace Alfie McBain on row 11. Amy Peacock, Oliver Liversedge on row 12. Charlie Berry, Scott McDowell on row 13. Row 14, Andrew Dixon, Melissa Adrian. And then we've got Alfie Lambert, James Kell. And then the 4 qualifiers from the B final. Hasnan Khan, Logan Lauder, Oliver White and Elliot Surtees. Watch out for those drivers moving up the order.
Garthwaite, has he had an off? No, he hasn't. He's just going really slowly to let the rest of the field close
He's just
up.
There to cause our art race.
Charlie Wolfett, the pole man, has decided that he's going to back the field up from Senna 1. Here we go. This is a bit of tactics, a bit of gamesmanship going on here in Junior Rotax. They normally start to form up around about Marshall Post 6, which they'll come to. And you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen, Charlie Wolfett backing them up early. Still plenty of work on the tyres. And at the moment, we've got Riley Bishop still trying to take his position. But now, at this Marshall's post, is about where he's going to have to stop, wherever he goes to. But he's still trying to make his way through, as we've got Alex Goodson, rear bumper detached, Joe, I think. They're on the outside in the 262.
That's
and
tragic.
He's going to be out of the race before it even starts.
His first weekend in juniors as well. Mary Joyce we've got a pub in the garden, boys. Well done to you. And Charlotte Goodson, good luck to Alex Goodson. Well, I'm sorry, but Alex Goodson has had a disaster, that rear bumper falling foul. Let's have a look at the start, though, David, as they come around. Can they get away first time with Charlie Wolfett and Garthwaite side by side?
Oh, Minto's round.
Minto's round. Minto off at the start. Whether or not he was helped remains to be seen. We've got a Kart on driver's left. Meanwhile, the lead is already out of the dogleg and heading down towards the left-hander at St John's. It's Charlie Wolfett who leads. And then a challenge for second.
Riley Bishop down the inside of
Garthwaite.
drivers, Marcel Poppicle, Daniel Hartley, Milo Manderson were all off at the first corner. Here we go. Keep an eye out of Daniel Minto. He's there on the inside and then slides wide. Not quite sure. Then we've got Daniel Hartley and Marcel Poppicle off on the right-hand side. Wave yellows at the first corner because we've got marshals attending to the tyre wall at the first corner. And they are on track at the moment. They're going to have to clear. They do, and the tyre wall is good to go.
Great work from the staff here at Karting North East, here at Warden Law, as the field come through. Wolfit, Bishop, Buck, Fabricius, Augley, Garthwaite down to 5th place now. Jensen Pritchard up 3 to 6th. Ewan House following him through to 7th. Ryan Candor, Zane Quaker up 4 to 9th. And then up 6 places, Jack Robinson, but even more places gained by Lewis Sumner.
Yeah, great start for a few. Alex Goodson is still out on track. I thought he dropped to the back of the field to peel off into the pit lane, but he's still racing round at the moment with that rear bumper. And we've got drivers hooked together at Senna 2 that the rest of the field have had to drive round the outside of. I think one of them could have been Andrew Dixon in around about 24. We'll see who drops down the order at the end of this one. Charlie Wolfit, though, leads from Riley Bishop. Gap was 6/10 on the previous lap. This time it's very similar this time round. Finley Buck, though, in 3rd place, the fastest driver on track go.
Leader into the dog leg. Battle for second beginning to hot up. Still plenty of time. 10 minutes on the clock still. As Riley Bishop has Finley Buck for company. Both of these drivers will want to chase down Charlie Wolfit, who has been quite classy in this junior Rotax grid. Very, very competitive junior Rotax field here this weekend for the kart championship, and everybody being a little bit spaced out there, too far away from one another to maybe make an impression, as Oakley Garthwaite dropped another place I noticed, with Jensen Pritchard going ahead of him. So Garthwaite having a bit of a problem and not really having the kart which he wants here going into the final.
Goodson is back out and he's rejoined the fray right in front of the leaders. Alex Goodson has had his rear bumper reattached and is now right in front of Charlie Wolfit as Wolfit dives down the inside of him into the left-hander at St John's. Finley Buck and Riley Bishop are through as well, and then Goodson moves over and allows the field to come through.
Alex knows that his race is ruined, so he's going to let the field stream through. Going to try and keep out of everybody's way. Great bit of driving there from him. Meanwhile, at the front, though, we've got Charlie Wolfit. He had a gap of half a second. It looks about the same, doesn't it? And things beginning to space out now, surprisingly so, because they've been pretty much nose to tail throughout the heats and the super heats, and now they are spaced out. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th across the line. Wolfit, Bishop, Buck and Fabricus.
Hasnan Khan, who won the B final, is going to not finish the A final. Mechanical flag for Hasnan Khan. He is missing a chain guard because I've already seen a Venator one being returned back into the pit lane.
Wow, talk about character building. It's his first weekend in Junior Rotax. The class, he's had a great year in the Intermax class himself and his teammate Daniel Minto moving into juniors, but Hasnan has had pace. If anything he's going to take from this weekend is the actual pace that he's shown. He took a B final win, but his actual pace, Hasnan, up there in the top 10 for sure. And with that chain guard going adrift there, a bit of a sad finish to end his character building weekend. Hopefully we'll see him back out at Three Sisters. Hopefully he'll make the journey with the rest of his teammates as the rest of this junior Rotax field stream across the line there. The leaders, David, pretty much spaced out 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but behind anybody's.
Finley Buck looks like he's now up into 2nd place with no, he's not, sorry, it was a different driver in the same sticker kit and colours. There's a move down the inside by Oakley Garthwaite though on Ryan Gandor. Gandor dives straight back at him down the inside.
And Garthwaite comes back at him.
And then they switch round again and that's going to allow Lewis Sumner, I think, up onto the back of the two of them. Here we go with a superb switcheroo.
Yeah, local knowledge there. A little bit of contact there, unavoidable really in the closeness of things. And Garthwaite just let him slide wide. Now got Gandor coming back at him. And Gandor has his attention. Oh no, it's not Jensen Pritchard at all, is it? It's Lewis Sumner, who's got ahead of Jensen Pritchard. See what I was saying, it's all to play for. We've had lots of movement there. Garthwaite ahead of Gandor, Sumner ahead of Pritchard, Jack Robinson ahead of Ewan House.
There's your top three on the screen. Gap is still 0.6 of a second between Riley Bishop and Charlie Wolfett. Behind them, Finley Buck. There's a gap back then to Oliver Fabricius there. He slides through the screen in the 290.
These three pulled away, haven't they? They've not. I'm just wondering. I'm kind of hoping, actually, that these three close up. Charlie Wolfett's been a very hard driver to beat this weekend here at Warden, and he's continuing in that vein. We're inside of 6 minutes. Second place challenge, side by side through turn one, side by side through Brian's Bend. Who's going to duke it out? It's the Ultimate R driver. That's who's duked it out. Finley Buck makes that Riley Bishop move stick, and it's Ultimate R in second, Kart in third. Now, whether or not Finley Buck can come back at him, let's see as they head towards the chicane.
Well, they've lost lots of time in doing that to Charlie Wolfett in front of them, but Finley Buck clearly feels he's got the pace in overtaking Riley Bishop for second place. He made the move down the inside. Bishop tried to stick it out round the outside up toward Brian's Bend, but Finley Buck slides through in the 2-1-3. He leads this battle for second place from Riley Bishop for Kart on the TB chassis. Behind them, Oliver Fabricius is under pressure now from Zane Kuwaker. And behind them as well, Ryan Gandor goes down the inside of Oakley Garthwaite into the first corner. Catch that in the background.
They've been swapping places left, right and centre, haven't they?
They have.
Garthwaite just trying to break away from that battle with Gandor. I hope he's enjoying the race. I think he was expecting more, though. Garthwaite starting on the front row of the grid. I think he was expecting a challenge for the lead. He's won here at Wardlaw on more than one occasion, and just doesn't seem to have the pace as the other 4 or 5 drivers ahead of him. That battle for second still going on. Finley Buck, though, very much solid in that second place, with Riley Bishop not really in a position. That's the battle behind him. That's Oliver Fabricius and Zane Quaker. Now these two are bumper to bumper. Got a battle for second and third, a battle for fourth and fifth beginning to shape up as well. That's the yellow and blue helmet of Oliver Fabricius. Zane Quaker, the driver behind him, both on orange carts.
I think we'll see Quaker at Three Sisters. He's based at Widnes, so that's going to be his nearest track. And
well, Mary Joyce will be there with the boys.
Down the inside of Oliver Fabricius. Fabricius is not going to give that one up. Can Quaker get the switch back? He's on the inside. He's got track position. Fabricius still not giving it up, though. These two going at it, hammer and tongs. Fabricius holds on. I get the feeling, though, it could only be a matter of time until Zane Quaker comes through, and right on cue, go through the 222.
Quaker being very forceful to get by there and makes that one happen. He had a Zane Quaker size gap to fill, and he filled it very well indeed, and continues on, just completing 10 laps now. Wolfett, Buck, Bishop, that's the same down. Now Zane Quaker is the driver just behind them, but he's got 2.5 seconds to make up before he gets onto an overall podium.
Yeah, behind them, Ryan Gandor in the 216 has gone missing. Where has Ryan Gandor gone? He was in 6th place on the back of this battle. I think he could still be there. I think we've actually jumped forward to a few and I've missed it, so apologies for my miscommunication.
You've scared everybody now.
Carry on.
All the Gandor team are like, what's he talking about? Where is he? Hopefully he's there. We'll get a look at him as they come by. This is the battle for second, though. Finley Buck, Riley Bishop, the Ultimate R driver in the orange helmet there, as the rest of the field come through there. We'll see where Gandor is. He's still very much there, David, in 6th place.
He's behind Lewis Sumner, who's in green. We then cut to Finley Buck. We've cut to Riley Bishop, who was in green as well, the same kit and the same suit. And I was like, where's he disappeared to?
In fairness, mate, it's late in the day. We've been looking at this screen all day, and it's an easy one to make. However, the good news is Ryan Gandor is there. He's had a warning, though. I'm not quite sure what for.
He's in 6th place, though, but in front of him, in 5th place, Lewis Sumner's got a 5-second penalty. Could that be for being in the incorrect position at the start, as he was still weaving through the field past Marshall Post
probably,
6?
Yeah. And Oakley Garthwaite picks up a 5-second penalty as well. So Oakley currently in 7th place. He'll drop well outside the top 10 there. as this battle rages on for second place. We're inside the 90 seconds to go mark, and whether or not Riley Bishop is playing a bit of a waiting game on that Finley book. The Ultimate R Kart is orange and white, the bright green TB kart of the X-Kart team. That's Riley Bishop, and they get towards the final, sort of the final stages, and it's been a long final, this one, 12 minutes. And these drivers beginning, maybe the fitness is beginning to show on a lot of these drivers. They shouldn't. They're fitness, they're kids, aren't they? They're 12 to 16-year-olds. They should be able to drive around here all day.
Yeah, most of them have got gym memberships.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. We're inside the final minute, and I think there was about 53 seconds, so it could be 2 more laps, I'd say.
Yeah, well, Wolfit's a second and a half down the road, so I think
he's
fairly
laps.
Sure he's going to cross the line with a few seconds to go at the end of this one. So with 2 more laps at the end of this one, Wolfit leads. There he is in the distance from Finley Buck and Riley Bishop, Zane Kuwaker and Lewis Sumner, but he's on a 5-second penalty. Ryan Gandor in 6th. Oakley Garthwaite, similar 5-second penalty in 7th. Fabricius, House and Pritchard round out the top 10.
Here we go then. It'll be at least 2 more laps to go as Charlie Wilfoot, the kart just ahead of these two. This is going to go all the way to the flag, I think. And if anything, Finley Buck on the orange and white kart just beginning to eke out a bit of a cushion as they come across the line. There is about 3 seconds on the clock there as Wolfit crossed the line. So another 2 laps of this Winter Series event to go. And then will be our final checkered flag of the day will be unfurled and waved towards our leader.
Ooh, we nearly had a few arrivals in the commentary box there as a few come together at the first corner. Off camera, took us a bit by surprise. We are down now at the end of this one. Charlie Wolfit will see that last lap board, and he's had quite a steady run towards the checkered flag. Dominated his super heat earlier on with a win with a gap of over 5 seconds for Charlie Wolfit. He's driven off into the distance here as Finley Buck and Riley Bishop have put on this show for second place. Last lap then for Wolfit. He's going to lead us over the line with 1 to go.
Last lap then of the meeting, last lap of the weekend, as Charlie Wolfit has been in absolute dominant form. Here he is here on the blue and white kart. The MLC driver has been the driver to beat in Junior Rotax, and he looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there, Charlie. You've got the last half a lap to go before you will see the final checkered flag of the weekend through the chicane, and he's been very, very consistent in maintaining his lap times. Great kart for him being provided to him by MLC, and a great job all round from the MLC team and Charlie Wolfit, who will round the horseshoe for the final time, into paddock turn for the final time, and the very welcome sight of the unfurled and waved checkered flag for Charlie Wolfit. Finley Buck takes second, Riley Bishop third. There's Zane Quaker. Mary Joyce and the crew over there in Widnes will be delighted with that 4th place and trophy that he will get for 4th, I believe. Rain Gandor, great start, great finish for him. Oakley Garthwaite finishes 6th on the road. Not sure where he'll be in the results with that penalty. Lewis Sumner 7th, Oliver Fabricius in 8th, Jensen Pritchard was 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 was Lloyd Palmer. The rest of the finishers there on the timing board. Wow, well, that concludes our coverage, David. It's been an exciting time, lots of drama, lots of intensity as ever.
It's a shame because it's been a great day's racing. We often say, and we said it yesterday, that there's normally 1 or 2 races that fail to entertain. Yesterday was all action. Today has been, I can't remember a race where we've kind of thought, let's get to the next one. It's been a super race meeting here for event 2 of the Kart Championship Winter Series on Karting Live TV.
Because these are standalone events, the Winter Series, it's all about the day. It's not about championships.
Yeah,
so that's why we see people having a go down the inside, making those moves and trying their hardest to get by. Because it's all, there's no championship points to pick up. It's just a trophy at the end of the day.
Certainly is.
Charlie like an O-plate.
Yeah, exactly. Charlie Wolfit wins the final race of the day from Finley Buck and Riley Bishop. Great drive from Zane Kuwaker, 18th to 4th in the senior Rotax final here at Warden Law. One final round of this Kart Championship Winter Series in a few weeks' time at the fastest circuit in the country, Three Sisters. Can't wait to watch all of our drivers barrelling down that valley chicane at Three Sisters. Make sure your entries are in, drivers, because we don't want you to miss out. We sold out Junior Rotax this weekend and had a waiting list, so don't miss out.
That concludes our coverage here at Warden Law for Karting Live TV. Keep an eye on our Facebook page for any updates regarding that event coming to you in the beginning of December at Three Sisters. My name is Joe Bradley. A big thank you to Paul, Ash and Martin out there in the wintry 2 or 3 degrees. The heater is warm, boys, for when you get back. Big thanks to Nick, who's been producing the pictures, and an even bigger thanks to David Sullivan, who's kept me entertained. I hope he's kept you entertained as well. We'll see you next time. Good night, God bless, and a safe journey home for everybody.